looking at how the performance of other options desks have been, it's pretty much good. I mean, it's so good that I think my company is pretty much like planning to close a few strategies, and they want to push that money into our strategy from next month or so. They're actively trying to do that, although we don't want to take up, take up more capital, but it's
Oh,
that good. But वही है,
good.
पता नहीं कब तक चलेगा. अभी तो अच्छा है.
Mm.
I keep
Eh,
writing all the things in YOLO,
yes,
the trading channel, right?
right.
Whenever I
Yeah.
see some something getting traded at a very wrong price, something like that.
Mm.
That keeps happening a lot for some reason. I don't know why, but it happened a lot this year. Next year,
Mm.
देखते हैं.
Now, just on point, I mean, even Nifty this year, 2023 calendar year, has delivered 20% return, whereas Bank Nifty has given only 12. Okay, it's
Yes,
been,
yes, yes.
been
That's
underperformance.
also so. That's the thing, right? It's also something I track regularly because I track the movements. I mean, relative volatilities and stuff, right? Between these
Mm.
two indices, or in general between different indices.
Mm.
So historically, people would think that Nifty is a low vol index compared to Bank Nifty and all because you in general see Bank Nifty moving 200, 300 points, but Nifty not moving a lot. But for a trader like us who would do positionals and who would carry trades for weeks or so,
Mm.
being long an index like Nifty, which you get at a lower wall, like buying index options from Nifty
Mm.
is much cheaper compared to Bank Nifty. And then Nifty performing much better than Bank Nifty in a year like this. So that is one of the reasons I can say why my performance has been very good this year.
For all practical purposes, we'll be using investing channel. I'm just kicking off with the index returns so that we can see what indices have performed and how it has been for this year. The YTD and 1 year are not much of different. The reason being that YTD takes from January 1st onwards, whereas 1 year takes from December 31st to December 29th. That's a small difference. Other than that, YTD and 1 year are more or less same in comparison. If you look at it, BankX was the least returning index of this time. Uh, of course, I put S&P, BSE as well as Nifty together, all indices. That is why you will see Bank Nifty, BankX both on top. After that, it was oil and gas because Reliance basically didn't do anything. Financial services, similar way. All finance didn't do anything at all in this year, come in on a relative basis. Whereas if you look at the opposite side of the spectrum, you will be surprised that, of course, uh, SME IPO is what we have all heard how it has done this year. It was stupendous, really. Every IPO was a blockbuster. Considering the fact that the IPOs that came out in SME were only, sorry, the numbers were around 170 or so, but the amount raised was only something like 5,000 crore, very small. So this is the situation. But if you look at the performers, please see below the SME IPO, you see reality index, the Nifty PSC, CPSC, and industrials and capital goods, basically. So what has happened is Modi ji's statement in the Lok Sabha Parliament itself that PSU ko bhi dekho made a real change this year because people started really putting, taking interest in the PSUs, expecting that something will come out, or because Modi ji said, let's buy. So they pushed it, and that is how it has returned. It's an amazing return for PSCs. At the same time, what people must understand is that the complete PSU basket is close to something around 102 companies. Out of them, uh, while a large part has performed well, if you take a longer time horizon, something like a 10-year or a 13-year view, many PSUs are still below their 13-year prices, still. And of them, mainly the private, the banks. Many banks have still stayed back. They haven't really performed well. This has also impacted, what should I say, in two ways. First, their financials have done very well. There is no doubt about it. The financial performance of PSUs have done very well. but the NPA write-off over the last 4 years has been not less than 12 lakh crore. That is the number going around right now. So after these write-offs, losing away all these depositors' money in some form or the other, recapitalization by government, somehow the banks have sustained. I am just looking at the first. Let's look at the public sector banks so that we can see. Uh, this is what I was talking about. I was just looking at public sector banks, and this is how they stood out. Uh, 52-week high dates, most of them are in close to December, September, October. That means in the latest quarter only they hit their 52-week highs and all that. But if you see the all-time high dates, they are sitting somewhere as back as 2010. UCO Bank is at the time, Central Bank is still high of that time, Punjab and Sindh Bank, uh, Bank of Maharashtra is 2008, Indian Overseas Bank is 2008. So there is still a lot of ground to be covered by these banks, assuming that their financials are turning for the better and are going to be sustainable and consistent going forward. Only State Bank of India and Bank of Baroda have been able to outperform. The clear reason for this also is because of their recovery process. Bank of Baroda has done amazing recoveries this year, and that is why it has helped the stock itself to move from. Sorry, somebody said something.
Can everybody please put the mics on mute?
So this is how. So I want to start it. So please, anybody wants to start with on the
साइड शेयर कर
I
लो तुम एनिमल को.
Moti, mute yourself, Ray Baba.
मैं किया तो सर्वर म्यूट हो जाएगा. कर दिया, चलो. Okay. So this is how it is. So banks remain one of the most underperforming sectors at this time. And while on the other hand, you have realty, PSC, industrials, capital goods, which have done extremely well. Among the top indices, Nifty, mid cap, and small cap have delivered substantial returns and normally seen only after a very low down coming in, but this time they have really outdone very well because on the broader way they have moved. It's not just like a 50 or 100 small caps have moved and then the rest have fallen, rest have stayed down. Most of them have really rallied hard. People have been smart enough to move, do sector rotation, stock rotation also within the sectors, and have reaped good benefits. Good benefits. Uh, Down the order, if you go, you will still find some of the consumer discretionary, which has done very well. Luxury, l- luxury spending this year has been very good. Luxury spending this time, consumer discretionary has been very well, which was very evident from the realty sector consumption, um, and companies like Titan, companies like Ethos, so even wine, alcohol, those segments which are normally premium oriented have done very well. They have moved. They've done literally well. Will this continue? Yes, it would continue. I think Nemish had posted earlier one chart where on the consumer discretionary it was showing the chain from top. The top 1%, which was elite, I think 1 or 2% has moved to 3%. And the affluent also have increased tremendously. The chart, I think, is you understand if you are providing food grains for 83.5 crore people out of the total 140 crore population, that accounts for around 56-57%. So that is what the population, that is not the consumption, that's not the targeted consumption, what do you call segment here. Above that comes the aspirers, which is the middle class, which are actually moving along in the affordable segment, in the home improvement process, two wheeler and four wheeler, That's why passenger vehicles, if you see, EV has been a super hit because it came at the right time and commercialization did very well. Of course, the FAME subsidies and all did help though, but still, all in all, it was really well. Aspirers have been moving up. Affluent, if you see, this is where the big chunk has come about. 6% to 12% move is huge. This has come basically because of the people who made money in stock market or from other places, as well as real estate lands and all that they had earlier, which they sold now, have been able to gain tremendously. 50, 100 times types of multiples that they've got on their assets. Uh, Two things have happened over the last 4 years. One, the people who had large physical assets from earlier times of 10, 20, 25 years have liquidated a large part of them to convert into financial assets for liquidity purpose. It could be for domestic consumption, it could be for whatever consumption that they are doing, as well as luxurious living, a little bit of standard of living boosting. On the other hand, people who were mostly into financial assets and who made good money in stock markets over the last 3 years from 2020 lows have been trying to fortify their wealth by moving into physical assets. So both segments have made those shifts accordingly, and both have benefited because of this. Uh, some of the numbers that you probably know already from 2018, 17, 18, when the total number of demat accounts in India were 2.5 crore, we currently are on the threshold of 15 crore demat accounts at this point in time. If you see, we have taken over all the selling by FII over the last 3 years. Completely retail has absorbed. SIP numbers are clocking 17,000 crore a month. Tremendous, simply huge numbers that are beyond comparison, and that reiterates that this trend will continue. This is not like a one-time thing that is happening. Uh, how? Why? I'll tell you. Because the people have been very interested in building wealth and or getting rich, both parts together. They have been doing this part, and that is why the money that is coming in is sticky money. It is not just flyby money, and that has helped a lot. FII holding has is down to like 19%, I think. Inflows, yeah, inflows haven't this year have been good, decent too. Little bit in the last end that has happened, but frankly, nothing much in the previous year, so that's why we were low. But if you look at this one, see the SIP number in 2016-17 when the demat accounts were 2.5 crore, the SIP monthly used to be 3,120 crore, and right now we are clocking 17,000 crore. This is roughly 6 times more improvement over a 7 year period. This is pretty huge. Uh, See there, we are clocking 1,55,000 crore here. And another big change that has happened is the risk profile of the investors has moved. I do have data also somewhere, but I can't just show it out. Uh, in 2016-17, the total AUM in debt versus equity was in favor of debt. Debt used to be 64% and equity was 36%. By 2024, this year end, FY24, we would be hitting equity at 65% and debt at 34, and others at 1%, something like that. The risk propensity of an average, I wouldn't say investor, an average market participant has increased for various reasons. One is the standard of living, the need to improve standard of living, lower incomes from their regular jobs, and now they need better, what do you call, higher incomes to maintain the same standard of living. Inflation eating away into their budgets. All these has prompted most of the market participants to look at second or a third income, and that has been a prime driver of equities. Now, this is what I think has happened, and that is why this trend is very strong even at this point. Will it continue to be there? Looks like. I mean, indicators are there. Of course, valuations are little on the expensive side, depending upon which pocket of the market are you looking at. And also, if you go by trends on the equity quilt and where you see what is happening, One second, just for refreshing purpose, I'm putting. Uh, where is that equity quilt? I think BTC is done with 162%. Can if anybody has it ready made, can you post it? BTC is the highest at 162% return for the year, and um, all most of the segments have been on the faster pace only in terms of returns. Will this continue? Well, God alone knows what will happen because it's an event-based thing that is
So
there
can
for
I add something
2025.
here? And brother, can I ask and add
Please,
something
please,
here?
please, please.
So I also wanted to rather make a statement of possibly open a discourse on this direction as well about
Mhm.
how the bond index inclusion has also affected the inflows of funds as a whole, and how it will continue to like affect the fund inflows over the years to come. Do you have any certain views on it? I read about the whole JP Morgan index inclusion,
Okay.
how that affects, and also the Bloomberg Global Aggregate Index.
Yeah, two parts.
So
Two parts to this. One is till last year, the external commercial borrowings. India Inc. normally used to depend on external commercial borrowings for a large portion of their capex or other requirements of money. But what has happened is, so there is data somewhere that is there that by the end of 2023, we would hit the lows of external commercial borrowings for reasons, but because people have been raising capital within the country because they feel that the liquidity is high and the access is much better as compared to what it was in the earlier years.
yes.
Let
No,
me
but
just
also it is profits that in the years to come, the cost of borrowing for corporates will be substantially reduced.
Yes, yes, yes. Corporate, yeah. See, the interest rate cycle right now that will turn
Yes.
down
Yeah,
will make much more beneficial when it goes forward, and it will be a 3-year cycle. Just I'm just posting some information that comes my way on the debt part. You see here how companies are raising funds within India. These are all India bonds,
Mhm.
India denominated bonds that they have been raising, and the debt market is lit. Lit is the easier way to say this. I mean, imagine Punjab National Bank is selling 11.53 billion, that is 1153 crore, 1153 crore of 81 bonds, which are perpetual bonds and could be written off, as we have seen in the case of Yes Bank. But still, people are interested in it and it is doing very well. So all these are there. See, the coupon rates are hitting 9, 9.5, 9.65. Hinduja Housing is doing a 15-year bond at 9.65. And still there are buyers for all these things, all these bonds at all ratings. Another change, another factor that is coming up is the junk rating bonds. Earlier, when if a company was rated D or something below C, though the coupon would be high, the demand for that would be less because there are restrictions on who can invest, mutual funds can't invest, and all that would be there. Of late,
Right.
the private investors are taking active participation in this junk bond index. They are looking at
But
junk
then,
bonds.
but then isn't that euphoria possibly, logically speaking, and wouldn't that eventually have a subsiding follow-through after the other?
Yeah, but you have to
I mean, when
understand,
retailers are jumping into bonds, that typically is a sign of euphoria.
it is simple. If you were to do a government 10-year right now, you are going to get 7.1, 7.2. If you are doing a junk bond right now, you are getting somewhere around 11 and a half, 12. So you are getting a 5% additional yield. Now, at 5% additional yield, let us say if the bond lasts, if the company lasts for 5 years, that means they are getting off their money. 5 years is enough because the difference of that will be covered off. So people are looking at in that way that I don't have to hold a 10-year bond for 10 years to make a
Okay.
7.5. Whereas if I hold only for if I hold only for half of that time in a junk bond, I would get back my entire principal as coupon and also still have the money left.
Hmm.
The principal would still be there.
Right, right,
So that's why I said the risk profile of market participants has shifted quite considerably,
right.
a lot. And a few other things. The inclusion of Indian bonds in the MSCI, yes, while it was all gung ho and everything, 2 points of note here. The Indian debt market has really flown off the shelf in the last 6 months. I have seen so many. deals that are happening on the bonds part.
Right.
Uh, it's just simply surprising that people are interested in so much debt also. So equity के लिए पैसा है, debt के लिए पैसा है, crypto के लिए
There is
पैसा है, gold के लिए पैसा है,
also
सब
there's also talks of introducing a mutual fund which mimics the return structure of PMS.
correct.
Is this valid? Is this true? Is it just a rumor? Or does it potentially has a reality in the years or months to come?
There is a proposal on the SEBI chairman's desk right
Right.
now, where it says that they are looking at a ticket size something greater than 2 lakh rupees and lesser
Hmm.
than 25 lakh rupees.
Hmm.
Okay, so that is how they are looking at between 2 and 25 lakh rupees. There is a lot of unaddressed market. Now, you see in the earlier consumption story, we looked at aspirers, right?
Correct.
That aspirers are the target for that.
Hmm.
That aspirers which stand at
How will
29%.
they? But if like if a mutual fund aims to derive returns of a PMS, which is let's say 15%, safe to say, correct?
Which one?
15%. A PMS return
Uh,
at a average is 15%.
no, 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 no. Marcellus gave minus 21.
No, as in the mutual fund that would come, if it would come to mimic the return structure of a PMS, it would aim to at least over 15%.
Uh, yes and no. It depends upon the what is the hurdle rate that they are providing. No, if see, if I am going to be in a little conservative to moderate level scheme that I'm going to launch, which is
Huh,
targeted moderate to conservative to moderate level investors, then
huh,
we would be putting a hurdle rate of government 10-year.
right.
If I were doing it for an aggressive investor, I would be putting a hurdle rate of something like around 10 to 11%
Okay.
and take a fixed fee on that. So in the first case, the fixed fee could be something like a 1.5%.
Huh,
In the second case, the fixed fee could be a 2.5%.
right.
So that's how it's all the scheme that matters to who it is catering. See, please remember,
But
there is still that risk matrix that has to be filled in.
definitely, definitely. So it remains to be seen. Very much a
Uh,
thin end. We
correct.
really can't say much about it.
Right now, it is still at the discussion phase. AMCs have been asked to provide comments on it. Um,
Yes.
so that is where it says. I can't say more than that. But yes, AMCs have been asked to provide comments on the proposal right now.
Okay.
There are quite a few proposals sitting on the SEBI table right now that are aiming to bridge the gap, address the costs for investors. Bridge the gap in the sense, bridge the gap in terms of product availability.
Hmm.
Product availability, reduction of costs, and transparency in the dealings of mutual funds as well as asset management companies. This is what there are some proposals sitting right now. So most probably in 2024, we will see all of them come through.
Right.
Right.
But
So,
even like the whole PMS specialized subject for the banking, finance, and insurance sector,
mhm.
I mean, I think in the next 4 quarters to come, we'll probably see a very good returns coming in all of that segment in structure. Is there any one way of investing in them, which is, let's just say, aggregative in nature rather than stock specific? I mean, of course, there is a natural way of doing a small case and all that, but is there any other interesting instrument that can be used to invest in that space?
We will see because see there is nothing like BFSI. Why? Because insurance companies not everybody buys. Please understand, insurance as a sector is going through its own changes. The
Hmm.
coming year, right now there is a consultation paper that is put out which is asking for a higher surrender value for ULIPs and other insurance products. I'm not sure if you are aware that right now, if you take an insurance the first year, more than 75% of the commission, most of the 75% of the premium goes off as a commission.
I was not aware. Okay.
Yeah. By the end of third year, if you surrender the policy, you will get only 50% of your total investment back.
Okay.
So the break-even point for this is 10th year. That means only if you hold an insurance product for 10th year,
Yes,
that
yes.
is when you actually make money. That is what it is told. They want to now change that part and then give a higher surrender value to the people. The problem is if they do that higher surrender value, then the margins will take a hit and their persistence ratio could probably crack. Okay, which
Right.
the 61st month persistence ratio. That means at the end of fifth year, the number of people who still stay in an insurance is less than 44%.
Right.
So all these factors will come into play. That is why insurance as a sector is a little doubtful. We don't know. And one calamity will eat away all the profits. See what
That,
COVID did to all insurance
no,
companies.
that's financial is very volatile as a sector.
So insurance is that way. And I have told repeatedly and I will tell again. If anybody is looking at a concentrated portfolio of 8 to 10 stocks, you should not have banking, financials, insurance companies in your portfolio. That is the only way you can reduce volatility of your portfolio. Anyway, now coming back to what we were. So this is what I had. Indices se start kiya tha. So I have placed the indices. Anybody has any specific viewpoints on indices? Please do know of 2023 your experiences of indices. If you can cover like a few indices, it will be good. And if you see anything specific for 2024, it would be nice. We can then go to discuss January's of the last 17 years, and then we will go to stocks and sectors again. I think that would be the right way to move forward. But the ball is in your court. Anybody wants to look at specific indices, any insights, if you can provide, it will be great.
Okay, like what insights? Hey, sir, can we provide like a TA wala concept hai?
Sorry?
Can we do like TA or something like breakout
No, no, no,
after
no, 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 no.
SS?
We are not doing TAs here at this point. We are looking, see, that's why I said this is a fundamental analysis we see. We are looking at stocks and sectors that didn't move, sectors that moved, why they moved, will they continue to move, or sectors that didn't move, why they didn't move, and why they can move in 2024. Those sort of macro factors and those sort of things that we want to look at. TA वगैरह stock specific रह जाएगा. I mean, somebody is doing TA and posting, the others are just like trying to look at where the chart is and all that. So it doesn't make sense.
Yes,
That's why this is only for
fundamentally
fundamental.
I can. Huh. So one thing I don't know if there is a index for that is the Nifty defense. I mean the defense
It
stocks
is there. It
which
is
are
there.
there.
I posted it. If you see
So
the
that I believe it will because of the increasing volatility in the world and because India having a very ambitious target to deliver defense exports. I think those indices will continue. That index will continue to go up. I don't know about any other index, but I'm pretty sure and pretty convinced of that index.
maybe it is possible, but you have to understand whatever orders they have secured till now. Order book is one
Hmm.
thing. See, order book moves stock prices.
Right.
Execution destroys stock prices.
Hmm.
Okay. This is from previous experience of knowing companies. Take Bharat Forge only, for example. Bharat Forge supplies
Hmm.
components, Class A trucks to North America. And wherever,
Right.
whenever America went to war, it looked everybody, they were giving orders left and right for Bharat Forge, and everybody thought, push the Bharat Forge stock to such highs. After that, the delivery became so
Hmm.
difficult. They couldn't deliver on time because ऑर्डर टेकिंग इजी है ना. आप बोल दिए 2 लाख ट्रक दे दो तो मैं दे दूंगा 2 लाख ट्रक का ऑर्डर ले लूंगा आपसे. पर 2 लाख ट्रक मैन्युफैक्चर करने के लिए मेरे से होना चाहिए ना. इंडियन
Hmm.
डिफेंस कंपनीज टिल लास्ट ईयर वेर नोवेयर, करेक्ट?
Correct.
Do you think that in the last 12 months they have doubled or tripled their manufacturing capacity?
Not really.
So when the manufacturing capacity is not doubled, order book has become 2 or 3 times. What does that imply? It implies the order book is good enough to showcase revenues for the next 3 years or 2 years.
Okay.
So the stock price today is reflecting an order book being converted into revenue over a 2 year period. So the price currently today reflects the EPS of FY25 or probably 26.
Right.
नाउ यू कैन से इसका मतलब क्या स्टॉक आगे जाए नहीं जाएगा 25 या 26 तक? नो नो नो. Stock will keep moving forward. How? Because the order book will keep continuing every year. No, the rolling is there.
Yeah.
So new orders keep
Yeah.
coming. So the stock will be pricing in FY27 EPS, FY28 EPS, FY29 EPS like that. So that rollover keeps
Hmm.
continuing.
Sir, I've just shared a screenshot and
Ah,
investing handle if you can also reference it. And I
ah,
think it speaks to your point that
So
somewhere at the end of the day, it's very bullish. Defense sector, India government is very bullish and a holistic way.
correct.
So that is going to, of course, give the upside at the short term level. But I think, like you said, when the execution bit happens, where is the catch? Where which parts of execution are not right, unequal, or where the conversion of revenue not happening correctly, so on and so forth. That is where the real thing comes in. The results come out after execution, right?
Correct. If
So
you see Hindustan Aeronautics there, it is showing 82,000 crore order book, which is trailing 12-month revenue of three times. That means if next 3 years, it will take 3 years time for Hindustan Aeronautics to execute that order book.
hmm,
तो अभी अभी हिंदुस्तान एरोनॉटिक्स का ऑर्डर सॉरी व्हाट इज द सेल्स रेवेन्यू जस्ट स्क्रीनर निकालता हूँ एक सेकंड ना स्क्रीनर में हिंदुस्तान एरोनॉटिक्स हाँ हिंदुस्तान एरोनॉटिक्स annual revenues currently are standing at something around 27,000 crore. So if you look at it, 27,000 crore into 3, roughly around, yeah, 3 years it will take to execute this 82,000 crore order book. Now, even assuming that they ramp up their capacity by 30 to 50% next year, that is still 18 months of order book that is in front of you. And that is what the stock price has already been pricing in. You get my point? The stock price that you see currently on defense companies is not a trailing EPS stock price, it is a forward EPS stock price. There is a lot of difference.
absolutely.
If you look at Bharat Dynamics order book to TTM revenue is 9.6, it is showing. Now, one second, Bharat Dynamics. The revenue of Bharat Dynamics currently stands at 2,000 crore. That's it. And we are talking about an order book of 20,000 crore. That means 10 years.
But then, don't you think that
okay.
somewhere there is some holistic, euphoric
But
stance that the
sir,
government
some
of India
contracts
has,
have. Sir,
which
Some,
I have one
forcefully,
question.
yeah,
Yeah, the question is that the defense stocks, the order book that they get, the orders that they get, they are long-term orders, right? They take time to execute.
correct. But the stock price starts pricing and discounting already, no?
Okay.
So the stock price has moved based on the orders that have come, based on the revenues that is expected, based on the EPS that will end up. So that means it is a forward EPS. Whereas
Okay.
when we open screener and see what is the EPS of a particular company, what we are doing is a trailing EPS.
Right.
So ट्रेलिंग ईपीएस के हिसाब से लेंगे या फॉरवर्ड ईपीएस के हिसाब से लेंगे फॉरवर्ड ना because
Forward.
you want to take advantage of the revenues that a company is going to get. So
Right.
once the order came in, if the company stock price has already moved ahead to that EPS, what benefit are we going to get? The risk reward ratio becomes smaller, no? Let me explain with an example. Let us say 10 rupees was the EPS and your 100 rupees was the stock price. Okay. It has the same rolling order book of, let us say, 12 to 18 months, and that is everything is fine going the same way. So 100
Hmm.
rupees is the stock price, 10 rupees is the EPS. Now, what you would do, you will say PE 10 rupiya ka hai. Okay? PE is 10. P is 10. So now let us say the company gets an order book worth 100 rupees. The company already is the company's current sales are 50 rupees, but the order book that it got is 200 rupees. Let us assume that. So four times. So what happens?
Hmm.
The stock price moves from 100 to 400
Right.
because it is calculating that the same PE that 100 rupees का ये जो है ये चार चार गुना बढ़ेगा 400 हो गया
Hmm.
400 हो गया करेक्ट है बट ये 400 रुपए ईपीएस कब आएगा 18 मंथ्स फ्रॉम नाउ आएगा आज नहीं
Okay. So there is a risk of that EPS getting priced in too early. So when execution starts, you're saying that the
that
stock price
discounting
might crack.
starts the
The
discounting
basically,
starts
discounting starts.
what sir is saying is
It
the
is very
market factors
similar
in news,
to.
the market factors in news way ahead of it actually happens. As soon as there is
Uh,
concrete amount of credibility to news, market factors, and more than factors, over factors at times, and the whole market runs towards it. So whatever are the current running price rates of certain of these defense stocks are already factoring in a lot of these order book values. And when they actually
Mm,
get executed and the revenue comes in and how it reflects on the financials on the result side is when the pudding comes through.
mm, interesting.
Warren, can you explain what you have put that the chart so that everybody can understand and everybody will be in the same line, please? Hello. क्यों हुआ?
I think, can you hear me? This is that boy.
Yeah, yeah.
I think he's given some sort of numbering scheme by
Correct,
himself.
correct. It's just, yeah, it's numbering, but
It's
what we
not.
want.
It's not a. I didn't understand what it is though.
No, no, no. It is the number of times it has given positive returns and negative
Mhm.
returns on a ranking system. So that way, best performing seems to be metal and reality. That's what. But yeah, but
This
uh,
is yearly or for just January data.
no, no, no. This is oh, this is January data, I suppose. That's why. 1 minute. I'll just explain what I've done. No one else is okay. Please explain that. But till you join, we'll just see. So see, if anybody, like I said, no, these EP. Please understand this. The year 2023 was very euphoric in terms of order movement that happened, not just one sector. Capital goods happened. Many other sectors are related to construction, infrastructure, everything got such huge order books now. The biggest risk to these stock prices currently is execution. It's not about order book anymore. Why? Because unless the demand is not there, the orders will not stop. If the demand goes off, then it doesn't matter how low the interest rates are, they are not going to come back. So that's the first point. That means you need money, you need demand both to execute these things. पैसा तो अभी लग रहा है सबके पास है सबके पास means people are there to put money. FIS are also, once they start coming back, I mean, of course they are coming little by little, but when they find that okay, it is still attractive in India to a point, then they'll come back. When they do that, then it will make a little more what do you call uptick for most of the indices. But will we get a 20%? I am not really sure. Will we get a 50% like how it small cap and mid cap happened? I don't think that I'm all that sure also for that. So I am assuming that till elections, it is going to be a move forward ahead. It will continue. I'm looking at a 23,500 on Nifty by elections. This is the rough number I'm working with. 23,480 some number I got. So I'm working with a 23 and a half thing. Post elections, it could taper off. It could taper off and we could just meander consolidating with a time consolidation rather than a price consolidation till the EPS of Nifty catches up to that level. You have to understand whatever people are telling कि till 25 PE ठीक है Nifty के लिए 18 PE ठीक है. It is all your own choice how you want to believe. You want to buy at 18 and a half Nifty and get the margin of safety to ride up, that is different. If you are the type to say, I will buy at 21, 22, and then I will sell at 23, 24, then yes, that is also your choice. You have to make. So all these are going to be moving, all lot of moving parts. That is the reason why I gave the entire market sheet in the first one, the raw data, so that you can see which sectors have given excellent returns, which sectors have missed out, and what is happening with them. This is what I had in that time point of data. So please do see and let's start discussing some specific sectors if you have insights on why they will continue in the next year or why they won't continue. Both are allowed. So let's do that.
One point I will say is I I just heard you say about Reliance and HDFC Bank.
Mhm.
Somebody mentioned Bank Nifty
Mhm.
in underperforming, right?
Correct.
I looked at last 3 years. just before COVID, like 2 months before COVID. Since then, also Bank Nifty has underperformed
mm,
Nifty. Whereas, if you look last 12 years, Bank Nifty has, I think, 4 or 5 times overperformed the Nifty.
mm.
So, I mean, there is definitely some. The performance has been good, but I think for some reason they're not performing the Bank Nifty. I feel like there is some strength there, and even financial services, especially Bajaj Finance.
Mm,
I was looking at its EPS
mm,
in the last since August 21. Its EPS grew from 73 to 216.
mm.
Financial services also have underperformed in the last 3 years compared to Nifty. And also, I think media and FMCG have underperformed.
Yeah.
This is what I have found last three
Let's
years.
see, two reasons for it. One, earlier we were discussing about defense, right? Finance
Right.
is defense will be in the same place as it is as finance is right now 3 years from now. Okay, please understand. For defense and PSUs and PSCs and all those were at a very low price to earnings. So when the catch up happens, it is not like it will just come back to the mean. It has to go to the top and then come back to the mean. That is how it works. So defense, because they didn't get any support over the last 10, 12 years from India in terms of manufacturing or in terms of export or in any manner, they were loitering down at the low valuations. Now they are moved up. The same thing, if you take back, you'll see in finance between 2016 to 2019-20, finance did very well. Yes, barring the
Okay.
ILFS crisis that happened and which actually caused a little flutter and all that between banks and NBFCs and RBI to come in and impose more restrictions. Other than that, 2016 was a real turnaround for Indian financial system. Two, three things started happening at the same time. First, the cleanup of the loan books that started happening. Raghuram Rajan, for whatever political alliances, affiliations he might have, that I don't care, he was the one who initiated the cleanup of the banking industry. He said, "जो पैसा गया वो गया. Try to write off so that you can clean your books now. If you think you can recover some part of it, please put it through IBC, get the money from there. If you think that you can recover, but recovery is possible, but you cannot recover because you don't have the necessary strength to hold it and your balance sheet to accommodate it, then you sell to ARC." So you get my point. He created structures wherein your bad loans can be taken out. As a samjo, your portfolio right now has 10 stocks. Okay. Now,
Mhm.
out of the 10 stocks, there are one or two which are actually distressing the entire portfolio because they're down by 40-50%. Suppose if I were to tell you that you can open another trading account, you can open another demat account and move just those two into separate one. And whenever they recover, let them recover. While your eight currently which are there, it will show a higher returns on your portfolio. How would it sound to you?
Yeah, that would be better.
Exactly the same thing happened in finance.
Right.
Okay, that is the reason why you see the outperformance that you have seen from 2016 to 2019-20 and all. By the time we hit 2020, the interest rates were low and 21, 22 onwards, they started moving upward. So higher interest rates, though it was there, but still, people were having money, so liquidity mein chal gaya. Now, what is the problem is that the credit growth is there. Everybody is waiting for demand to come back so that they can continue with the same credit growth of 18, 19, 20, 21%. Right now, it has slipped to 15 from a high of 23. Very fast. It has slipped. क्योंकि डिमांड ही नहीं था कोविड में. Post COVID also there was not sufficient demand, but now that, what do you call that, that gap got filled.
What is this percentage? 25 percentage you mentioned? 23
Huh,
to 15?
credit growth.
Credit growth. Okay.
Credit growth. You have to look at credit growth mostly because, see, liability deposits are liabilities for banks and loans are assets. Okay.
Right.
लोन कैसे बढ़ेंगे? जब आप और लोन दोगे तो आपका लोन बुक बढ़ेगा, तो आपको ज्यादा पैसा आएगा इफ यू आर ए बैंक.
Yes.
Okay, so your aim is to get low cost deposit and give it to high cost do high cost lending. The gap between the two is what is the NIM, net interest margin. In this period, what are you looking at? Two things. One, keeping your operations very lean, cost of funds वगैरह वो सब सस्ते में आएंगे, no problem. Then second, the default rates are low. Third, whatever default you think are a possibility, you have provided them with sufficient requirements. So provision coverage ratio. बस ये 3-4 आइटम देखते आप बैलेंस करते जाओगे तो आपका लोन बुक बढ़ते जाएगा. Let's take like this for example. Why credit growth is important, I'll tell you. Let us say you have 10 rupees with you. You have loaned it to 10 different people. Okay, 1 rupee each. Now you have a doubt that 4 people might not return it back. Okay, so now what is happening? You have a default chance of 40% now on your loan book. Okay, now there are two ways to go about it. You look for some way to take out his assets if it is a secured loan. So then that works very fine for you. थोड़ा पैसा थोड़ा तो भी मिल जाएगा. So instead of a 40% default, you will probably get a 20% default. नहीं है, secured loan नहीं है, पूरा unsecured है, तो क्या करूं? Then what you do, you raise low cost deposits more and lend more. That means now instead of 10 people, by the end of this year, you have lent to 20 people. Okay, the same default of 4 on 20 will look less now, no?
Right.
That
Is
is what the
volume.
that is what the banks did over the last 2.5 years. They gave more loans so that the NPAs that would come would look very smaller.
Okay.
You understand my point?
Yes.
Now what is happening, as deposit rates fall, people will want to move away from deposits and move into something more higher returning, right?
Right.
जब डिपॉजिट वापस मांगेंगे तो बैंक हैज टू गिव द डिपॉजिट बैक टू देम बिकॉज इट्स अ
Yes.
लाइबिलिटी टू द बैंक.
Yeah.
तो वो 20 रुपए जो लेंड किया था उसमें से देना पड़ेगा तो मुश्किल हो जाएगा ना उसको.
Yes.
उसका एनपीए बढ़ेगा फिर.
Yes.
That is the cycle that we could go through going forward in the next 2 years. That is why RBI has warned of a risk-weighted assets being increased to 125% and also to stop giving loans to people who have defaulted already once or twice on their pre-existing loan.
Okay.
Any loan that is given, if it is not, if the interest is not paid within the due 30 days, क्योंकि interest वैसा होता है ना 30th day counting के लिए. If it is not paid in 30 days, it is put in a separate book, separate allocation, what do you call, designation called SMA. That is special mention accounts 1.
Okay.
SMA
Yeah.
1, you call it. If the 31st day exceeds, but he pays within the 60th day, then that account is SMA 2. If he doesn't pay within the 60th day, but pays after the 61st day, but before the 90th day, then it is SMA 3.
Okay.
No, if he doesn't pay till the 90th day, then on the 91st day, that person becomes a default.
Right.
This is the categorization right now that is available.
Okay.
RBI is telling that the SMA ones who were there are now moving into SMA 2s.
Oh, okay.
ओके, SMA 1 में ठीक है 30th डे नहीं किया बट 31st डे कर दिया तो भी माफ कर सकते हैं.
Right.
But he is missing even the 60th day now.
Oh, okay.
So these possibilities are increasing. So please make sure that that you increase your capital to provide for this.
Right. Set aside
That
a
is-
capital.
So capital raising can be done in two parts: one, equity or debt. Now equity raising at this high level is difficult, no? क्योंकि उनको बहुत सारा इक्विटी देना पड़ेगा रेज करने के लिए क्योंकि स्टॉक प्राइसेस आर हाई. That is why they are doing debt. That now you see the rupee bond biddings that I shared up on top.
Yeah, yeah.
That is why they are all
Yeah.
raising money.
Okay. So they're
This
like
is
selling bonds, sort of
correct.
bonds.
Correct. They are raising money
Okay.
through debt. This is how you should tally all of these points.
That's interesting. I think Warren wants you to speak. Warren
Yes,
Buffett.
please. Warren, no, it is yours now. Please go ahead.
Yeah. So the data that I've sent is regarding Nifty indices. So, for example, there is Nifty IT, Nifty Pharma, Nifty Auto, likewise. And so how to read the data, I'll just share it quickly. So, for example, 2030. So, Nifty IT was the best performing index in that year. So, this is calendar year, 1st Jan to 31st December. And the returns that are shown, for example, for Nifty IT for 2013 was 58%. So, that is from 1st Jan to 31st December. Those are the rankings that I've given from 1 to 10. So Nifty IT. So if you want to read the data horizontally, for example, uh, so you will see that in 2013 Nifty IT was the best performing index. It was first. In the next year, in 2014, it went down to the sixth rank. Now then in 2015, it came up to the third rank, and likewise. So then I've done the color coding, which is simply positive returns, flat returns, and negative returns. So if it's green, it's greater than 1%. If it is red, it is less than -1%, negative 1%. And if it is in the range of +1 to -1, I've kept it yellow, which means that it was relatively flat for the entire year. And so after that, I've made two columns: positive or flat returns and negative returns. So these are the number of times. For example, Nifty IT, I've mentioned that it was positive for 8 times out of the out of all the years from 2013 to 23, and it gave negative returns only 2 times. So likewise, the Nifty Energy
It looks
index,
like
which was
Mr. Warren is on the phone.
yeah,
He may be away.
hello, hello,
Please continue, Warren.
yeah. So Nifty, for example, Nifty Energy, it was always positive or flat. It never gave negative returns over the last 10, 11 years. So that is what that data tells you. And then I have put in three more columns showing that how many times the particular index came in the top five sectors. So there are total 10 sectors over here. So for example, Nifty IT came in the top five sectors for a year 6 times.
So till Mr. Warren speaks, Bulla Nasiruddin has mentioned that IT stocks generally increase in January because of dividend. That's
No. Why no? Dividend is not paid in January, no?
oh, I don't know. I don't know.
No. It is at the time of AGM, which is normally around August, or if there is interim dividend that is paid in between, that is going to be a small number anyway.
Warren is speaking here. I
Warren, please
cannot hear him.
continue. Warren, please continue. Huh?
Sorry, sorry about that.
Uh, yeah, no, I'm just ending it. So the last three columns, top five is basically how many times that particular index has come in the top five sectors of that particular of all the years. So it has come. Nifty IT has come in the top five 6 times out of the 10 or 11 years that is there, and top three it has come 5 times, and it was the best performing index for 2 years out of all the years from 2013 to 23. So yeah, that's how I have modified the data that I had originally shared yesterday or today morning.
So in ISB words, कौन सा सेक्टर लेना है जनवरी में या 2024 में?
So yeah, that's what I had mentioned in the message, that I haven't done anything beyond this. I just presented the data uh, in a different manner, and the only insight that I could find as of now is that Nifty Energy seems to be the safe index over the last 10, 11 years. If you are a risk averse investor
Right.
and
I
you
mean,
want to,
to answer that question, sir, I'm sure there is somewhere on this ISB buried this particular file that I'm talking about, which is to take January for the last 10 years and see which indexes performed the best. That is the most data centric way of attacking this.
I gave the sheet already. I gave last I think 17 years I gave.
Right.
Yeah, yes.
So
The third
that
sheet
is
is for
not
that only. Warren, can you just use the last sheet that I gave in the Excel? ना पिन ट्वीट में देखो जो Excel है ना वो Excel में third sheet is for only January going back last 17 years across all indices. So you can only consider what index you are comfortable or I mean sector specific. Like for example, don't bother to take Nifty 100, 200, 500 and all that. Just take Nifty Bank Auto, the main indices at least which have at least completed 10 years so that you will have some good data points. ये 1 second, ये जो शीट है ना मैं अभी पोस्ट किया है ये जो शीट है हाँ please use this sheet and just see if you can do something na here the
Yeah,
last
yeah.
sheet in the Excel. Yeah, it is there. Just blank wherever there are blanks. The reason they are blanks because that index was not available at that time.
Yeah, okay, okay.
That is what it means. So, just for consistency purpose, you can remove all the ones which have blanks and use only the ones which have completed at least 10 years now. So the data would be more, uh, what do you call, uniform.
Okay.
That's right. Like microcap index came only in 2022. Nifty India Digital, India Defense, all these India Nifty Housing, Nifty India Manufacturing, all these came only this year only. 2023. That is why you won't find past data and all for that. That those indices were formed only now. That's what it means.
Yeah, okay, okay. Yeah.
So
Hi. I think some of us couldn't hear anything. Can Warren or someone please repeat that at once and that numbers just quickly if you can. The
Yeah, hello.
yeah, Warren,
yeah
go ahead.
You can hear me now?
yeah I can hear you now. I just exited and re-entered.
Acha, okay. So the numbers that I've put in are the ranks of those indices. So for example, 2013 IT I've put one, Pharma two, FMCG three. So that means that IT was the best performing index for that particular for that calendar year. Pharma was second,
Oh,
FMCG was third, and so on.
right.
And
Okay.
the colors are green. I put in green if it is more than 1%, and red if it is less than -1%, and if it is in between 1 and -1% which is relatively flat, I've put it in yellow color. So yeah, that's the data.
Oh, great. Thanks. Yeah, it definitely is better visualize.
That's why. No, January data is now made available. So if we can spare some time and then do it, then we can have a look at to see how Januaries have been for which sectors, good or bad, that we'll know.
Yeah.
Warren, just if you don't mind, can you take two indices along with that? The two indices could be mid cap and small cap, just so that we can see the consistency if they matter or not.
Yeah. So, but I'll not be. I'll post it by tomorrow, right? So
कर
right
दो
now,
No, if it is possible.
yeah.
I mean, if it's possible to finish now, just if you can put it through, because just replace the numbers that you have already used in the previous template. No, if you can
Acha.
replace, if you can replace this, just take few indices. You don't need to take all of them. Just take, just see, remove the blanks everywhere from each one. Once you remove the blanks, you should not get more than 20 indices. In the 20, just skip Nifty 100, 250, 500, financial services like this, you skip off. Large mid 250, those you skip off. And take what is completed 10 years properly, like Nifty Auto, Nifty Bank, Nifty Commodities, Nifty FMCG, consumption, infrastructure, something like that, media, metal, like that. Take that 10 sectors at the most, and then take two indices, Nifty mid cap, Nifty small cap. In the Nifty mid cap, 1 second, kidhar hai idhar? It's there, Nifty hai, in the sheet it is there, sorry. Either nahi hai because I posted less only. There is Nifty small cap 100. You can take take Nifty small cap 100, which has completed all the 17 years. So you have the data, and then you will have Nifty mid cap 100, which has completed all the 17 years. That's it. ज़्यादा ज़रूरत नहीं है. Now, just as a thought, I'm telling you, your choice, how you want, it is there anyway in the sheet. If you take BSc indices, you might get much better. Why? I'll tell you. Because most BSc indices have finished 17 years already. See this.
I saw that video.
Yeah, you see the BSc indices, you have data for all Januaries. This is much better than Nifty. So please try to see if you can use that.
Yes, okay.
Karma, you posted the pharma thing. Just if you can speak also, it would be nice to see what that means.
I think he's talking about the number of pharma APIs going off patent. लेकिन इसमें ये नहीं पता चल रहा ना कि
कौन सा
कितना
कंपनी है?
रेवेन्यू में
हाँ,
इम्पैक्ट पड़ेगा,
हाँ,
कौन सा
which
कंपनी है,
company will
कौन सा
benefit
ड्रग
from
है.
that पता होना चाहिए.
हाँ. अच्छा, if these the blockbuster drugs, I'm assuming, if they go off patent, then what will happen is the companies which are manufacture generic drugs in India, let's say, they will benefit more, right?
Generic ones.
Because
No,
Hello,
I don't know
am I
whether.
audible?
Yes, yes, you are audible.
yes,
Please.
you're audible.
Okay, so like the blockbuster drugs are drugs which have at least like annual sale of more than $1 billion. Okay, so like there are like five blockbuster drugs which are going off patent in 24, and the next one is like wait a sec. And there are like 255 small molecule drugs like which have anywhere between sales between like $1 million to 1 billion USD annual. So like I just need to figure out like which are these drugs, and like whenever any drug goes off patent, like Indian market is like totally generic market. So like all our top companies will start producing it. So like we just need to look at like which Indian companies are going to market this drug in upcoming years.
If we know the companies, it would be good, no?
Yes, like actually I need to like do some research on it. I will do it sir in 1 or 2 days and I will share it in the group.
अच्छा यार, if let us say you can explain, no, some थोड़ा कंपनी पता करने का, क्योंकि फार्मा तो
हाँ
इधर किसी को नहीं आता है, सच्ची बताता हूँ ना. देयर इज ओनली वन पर्सन whom we know, that is Lady, who understands decent bit of pharma. After that, next is Nemish only. So
yes sir, actually sir, like I am doing my masters M
ओ
Farm, so like I am familiar with the pharma thing.
पक्का सही है. Then you should do it
Okay.
next weekend.
Yes, yes.
नेक्स्ट वीकेंड सैटरडे के दिन ना, एक छोटा सा एक घंटा स्पेयर करके हमें कुछ फार्मा का समझा दो.
Okay sir.
हो जाएगा ना 7 दिन 6-7 दिन में
हाँ
एनालिसिस.
हाँ सर, हो जाएगा. Not an issue sir.
सही है. And you know the fundamentals and pharma companies also, no, anyway.
Yes, yes.
Do you think you can help us with the pharma sector? Because yes, 38% return is far hua hai, but all pharma companies have not moved the same way.
Yes, sir. Sir, I can like dwell into pharma as well as API companies because sir,
अच्छा.
like there are many API companies which are basically chemical companies, chemical producing companies,
Correct,
which
correct,
produce intermediates, key starting material, and all that, sir.
correct, correct. Perfect. If you
Yes.
can do that for us, it would be very nice.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, सही है. चलो. नेक्स्ट क्या है नेक्स्ट? ओके, इंडेक्सेस का ये हो जाएगा, सो वी विल नो
Sir, I think
जनवरी एंड।
Dino wants to speak up about certain
हाँ,
something.
करो करो डैनो, करो
Dino,
यार।
please come forward, no, talk now.
Yeah, yeah. Guys, am I audible?
यस यस, वेरी क्लियर।
So yeah, so I have some certain like I wouldn't say like expertise, but I am from like real estate sector. As in like I do like real estate like valuations for a top two bank. As in, so like basically the two things here is that like we are already under like there's a like real estate play which is like going on. So many like real estate companies like DLF, especially like Prestige, Godrej, and like Oberoi has like run up like anything. I would say even like stocks like DLF is like I wouldn't say like overvalued, but it is kind of like what is it? Uh, like no, it has like run up. So I have been like looking upon like some stocks like that hasn't like run up. I couldn't like find any until I actually saw this like storage estate like IPO. This was like listed in the like last 2 weeks, I think. So one particular thing which attracted me towards this particular stock is that it is like what is it pivoted towards like ultra luxury thing. Again, like real estate itself, we are seeing a luxury play. As in like I belong to real estate like valuation. For example, like if I do like 10 valuations a month, almost like 8 to 9 like valuations will be of some HNI like individual or a like luxury apartment or kind of a individual house and stuff. Uh, so I'll just like read out a few points actually.
Sure,
In yeah. So uh, every single developer from like DLF or even like Prestige, like Shobha, everyone is like increasing their like luxury footprint. So like that is like one thing. For example, only 40 to 50% of the like, overall supply was towards what is it value luxury or luxury in the last 2 years. But now in the newly launching projects or like upcoming projects, upwards of 60% of the carpet area is targeted towards ultra luxury, luxury, and like value luxury segment. Again, here I would say mm, this 60% is only like applicable to the listed real estate developers. So out of all the listed developers, 60% of their upcoming carpet area is purely luxury. So here, like, why is this like important? Is this, like storage estates is like particularly concentrated in like central and west Mumbai, where it is like gearing towards uh, catering towards only luxury segments. So here we have a huge opportunity because storage estates like fairly valued. Again, it listed at a like discount. Like for example, uh, like if we take like Mumbai like real estate itself, see it like this year 2023 like witnessed a 11-year high on like property registration. So after like 2013 like this year like we had seen the most number of registrations in like Mumbai market, and central and western constituted of like 75% of this registration. Again, see the estate is like particularly concentrated in this locality, and 57 percentage of this like registrations like more than like 1 crore, which is again value luxury and like luxury and ultra luxury. And the important point to notice like this is not like affected by like rate hike cycle or like rate down at all. It has like a different like demand of its own. And another point here is the demand for like affordable segment is like falling. So that is one thing. So like this is again a saying which is like very popular. There are like two kinds of India. So again, that is the thing. So now, if you're like talking about like Suraj Estates itself, see, currently 16 of their like upcoming projects, 70% are like targeted towards luxury segment only. And some good points about like Suraj Estate is because it is like heavily like asset light. They don't have like any assets at all. They don't own any piece of land. 97% of their like projects are like redevelopment projects. So they don't own any land. Like they don't mean they own some land, but like when you compare with like other like real estate developers, they own like very less assets here. So that is actually a good point, and they are like they have a good brand value like in terms of like redevelopment in a very particular, very small like micro market. You can either like see that as a huge opportunity or a huge risk because they are only like limited to that like small like locality. So it depends on like how you see it and what are the like opportunities here. The main thing is that uh, like they are like foraying into the Bandra area. So they have like one new project like upcoming and they have like 10,000 square meter of like vacant land in like Bandra. So like that is a very huge opportunity for them. And like they they also like operate at a huge operating margin level. See, they have a like OPM of about like 48, like 49 percentage, which is like quite good for a like real estate player. And uh, one risk here is that almost every single big like real estate player is like debt free, but these guys have like debt of I think their debt ratio is around like 7.8. So their main purpose of like this IPO was to like reduce the debt. So I think like we can like watch them for like maybe like 1 quarter and see. And I think like real estate will play out for at least another like 1 or 2 years here. So I think this may be a like, good opportunity here because almost every single like real estate company has like run up, and this is a completely like a newly listed stock. So yeah.
I have a couple of points just taken care. Uh,
Yes, sir.
Over the last 3 years, from the time of COVID, we have seen most of the real estate in the luxury and super luxury market play out. We have seen houses of 1100 crore being sold by, RK Damani bought 1100 crore house. And personally itself in Hyderabad, I have seen, like I've told many times, between the from the day COVID lockdown happened, that is 2020 March, till May of 2022, somewhere close to 240 listings have happened and they have been sold with average house cost with the cost of the property as somewhere around 20 crore. That is the sort of thing that has happened, exchanging hands continuously. This has happened. Now, what I've heard from the Prestige Group chair, MD, that is Mr. Razak and others, is that the inventory of earlier years is exhausted completely. They say they are telling they don't have any new inventory. Any revenues that can come from now on will be from the new launches, and that is why they're actively seeking newer, what do you call, lands and other things for development. But the problem is that the pricing of those new areas is also higher for them only, the cost that is going to come to them. So, first, won't the margins be impacted? That is one point. Second, yes, while we understand that the elite and the affluent class has increased in size, and yes, but still there is a limit to how many houses can be sold in that segment of 2, 3, 5, 10 crore and above. Uh, Just telling. Yes, interest rates will come down, so that will still aid in case people who are just below the elite class or even the affluent class who want to take those loans and then use to buy properties. Yes, that would work. But still, the matter of fact is, this space is way too organized now already. Way too organized. If you see the real estate players, there are a lot right now. How do you think this will evolve as we move forward? Because the cost of the new properties for the developers themselves is getting expensive. At the same time, there are so many number of properties only which each person can buy. Beyond that, what happens? Is it sustainable? That is my question.
Sir, like real estate is anyway, it's like a very, very volatile sector, sir. So it goes up and like comes down. So I think there is still some opportunity, as in like another, I would say another like 6 to 9 quarters where maybe when we are in the like middle of a like reducing like a rate cycle. So I feel like this is a what is it? We I mean the best time to like invest in like real estate was like in this March. Almost like every real estate player has like given like returns of like maybe like 1x or like a 0.5x. But uh, I would say here like we can focus on like asset light players or like players who are like less dependent on like new acquisitions, because like new acquisition costs are like through the roof.
Yeah.
There is like no land like anywhere for like cheaper price. So I would say we can like focus on like real estate companies which are like asset light or which predominantly target the lower middle. I mean, sorry, redevelopment projects or like developers like a DLF who already own a huge parcels of land, or even players like Anantraj. Anantraj, I had like invested in January when like Sarge was like suggesting it was only like 90 like 97 rupees. Now it is what it is like 3x now. It is like 300 and above. So, but they still have a huge piece of like land in like Delhi. So we can like still like uh, I would say I mean like I wouldn't say like we can get like multi-baggers here, but I think there is still some scope for some like very, very decent, maybe like 50 to like 80% returns in like some concentrated like luxury players. I mean, my personal pick would be like DLF and even some Prestige and this one like Suraj. Again, like Suraj, we have like very very less like information out. Like we'll have to like track for another like quarter at least. But I think this Suraj Estates like has good potential because of that piece of like land in like Bandra and there 16 upcoming projects, out of which again I'm like repeating 60 to 70% of their carpet area is catered towards like luxury. So I think like that is a good point to start with.
I've just posted some realty companies' returns across various time frames. If you see there, just to show it here, uh, from the top of the list, that companies that come in, Uber, and the top ones are the best, obviously, that they are there. Below Shobha, small the really smaller companies start. I'm not really sure how strong they are in terms of balance sheet and all that. I haven't seen through, so they'll all look like here and there type. तो डर लगता है थोड़ा उधर. Asiana Housing is one thing there. It is. I think Shameless still has spoken many times about it. It is into senior housing and it offers lot of scope. There is not much competition in the senior housing, is what I'm told. So that was another one. It is to.
Puravankara is good amongst the companies below Shobha.
Mhm,
Puravankara is one that we can watch out for. It has already run up too much, but
mhm.
there is scope.
I mean, 1 year returns is like 113%. 9 month
Sir,
return is 197% already.
Purvankara, I would actually avoid because like they are actually kind of like very richly valued when you compare with its peers in terms of even like market value to sales, and their projects are like not focused towards like the upper segment. They have like recently like launched a land layout in like Chennai, and it is not like very what is it? It is a huge project, and there is I mean there is like demand, but like it is not like selling like like pieces of cakes where like for example like DLF just like sold out that a flat in like South Delhi for like what is they started selling at like 40,000 per square feet, and they like ended these sales at like 1 lakh square feet. But Purvankara, I would like to avoid because like I mean there are like so many other better, stronger companies out there. So, like, but that's just my like opinion. So
JK, sorry, this infra, okay, वो infra में आएगा ये is ये है इसमें, but this one also, I don't know many of them. Shriram Properties is like been such a slow mover. 100 रुपए पे uh, है almost like for the last 2 3 years किधर गया वो.
Sriram is also again focused with the like lower to like upper middle class. They build like huge projects, 2,000, 3,000 units, but they specifically cater towards the lower end of the spectrum. So I mean,
Look at the 1 year returns here. I mean, most of the companies are somewhere in the 70, 80, 90, 100% range. That is why realty as a sector has done so very well in terms of index returns also that we saw earlier, no? That's why it has been the best. Now, will it repeat next time? I have no, I really don't know. I mean, where it will come through.
It's a
I
old
mean, I
timer.
think it will come the same
Like
repeat performance.
coming to infra, right? There are a lot of infra companies which are not performing well if you compare to real estate, right? Like real estate, in a sense, like GR Infra, NCC, Afcons, right? They have not performed. Do you
Yeah,
think any reason? Because their balance sheets are very good.
I know, but see, some of them have their own issues. See, GR Infra ran up way too much earlier, and now it is just consolidating for that. If you look at NCC, NCC is a politically exposed company. Okay, when Chandrababu Naidu was there, the company used to get projects left and right for everything. Then, when Chandrababu Naidu came off power in 2019, the new government, Jagan's government, put them in abeyance for many things. Even the projects for which they have completed, they were not paid. So it really took a toll on them for almost 2 to 2.5 years. I've just heard from other sources, so I can't vouch for everything. But after a lot of ministers interfering, a lot of consoling in terms of giving money, stuff, land, all those things,
Hmm.
then the government really went a little soft on them, and that is why they got their projects back. They got the money back. That is what pushed NCC from 53 rupees to 170. Okay. Now, yeah, it has moved from 53 rupees to 170. Now, the thing is, again, it is election time. Okay.
Hmm.
So everybody is a little apprehensive about taking a decision on one side or the other. They don't want to like play a specific party and get caught if they don't win. Like, for example, many companies in Hyderabad bet on TRS to come to power. They thought it is a normal continuation, no change and all. That's why if you see most of the GHMC seats, this I think 17 seats out of these were won by BRS only. BRS was strong in the city because everybody expected इतना infra development किया है, ORR, IRR ये सब कुछ किया है बोल के. But beyond this, in rural, nothing has been done, is what is coming out now. Now, I can't vouch for that also, but that is what is going on now. Now, so this is the reason why they lost in the villages and the hinterlands, while won in the cities and large towns, tier one, tier two towns. They won most of the seats. Now, if you see, so this will go on. Every election time is a real big problem to take
Hmm.
sides with politically exposed companies. So
No,
just
but GR Infra is there, right? Like
no,
its revenue
most infra
is constant. Yeah, yeah,
most
but obviously,
are like
right.
that.
Hmm.
कोई पॉलिटिकल पार्टी से एफिलिएटेड रहेंगे ही रहेंगे पक्का.
Hmm. Because they
Every
have to get projects end of the day. Like,
correct,
wo
correct,
party is the one going to give them
correct,
projects.
correct. Because this one, what do you call, ये इरिगेशन प्रोजेक्ट्स रहेंगे, ठीक है, वो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट अलॉट करता है. सो यू कांट जस्ट just say that ये ठीक रहेगा, ये करेगा, वो सब करके.
No, but GR Infra is consolidated for 2 years now, so that's why, like, is it a good time to enter or not? Is because is
इट इज
like
स्पेसिफिक उतना टीए देखना पड़ेगा, बट रियली
FA wise, like balance sheets has been good for GR Infra, but I don't know why it has not performed. Like, if you see more than 10x revenue in the last 5, 6, like 7 years.
yeah.
So TTM, like even TTM is good.
No. See, this is company specific. What I'm telling about is
Yeah,
general.
it's a sector. Yeah.
Yeah, as a sector in during this election time. That's what I'm telling. During the election
Right.
time, just don't be very, you know, side taking with the infra related companies, because anything can happen. and then it becomes really bad to even get rid of it. I've seen many companies go off like that. One second, infra में क्या है देखता हूँ infrastructure. Let's just see the performance. What has happened? Wait. ठीक है. infra में यही आ रहा है. ठीक है.
Because I've been holding a position in GR Infra, but it hasn't moved. So I thought like maybe yeah, politically thing is correct, but apart from that, I didn't find anything wrong with their like financials.
Most companies are like that. Most companies in infra, you won't find any problem till this PEP thing, PEC, politically exposed company, politically exposed person, they get resolved. Now, if you see here, L&T has done very well. 1 year return has been around 67%. GMR Airport 104, Rail Vikas 429, 164, Ircon 184, NCC is 102. Techno Electric is 151, Man Infra is 194, ISDEC is 105. So there have been companies that have done very well even in infra also. Not like Neiwa. Now,
Right, no, as in some, even though they don't have like GMR, right? Its balance sheet is not that great. Like,
exactly the same thing that I was telling Revolt also. The bad by Revolt. See what he told me when I told him to buy and keep it. He was telling me that ये balance sheet negative है, ये है everything, which I agree
hmm,
totally. But we are not buying for what is there in the past, no.
hmm,
We are buying for what will come in the future.
future, right?
So there is airport business, which is a steady source of revenue.
Hmm,
They also got some new airport for which the tariff user development fee has been fixed now.
hmm.
Now, if you see the balance sheet, yes, it is getting better. Time lagega, sab jagenge. Now, Switzerland also took time, no? Because these balance sheets were destroyed not today, but over the last 10 years.
Hmm. No, but even the valuation then becomes a question, right? Because it will get better over the 10 years, but are they going to give the same growth over the next 10 years is the question, right? Because I like current valuation seems expensive for them, right?
If that is the case, the first stock that has supposed to tank is BHEL. Okay.
No, yeah, as in because
No, no,
in
no,
general, I'm talking about the
not
valuation
because
of the
of not
overall
because of
market.
that.
I feel it absurd at this point of time
Yeah.
of a lot of companies.
Yes, yes, absolutely. Capital goods and infrastructure space which are combined together. For example, take the case of ABB or Thermax and things like that. ABB is also terribly overpriced at 4675. Really too much. Just let me post this. 1 second. I'm bringing some data to look for
No,
that.
because I remember about this, right? Like in that, like what was that stock? I forgot. Like in chemical sector, you told about OPEX. They increase their capex and like capacity, and that has led to the increase in market cap. Like since their production capacity, that's a big like large cap. I'm forgetting the name here,
SRF,
but
no?
SRF, yes.
Huh.
So nothing has happened, anything of that sort with these companies, right? Underlying,
No, this is an order book basis, no?
right?
That is what, see, each company has a variable that they do on their own. In these companies, it is order book. Stocks have moved based on order book. Why do you think Titagar wagon has moved from 150 rupees, whatever, to 1050? Because it's like every day they are producing some new Vande Bharat train like that people have made out.
Hmm.
Okay. But you also have to understand that they have a restriction on production. They don't just put train wagons out. There are other things also that they do. So they have to balance the product mix in such a way that they can cater to the higher margin segment first. Okay. So because management said that they will rebalance their lines, that is why market gave a higher price. Now, if let us say they have got 350 train order, these 350 train orders have to be executed over the next 5-year period. So at the end of first year, if 1/5 of that order is not completed, then market is going to cut the EPS for it. Yes,
Right.
cut the EPS if they are not going to execute the order. Second part, if they execute the order but it becomes accounts receivable and not cash in hand, then it becomes far worse for them because now their working capital becomes tight. When their working capital becomes tight, they will have to borrow more for short term purpose. Once they do that, the interest cost rises. Once the interest cost rises, automatically the net profit margin takes a hit, which means the EPS will go down. That means the stock will take a tumble automatically. You see how they are wonderfully linked, all of them, in a chain going through. It's a cycle. That is why I tell, if you are buying based on order intake, then you should cut it out at the point where you think you have made good returns. Why? Because execution is a discounting factor. Order intake is an accumulating factor. You get my point?
Yep, yep.
So once as they start executing, then the pressure is there on the sales team to replenish that order again. Now, ये साल 400 वंदे भारत ट्रेन दिया है, इसका मतलब नहीं कि अगले साल 400 आएंगे ना.
Correct. As in, yeah, obviously, not sufficient rail tracks also to accommodate.
Correct. So all those things come into picture. This used to happen in wind. Again, I go back to this because renewable energy, I've spent a lot of time consulting so many companies. I've any PE who wanted to put a wind power plant over the last 7-8 years. I've told them very clearly these are the limitations that exist. What happens is it's easy for you to put a turbine. Okay, you just go to the OEM, उसको बोलो कि मुझे एक 1.6 या 2 मेगावाट का टर्बाइन चाहिए इस पे. तो बोलेगा तुम्हारे पास इतना लैंड है क्या? तुम बोलोगे यस, कैप्टिव यूज के लिए यूज करना है. सो ओके, ग्रेट. You are using it for captive purpose because you're a textile company or a company that needs reliable power consistently. Then it works great. But if you are the type who are putting it for investment, that means you're going to do wheeling and banking with the electricity that is going to be generated. Then the problem comes there. Why? Because you are not going to have sufficient number of bays in the transformer to connect your turbine there. Okay. When you don't have sufficient base of the 400 kVA that you need 400 kVA substation. In those 400 kVA substation, your transformers will have something like 8 bays. That means 8 turbine lines will go and sit there. Now you become the ninth in that place and there is no slot. What will you do? Then the electricity board will do load shedding. How they will do? पहले आपका निकालेंगे मंडे के दिन, ट्यूसडे के दिन आपके बाजू वाले का निकालेंगे और आपको देंगे वो कनेक्शन. वेडनेसडे तीसरे वाले का निकाल के देके आपके बाजू वाले को देंगे. ऐसा इट्स अ राउंड रॉबिन म्यूजिकल चेयर बिजनेस.
Right.
And you have to remember that wind runs only between April to September of every year. So in those 6 months, if you are doing this round robin, you're not going to generate the 54 million units that you need for you to get an IRR of 16%. So that's when you start taking hit on your investment. This has been going on across wind sites. We don't have enough 400 kVA substations to connect the wind power that is coming online. Okay.
Okay.
The same thing will happen now. ट्रेन पे ट्रेन दिए जा रहे हैं, पर ट्रैक किधर है?
Correct.
ट्रैक का ऑर्डर भी आना चाहिए ना कहीं तो भी.
Right.
Now you can say railway पे आपने हिस्सा ही नहीं लिया. No, I went the other route. Yes, I missed the train. I missed the railway thing because yes, I didn't fully understand this. Totally agree. So what I did, the next best thing, safety of railways. कवच सिस्टम था, ठीक है, उसके लिए HBL पावर लिया. Now that gave decent return. ठीक है, टीटागढ़ जैसा 10 गुना दिया नहीं, 8-9 गुना दिया नहीं, तो ठीक है, 80 पे लिया है, अभी 450 हुआ है. 5.5-6 times is still reasonable, but you have to understand the scope is still there. There is no, see, there are only totally 3 companies in India which can even come close to doing the kavach system for railways. Okay, the total laid kilometers of railways is 68,500 crore now. 68,500 kilometers. Of which 2,150 kilometers is only done completely kavach system right now. 2150.
Yeah, it's 1 or 2% of the entire.
So you tell me what is the scope of it?
Yes.
Yeah, there is no competition because the first one is HPL power. The second one is that Kernex systems, micro Kernex systems jo hai. Then the third and the very small portion, 8% of their business is of KEI International is in railways. KEI. So that's a very small player. उसको बाजू हटा ही दो क्योंकि they are not interested in this play at all. So HPL Power stands as the real true beneficiary if government decides to go with Kavach system.
Right.
Because there is only one company and it might look like if they put a tender out, then only HBL will bid. Government recently allowed foreign companies also to bid for that tenders. So Siemens is going to bid for it. So now you have
Okay.
two players. Now it is a welcome move. Why we shouldn't think that HBL ka order intake come ho jayega, because HBL is doing less around 2000 crore worth of orders only. उसके पास अगर लिया तो भी करने के लिए नहीं है. You get my point?
Yep.
हाँ, ऑर्डर इनटेक लेके क्या करोगे व्हेन योर सेल्स इज ओनली 2000 करोड़? कुछ फायदा नहीं है. So if Siemens comes in, then what happens? They will push and lobby for the government to do more and more orders. That demand will help HPL improve their capacity then.
Exactly.
You understand? See,
Yep.
if I'm getting 300 crore worth of orders and my average revenue run rate is 100 crore, that means I have a visibility of 3-year revenue. Okay?
Right.
Unless I have a visibility of a 6-year revenue or double the worth of orders in the 3-year period, I am not going to double my capacity. Right? Make sense? Exactly the point. Siemens coming in is actually good because they are a large player. They will push the government to give more allotment rather than the usual 100 150 kilometer track. Instead of that, they can do 1000 to 2000 to 4000 kilometer like that per year. Out of that 4000 kilometer, if HBL gets even 50% or let us say 30% also, it's still making good money. 1 kilometer of Kavach system costs 15 lakh rupees, 50 lakh rupees.
Okay.
Okay, that is how it is. The calculation, simple calculation. So 3000 kilometers per year is itself is roughly 1500 crore of revenue. Okay.
Yep.
That 1500 crore revenue is equal to the current annual revenue of HBL Power. Now this includes other batteries and other systems that they do. वो भी है, electronics है उसके पास, अलग सा है.
अच्छा, more than okay.
हाँ,
That.
electric mobility is there. They do drivetrain kits and all that. They are contributing in defense also. They have batteries for submarines, aircraft carriers, and all that. So there is revenue coming from the other streams also. Okay.
Got it.
So a 1500 crore only from Kavach will double the revenue of HBL Power from the current 1700 crore to 3000 crore. And we are talking about HBL getting 3000 crore only.
Right, and not as in just a fraction of it. Yeah.
हाँ, 3000 किलोमीटर आ गया तो बस है उसमें. So
Got it.
that is how I'm looking at opportunity. Okay.
You remember the last time I asked you, like few of the session was in March, and that's when the Burland started, March to 2023. Like that time the funda was right. You said that now the growth is stopping. Like as in, I asked about access growth opportunities, and that played out very good. Like since I continued right the SIP in it, at least that gave decent XIRR.
That's what I'm telling. If to everybody here, I'm telling one thing. Whenever somebody asks you, yes, stock dekho, wo stock dekho, please don't open screener and then say, "Arey EPS iska itna hai." Okay. Why? Because what you are seeing is the past. But when you're investing today or taking a position today, you have to look at the future. That is a forward EPS. तो थोड़ा थोड़ा स्टोरी पता करो कि कंपनी करता क्या है, इसमें आ रहा है कि नहीं, वो पता करो. Okay, so these are very essential. You have to give a story and a conviction to that story to believe and to invest and to hold. That is the only way to get it. And nobody knows if it's a multi-bagger or not when you're investing. You will know only in hindsight if the thesis or the story that you're planned for has played out. Only when it plays out, you will get to know it. नहीं तो नहीं होगा.
Yep.
तो ऐसा ही है बस. So infrastructure, yes, it can play out. Why? Because order execution remains a key thing for all the orders that have come over the last 1.5 year. 18 months of order. I believe Nimish and I first discussed this in April 2022. Hi, Nimish? April sometime we did. We looked at all the infrastructure companies, capital goods, and everything, and then we said, from now, capital goods will run like anything. That time, ABB was at 2800. L&T, I think, was somewhere around 1400 or something. Those were the prices. But since then, they have really moved. L&T is at 3500. The buyback price of L&T was 3200. Do you know that? Buyback price was 32, and they announced this buyback price of 32 when L&T was at 2750. So from 2750, L&T has crossed over to 3600 already. You see there, see the 6-month return of L&T. It is 46%. 9-month return is 64%.
Yeah,
That is
six
how
nine
good.
months returns I'm not even seeing, because like whatever you open up, hardly few companies are there which haven't given returns.
Correct. See, again, you have to take it with a pinch of salt, because why 9-month returns are a misnomer, I'll tell you. If you look at 1-year returns, then it will be from January to December, whereas most stocks hit their bottom in March. So if you take a 9-month look at the returns, you're going to get from the lowest point to the highest point in December when the indices hit highs. So instead of the 9-month returns, if you do a 1-year return, then what will happen? You will see the fall from Jan to March completely, and coming back from that low of March back to almost highs by June, and then continuing that trend. So technically, if you look at the first 5-month returns, if it is zero or closer to zero, it means that the company has recovered very well. Very well. Hmm. See, Warren says that IT has been the only sector index with a positive average return. No, yeah, yeah. Historical trends say that Jan is not the good month for stocks in general, which are part of indices. So I'm assuming that would be large and mid cap stocks of specific sectors, as most small cap and micro cap won't be part of the sectoral index. Yeah, kind of true. So, see, January is technically not really great month for anything that you want to consider. So, if you want to go a little easy on it, you look at it. There are 17 years of Nifty 50 returns in there. You will find 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, only 6 years positive out of the 17 years. Out of the last 8, 6 have been negative for Nifty 50. So, you have to take it with a pinch of salt and see how you are positioned for this year. Yeah. Now, another sector that is really an underdog and not done very well, which could see a revival in 2024, is the chemicals. Yeah, it comes in many parts. They are spread out. Everything is so here and there. But still, as a matter of fact, let me just point out by market cap to see. Don't take 1 second. Don't consider the first one here, which is Asian Paints, that will show up. The reason being that Asian Paints is sitting in chemicals paints as an industry. So it still will be that. Just take a look at this chemical part. Only in recent times, some of them have recovered well. For example, fertilizers have done very well. Mind you on that part. Fertilizers have been crazy. For example, fact is for 9-month period is up 290%. And for 2-year period is up 557%. So those are some crazy returns. But if you put those on the side, if you look at the rest of the 1-year returns, Asian Paints 9.2, Pidilite 4.1, SRF 8.9, PI Industries 2.8, uh, Aarti Industries 6.3, Clean Science and Technology 4.8, single digit numbers, all that are there. Alkalamains minus 4.2, Ether Industries 5, Balaji means minus 1.4. So there are some very good companies of the past that have done great, which have given single digit or negative returns over this year. UPL alone remains one of those anomalies. Don't take it into consideration because it has its own set of issues. If you ask me anytime, don't invest in UPL is a simple thing that I can say, nothing more. At the most, if the flow comes in, it could go to 700 rupees, but beyond that is a very difficult thing. It has its own issues of debt, promoters lack of interest in the company, and the interest to sell the company to somebody and get out of this business. That's those are there. There are some points hanging over there. But if you look at it, see the paint industry, Asian Paints, Berger Paints. You look at those 6 month returns, hardly worthwhile. Anything if you have to say. 2 year returns of Berger Paints is negative 3.6. 3 year returns is minus 2.4. Kansai Nerolac, if you look at it, 2 year returns is minus 12.8, 3 year returns is minus 13.4. All this while, crude has fallen from 110 to 70. Okay, negative returns at a time when the crude has fallen still. So it's a little surprising to say the fact. So there are all these things. If you look at Sumitomo Chemicals, Navin Fluorine, well-known company, Vinati Organics, well-known company, well-held company across so many fund houses, so many investors and everything. Himadri Chemicals remains one of those outstanding ones that really caught up. Uh, when the results were declared for in September or sometime, the stock was tottering at 144, and from there, God alone knows it has just rocketed off to 310. So it has worked very well for Himadri Specialty, but many other companies have not done much at all. There is scope for improvement in this segment, barring fertilizers will probably go into a little saturated state of the usual 10, 15, 20, 25% probably could come, but beyond that there is scope for a lot. Take Tata Chemicals for example, still undervalued. Of course it is soda ash and it is a commodity chemical subjected to global price fluctuations, so it will be volatile, but I think Tata Chemicals deserves a 1500 rupee spot at least. 1500 rupees is reasonable for Tata Chemical. Deepak Nitrite is catching along now very well. It has signed up a 15-year contract or something like that for supply. So people have started taking long-term contracts to safeguard the revenues and not give too much importance to price and margins at this point in time. पहला पहला रेवेन्यू आना है, उसके बाद मार्जिन आएगा, उसके बाद मार्जिन प्राइसिंग पावर आएगा. So everything takes time. Chemicals will come back to that stage. Solar industries, it's one of those anomalies that have done very well. बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट हुआ, 9 लोग मर गए, स्टॉक ऊपर गया, क्या करें अभी हम. ऐसा है सिचुएशन. 9 people died in the recent bomb blast. Now same type of fire happened in Deepak Nitrite. Stock fell from 2200 to 1850. किस्मत है तो क्या करें. So these are the things. This is one real sector that could do very well in the coming year. So keep it in hand. I think next 1.5 year could see the rise of this one as a very good sector. Just as a point, since we looked at what moved already, one sector that I need to bring to notice and which really did well is the capital goods. We discussed already, but just take a look at what has happened in the capital goods space. These are mind-boggling returns if you were to look at it. Really mind-boggling for some of them. Do they deserve? We don't know, but this is the part. See these numbers, how they are. Smart meter देखेंगे, but just you see the 1 year returns. Hindustan Aeronautics 123, Bharat Electronics 86, ABB India 74. ABB is not a small price stock. It is 4,600 company and it has moved 74% this year. Apar Industries 243, Suzlon, okay, small company, ठीक है. Inox Wind 355. Look at BML 92%. Graphite India 111. Big numbers there. Elecon Engineering 145%. Action Construction 109 sorry, not 109, 177%. Schneider Electric 155. Engineers India 121. Engineers India is a PSU, right? So even then it has done very well. Ion Exchange, Vesuvius India. You see all these companies, irrespective of the price where they're standing in thousands or whatever, People have found value, people have seen the order books coming through, and people have moved into them. That is how they have done very well. On the other hand, you see the consumer durables related type, or the other side of it. Like for example, take the case of Havells. What has happened? Havells has given pathetic returns over a 2 year period. It's down 2%, has not gone anywhere. Hitachi Energy, if you look at it, on the other hand, it has done its own stuff. Each one to his own. So, is there a method to this madness? Very difficult to tell. But still, what you see is this complete section of capital goods has moved as a whole together. This year has last 18 months to 2 years have been the best time for capital goods, and anybody who had money in here would have made plenty of returns. Look at APAR Industries over a 2 year period, 689%. 689% for a 2 year return of a capital goods company. 3 year return is 1621%. The stock is at 6,000 rupees now. Okay. Now it's up to people to see and decide कि क्या चल रहा है क्या नहीं चल रहा है. That's why. So any spaces that you think that hasn't done very well, leave banks. Banks तो सबको पता है. Everybody has realized that banks haven't done well. Autos have done well. Then what else has not done well? थोड़ा देखेंगे. Anybody has any specific sector that you want to talk about? Consumer durables. Let's have a look at that one. How it has done consumer durables. Okay. Now another subdued performance, to say the least, would be the
Sir,
right.
can we talk about EMS?
EMS क्या नहीं the specific है ना. EMS is not a sector. Sector चाहिए अपने. Sector में थोड़ा easy रहेगा. See here, consumer durables. You see the 1 year returns. Dixon तो साइड पे रखो. Honeywell कुछ नहीं है. Voltas okay 22 will do. Crompton nothing. Blue Star ठीक है. Whirlpool कुछ नहीं है. तेजस नेटवर्क भगवान जाने क्यों चल रहा है, वो क्या चल रहा है अपने. बजाज इलेक्ट्रिकल्स नहीं है. टीटीके प्रेस्टीज नहीं है. दैट मीन्स these are basic appliances that have not seen any progress in the stock price. Symphony नहीं है. Orient Electric नहीं है. Borosel नहीं है. Understood? These are all. IFB Industries नहीं है कुछ भी. Johnson Controls Hitachi नहीं है. Butterfly Gandhimati, which is one of the top selling products across many SKUs, is down 33% for the year. And this was bought over by Crompton Greaves recently. Stowcraft नहीं है. So you have to understand, ये जो appliances regular middle class use करने वाली चीज. I'm telling middle class for the reason because I'm not expecting all these cooktops tops to be bought over by rich people and all. They are doing other stuff, whatever they want. But Stowcraft, TTK Prestige, these are all common products, consumer durables, which have not seen any traction in 1 year. What does this tell you? What does this indicate?
Middle classes hit, or they bought in COVID. Don't know.
उसके बाद
Inflation has an impact on this now. That's one big leading reason.
Salaries have not increased.
Inflationary reasons are there, interest rate reasons are there as well. But all that should basically turn in the year to come. Which is why also FMCG should also get a good kick up.
The problem I have is not with FMCG. FMCG inflation come hoga, so raw material cost and all that they'll be able to pass on, so they'll make it. But the problem I'm having is with this domestic appliance. Let me make it more shorter so that we can see. 1 second. ये देखो, this is a better view than being confused with so many things. ये देखो, ये look at the 4 साल लेते हैं ताकि we'll cover COVID also and then put for it. See this return. See these things now. ज्यादातर रिटर्न नेगेटिव दिखाई दे रहा है. वन या पीजी इलेक्ट्रोप्लास्ट थोड़ा पॉजिटिव है, ठीक है. एम्बर 1 year में ठीक है, बट 2 year रिटर्न ऑफ एम्बर इज -6.1 एंड इट इज अ कॉन्ट्रैक्ट मैन्युफैक्चरर. इट डजंट इवन केयर हु इट इज मैन्युफैक्चरिंग फॉर, बट हैज नॉट डन एनीथिंग. Air conditioners, you see, Volta's 2 year is negative 18.6, whereas Blue Star is 86.7. Strange, no? When you look at that way. Singer India, sewing machine chala, 90.5% return in 2 years. 90.5, huh? कुकर हॉकिंस कुकर नहीं चला देखो 26% इन 2 years. क्या खरीद रहे हैं लोग? बटरफ्लाई गांधीमती नहीं चला है, टीटी के प्रेस्टीज नहीं चला है, 2 year रिटर्न्स आर नेगेटिव. आई थिंक समवेयर that cycle of buying these things has completed as of 2022-23, and now it might come back in 2024 is my thought process. Anybody wants to share, please? We could discuss these things. These
I
are
mean, this is a slightly contrarian view, and I don't think. I mean, just putting it out there, thinking out loud, really. It's also possibly because lot of capital goods are now coming into the market, which are not or listed companies which the middle class wants to buy because they're at a much cheaper price point than the reliable Hawkins or Voltas. So that could be one possible reason. Because when we go to the market, right, if we step out anywhere to any place and you see the whole range of different capital goods, be it chroma and all that, it's not. There are many new players in the market that are very small and not listed obviously anywhere, and they offer very cheap price point products. And I think the consumer's fickleness has gone to a place where the consumer wants it cheap more than long-standing durable increasingly. That shift in mentality could be one potential reason. I don't know, just thinking out loud.
Also, online platforms are there, na? They are making it easy for these goods to be shipped.
Correct. So
That's
the
the
reach
thing
for
that
a new company coming into the market becomes the customer acquisition and the access point becomes very easy for a new company coming in. If they can price themselves competitively and give a product that is decent enough that can sustain X amount of tenure in someone's house, they kind of crack it then. Because if you look at good ACs of these good reputed brands, they are, I think, 10-15% higher than cheaper variants of new age companies coming into the market.
possible. Mm. So don't you? So do you think, or you don't think that 2024 could be a little changeover for this because there is value now to be found in these companies? 2 years से अगर कहीं नहीं हिले है, बट ईपीएस बड़ा है, तो इसका मतलब क्या हुआ? Like earlier he told, na, Bajaj Finance EPS moved from 73 rupees to almost 216 something, but the stock price has not gone anywhere. Second, let me just open up. Bajaj Finance EPS went from 73 rupees to 216, correct. 216 over a 3 year period. I won't say even 3 year, yeah, kind of 2.5 year period. 216. That is an impressive growth. But stock price has not gone anywhere for 2 years, no? कहीं नहीं गया because the Bajaj Finance was at 7,800 in October 2021. अभी तो सिर्फ ये है 7,300 400 के आसपास है. So it is lower than that over a 2 year period. So do we consider that there is value here, or do we give more weightage to the what RBI has been telling that your consumer loan book of most NBFCs is a problem and the chance of getting hit are very high. So please start providing. So because of that, the capital becomes less for these companies to lend. So that is why the growth now drops. Is that the way we look at it? Huh? Just telling here. Now look at it. Bajaj Finance on a comparison basis. It's at a 34p, 7 times price to book, feeling more expensive than most companies. But still, who is clocking those growth, AUM growth of 30% or 27 to 29? That is what they are clocking now. They used to clock 32 to 35 earlier. They are down in a band between now 27 to 29. So, do you think Bajaj Finance will have no growth possible? EPS तो चल रहा है, पर stock price नहीं चल रहा है. So, is there value here or no? That is one part. Second, if you look at other companies also, for example, the earlier one that I posted, now capital goods, electric equipment I posted. Now this we saw again and again. Now लाइटिंग का कंपनी वगैरह भी होंगे, इधर उधर छोटे मोटे इलेक्ट्रिक कंपनी, स्मार्ट मीटर वगैरह, स्विच गियर वगैरह, छोटे छोटे प्रोडक्ट जो भी है, there are many companies in this space. Now if you look at transformers and rectifiers India, this returns over a 9 month period are 308. One would be surprised thinking कि क्या करता है कि तीन इतने तीन 3 times it multiply. उतना क्या हुआ, ऑर्डर बुक आया, दैट इज द ओनली थिंग पॉसिबल बिकॉज कैपेक्स तो उतना बड़ा नहीं होगा, 6 महीने के अंदर इतना कैपेक्स कहाँ से आता है? एंड ऑल्सो दीज इलेक्ट्रिकल कंपनीज डोंट नीड दैट मच कैपेक्स ऑल्सो, तो छोटा मोटा इधर उधर करके निकल जाता है. HP इलेक्ट्रिक इफ यू लुक एट इट, 9 month return of HP electric is 204 rupees, 204%, sorry. This is also based on smart meter. चले गया ना ये सब. All these have more based on order books, not on revenues. So kindly remember that you will find their price to earnings and price to book very high right now. So if you are looking at a FY25 or an FY26, only then you will find it reasonable. Now, in that scenario, comparing these things, don't you think that Prestige, TTK Prestige, or a what do you call Stowcraft or such things are cheaper at this point in time? Is my question. Because they offer margin of safety. That's the way I'm looking at it. If I'm comparing a stock for FY26 EPS, two stocks, FY26 EPS देख के मैं अगर आज पैसे लगाने जाऊं, तो I'm definitely going to prefer a stock that has not given any returns over the last 2 years, but has still showed financial growth, as compared to a stock that has showed tremendous stock price movement, but based on order book only. Yes or no? Does it make sense or no?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
This is what my question is, and that is why I shared that sheet so that we can find pockets in
Mm.
industries, not necessarily in sectors. Sectors में पकड़ना मुश्किल हो सकता है. Industries में चाहिए. Industries में we should look at pockets where it is undervalued, and doesn't matter even if we take a tactical allocation of 3 companies in that. For example, if you do a Butterfly, Gandhimati, Prestige, and Stowcraft together, it could work.
Mm. एक चीज मैं ऐड करना चाहूंगा. I don't know how relevant this will be. I was reading BlackRock's report, जो आउटलुक का रिपोर्ट है. They were telling that US का वो लोग बोल रहे थे that the banks that are present there that have become averse to risk right now. So the small financing companies or the microfinance companies that exist there have an advantage as to fill the void. Do you think the same can happen going like maybe going forward into the next year? Like maybe like second half of this year, 20, because the NPS will start showing up in the books, right?
Yes and no, two parts. If there is demand, the demand in the sense economic demand, economic activity in the country, if it is persisting, then what will happen is credit growth will continue. When
Hello,
credit growth
guys.
continue,
Hmm.
when credit growth continues, what will happen?
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, excellent. We can hear your voice. Now, when the
What are
credit
we
growth,
doing here? What is this?
can you give me 2 minutes? I'll wrap up, then you can talk.
Okay.
Thank you. So when the credit earlier I explained about the financial thing, right? Wherein in 10, when you've given loan to 10 people, if 4 are defaulting, then the ratio is 40% loan book gone bad. Correct?
Right.
Now, if the economic activity improves and your loan growth is such that you are able to give it to 25 people now, in the 25 people,
Mm-hmm.
the new 15 are the people to whom you gave loan right now. So immediately they won't default, no?
No, no, no.
So when they don't default, now what happens to your loan book? What happens to the ratio? 4 defaults out of 25 is what it will show, correct?
Right, right.
That is how it works. So if economic activity is there, GNPS and NPS won't show up so fast.
Okay,
The
I see.
ratio of increase of the loan book versus the ratio of increase of the NPS, that will be very different. Loan book both fast बढ़ता जाएगा. Loan book is growing at the rate of 20, 21, 22%, whereas the NPS are growing at a
Hmm.
rate of 2, 3, 4%.
Okay.
That is how you cover the NPAs with a higher credit growth. Higher credit growth will come when there is higher economic activity. Higher economic activity is a function of two things. One, money available in the system. Second, demand. Okay. So when interest rates fall, money becomes available. Whereas if the demand doesn't pick up, even low interest rates don't make any sense. No,
Nope.
that is what can what do you call evolve over the next 12-month period, which needs to be seen.
Okay, so it is like a far-fetched thing that might
हाँ एनपीएस की वजह
have
से
to
बुक
wait and
गेटिंग हिट.
watch.
हाँ, इन एनपीएस की वजह से बुक्स गेटिंग हिट is not yet on the anvil. PSBs at this
Yeah,
point.
I asked this
Honestly,
question.
huh?
Please continue.
No. PSBs are in the best of health. I think earlier they showed, 1 second, where was the 3.2% wala? Wait, the finance minister. Huh. This was a good thing that
Right.
Nitin Kamath had posted. So I am reposting here in investing. If you see, when the government announced the recent updates, they had said that the 3.2% is the total gross NPA of all private sector banks. This is actually very good. 3.2%. Their
Hmm.
tier 1 capital is up, and right now nobody is less than the 12.2% requirement. The stress test has shown that every PSB right now will be about 12.2%. So that means they are ready to bear if any NPS come about. At the same time, they are geared to give capital if the demand comes about. They are prepared both ways.
Okay,
So
I
you need
see.
to look at it that way.
Hmm.
Make sense or no? It doesn't make sense.
Yes, 100%. Because I have this question because last year we have seen like left and right loan distribution, which you shared, I think,
Huh,
somewhere in October or some time there.
correct. That is
Um,
why RBI
yeah.
has said that छोटे लोन कंज्यूमर लोन में थोड़ा ज्यादा तगड़ा प्रोविजनिंग करो. That is the reason why
Ah,
Paytm has reduced its loan ticket size, has reduced its loan giving thing for ticket size less than 50,000 rupees now. You know that Paytm stock fell from 8 900 rupees to 650 because they will now lose a large part of what do you call loan book. Though it is not their loan book, it is a co-originated only situation for them. They will still lose a large part of the loan book because they're vacating the space where ticket sizes are less than 50,000 because the defaults that are happening in that segment are large. Paytm wanted a
mm,
foothold in the loan in this industry, and that is why it used to give a ticket size of 3 4 5 करते करते 20 25 30 35 हजार तक आ गए थे. अभी जब 50,000 टच हो गए, then they started telling that we have made losses in the smaller ticket sizes because recovery is very tough for them. So इसीलिए हमने वो छोड़ रहे हैं वो business. We are now moving up to the ticket size between 75,000 and 3,50,000. That is what they are looking at now.
okay.
So this is how it is. So everybody is moving up the ticket size. That means when do you move up ticket size? When you are moving away from retail into SME, MSME, or big, small and mid caps.
Right.
That is what it is. What does it mean? Retail book is converting into corporate book now.
Acha.
That is the transition that happens. And this cycle keeps repeating.
Hmm. Yeah. We saw that with ICICI Bank.
Huh. So that is how it is. So this is how you have to understand banking.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Right.
OT, can we have a look at bearing sector?
Eight second bearings. Na? Give me 1 second. I'll get out the data. Then we'll look at it. Uh, bearings, automobile bearings. Okay, right. Bearings, BEARINGS. Ah, okay, this one, there has been considerable movement also. Auto sector has done very well, obviously, this year because it is given 45% returns as a sector. But even if you look at the ancillaries that have been associated, they have done very well. Look at this part. See the 1 year returns, more or less, all of them are positive. Yes, SKF is small in terms of return, but still, if you look at a 2 year return, everyone is double digit at least, if not triple digit. And 3 year returns are like killing. Vishal Bearings 853%. What is that? Galaxy Bearings 735%. Let me do by market cap. Thoda easy rahega. 1 second. Doesn't should not matter, but still. Haan. This is much better to indicate. Use this one then. Mm, कौन सा देखना है? Means we are looking at SKF because it's 1 second.
Yeah, SKF, Timken.
SKF Timken, correct. Huh? So basically, the large ones in here which have not delivered any returns over a 1 year period, those are the only two left. Correct, na?
Yes.
SKF. ये हर्षा वगैरह चले गए क्या? नहीं देख रहे उसको? One second. Let me bring out the peer comparison for all of them. Huh. Okay. Peer comparison now. Bearing sector company. Either. See, this is how they are stacked right now. Price to anyway, price to books and all are like humongous. Everything is up, so you can't really say much. On the ROEs, at least SKF is much better, really strong at 24 and 34, 35. But net profit margin is still on the lower side for SKF and NRB. The others are all really strong. If you look at DuPont also, Scheffler is much better on 28, and next is SKF only, obviously, but others are really the. See, everybody knows DuPont by now, but you have to remember that DuPont is a combination of three factors. So, if the DuPont ROE is not higher because of equity multiple, which is the third part of the three variable system of DuPont, then that means it is a good company. I mean, that's how you would look at it. First is operating leverage, next is asset turnover, third is equity multiplier. Those are the three components of a DuPont ROE. So, if it is not equity multiplier, that means not because of fundraising that this has got such a boost, then it's a good company to look at. That is how you look at it. If you see the ROE percentage which is there next to debt versus the DuPont ROE, you will find that Schaeffler is more or less in line. Line means 20 में 22, 28 उधर है. Whereas if you look at Timken is showing 21 ROE here, whereas actual DuPont ROE shows up 5.19. That's how you would look at it as for comparison purpose. If you look at NRB bearings, here ROE is showing like 16 or so, whereas actually there it is 4.9. So each one to his own. How you want to work with numbers, that is your choice. If you look at SKP bearing, their ROE is showing 44 here, but is 0.80 in DuPont. So some things you don't want to, just go by one thing, use a redundancy to check some other factors of how the company is doing well or not and all that. Of course, every company here would be strong. SKP ऐसा नहीं बोल रहा हूँ कि फालतू कंपनी ये सब नहीं, बिकॉज प्रमोटर होल्डिंग है, DI होल्डिंग थोड़ा बहुत है, बट वेरी स्मॉल एंड ऑल दैट. But still, the company is there, it is doing decently well. रहने दो, देखेंगे ऐसा. Each one to his own again. You have to make your choice. Chota company hai, they are doing like 50 crore sales, are not really much, but still it is valued that way. So debt dekho, NRB Bearings ka debt is almost half of its net worth. 306 crore on a 670 crore net worth. Not really great to look at in just in case if something goes to hell. Uh, Touch and go type. That is how it will look like. But anyway, again, each one depending upon the conviction that you have. If you think that the company is going to pare down debt from their good cash flows that are going to come about because they are maintaining a 17, 18, 20% margins, then it is fine. You can take a bet. But you have to understand, on a 180 crore net profit, on a 180 crore operating profit that NRB Bearing makes, they are doing 25 crore interest. That's not really big. So it's still affordable that way if you look at it. Again, each one based on their own conviction has to take what works well.
We are the top three companies in this sector. Uh, According to market cap, they fit the our price criteria that we discussed.
Correct, correct.
And Schreifer also just ran up in the past month only.
So, yes, yes. Right now only. Few days back only, I was telling Yago that we should look at all the higher price stocks because that's where retail is not going to touch. Okay, greater than 1,000, 2,000 rupees, retail is not going to touch, and that is where the FII flows or the fund flows will come. Those stocks will move. You see, 1 month return on Schaeffler is 13.6. Timken is 10.9. Only now they have started moving. NRB Bearings is 25% in 1 month. Big numbers coming in there. SNL is 21.5. NRB is 36. Galaxy वो भी है कुछ तो भी it is at 20.3. So this sector is also moving slowly. Maybe overpriced है कि क्या होता है? We don't.
One more thing, most of these companies are auto sector related, but some of them also cater to defense.
Correct, correct, correct.
If we look into that, which companies are expanding the defense foray or providing to defense companies, that can be an actual good play.
कैसे पता करना है? Because then you have to look at the product portfolio of each company and then accordingly make the choice. देखना पड़ेगा सबका. 1 second. Let me pull out automobile just for और maybe डिफेंस नहीं आएगा शायद. 1 second. इंडस्ट्री डिफेंस है क्या? लेट मी सी. DEFE हाँ है, छोटा कुछ पड़ा है. Now if you look at this defense part, that technically defense के under registered companies are like these only. At least according to classification what is usually used. हाँ ये देखो क्या बताएं. 1 year returns, you see all of them are like almost big, decently only, except for Paras, which is like 22. Everything has crossed crossed or touched, moved above 50%. Russell is like 49.3, but still that is understandable. But you see there, Hindustan Aeronautics 123, Bar Dynamics 82.2, Data Patterns 70, Astra Microwave 130. Disclaimer: I own and I look stupid actually holding it because that company really is stupid company. But anyway, it's making money. So it's my Bombay oxygen moment, if I have to say that way. It's my Bombay oxygen. So that is how it is. I've been holding it for almost like 3 years now, I think. So I think 400% हुआ होगा मेरा भी. So that is how it is. Now we should find out unofficially कौन से companies डिफेंस के लिए दे रहे हैं, कितना दे रहे हैं. Is it at least 30-40% to make a substantial amount, or is it like 5-10% which doesn't matter and gets flown over everything? That is what it is. HDFC Defense Fund. 1 second. I'll pull out that data also. Just give me 1 second. HDFC Defense Fund. No? Scheme profile. Mm, no, let me once just see. HDFC, ABCDFD, HDFC. Company name asset equity. मैं ये नहीं स्कीम में देखता हूँ. स्कीम पर पोर्टफोलियो HDFC Defense. Huh. Okay, let me just pull this out. This is HDFC Defense Fund. Yeah, this is what they are having. HDFC Defense Fund. December data is not yet out, so that's why we don't know if there is some change, but this is what it is. Very few companies only that they are holding, of course. ये कंपनी का कितना है? 3 to 570, 670, 770, 870, 900,000, 1,000 and another. It's around a 1,300 crore AUM, so it's a smaller company only, but still these are there. Now, MTR, another point I wanted to mention. MTR has really taken a nice knockout from the 2,900 range and fallen to 2,150 something. I think 2,208 it is right now. I think this is a decent value buy zone is a feeling that I'm getting. Their margins have, yes, they have dropped out from the 28%, but if it goes below 20, it'll look very stupid actually. I mean, you can't hold this company anymore if it drops below 20. But if it's going to stick at 24, it still makes reasonable sense. Debt be बढ़ रहा है, but of course they are telling because they are expanding into manufacturing of electrolyzers and other things that are needed for production of green hydrogen. So that's a work in progress there. That is the reason why they have been spending good amount in capex. Around 180, 190 crores over the last 3 years have gone into these sort of building things only. That's a good way to look at it. If you are like interested in it, you could take a position there. Other than that, हम्म, और क्या है और क्या है GOCL कॉर्पोरेशन प्रीमियर एक्सपोजर ये सब बढ़ गए यार. I mean, tell me one company which is cheap and then we'll look at that very clearly. See, I can personally vouch for, we have already seen the information. Data Patterns has gone up, Astra Microwave has gone up, Zensar चले गया, Hindustan Aeronautics, Bharat Dynamics is really, 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 really overpriced. I can't tell anything more than that. Musgon Docks has gone up, Solar Industries is really gone up, Garden Ridge Shipbuilder, Cochin Shipbuilder, ये सब जा चुके हैं. सस्ते वाले or something that has not done, if you tell, then we will look at it.
Sir, Lancer.
Huh?
Lancer containers.
कौन सा Lancer containers?
सर वुड को बुला दो, मत बोलो उसको.
Lancer containers. Now, what does it do really? See, yeah, I mean, I don't have much. Only 2004 साल का ही डेटा है, but उतना बड़ा नहीं यार. I mean, the data is looking very low. I mean, their sales have been falling for the last 5 quarters. After hitting 227 crore in September 2022, they are now down to 166. ₹1 होने वाला था क्वार्टरली ईपीएस, 66 पैसा हो गया अभी. क्या है? What is wrong? Let us see. They have reduced their borrowings, which is also good. Their reserves have gone up. Cash from operating activity has gone in there. They are into financing. क्या फाइनेंस कर रहे हैं? Proceeds from debenture, okay. Oh, they gain debenture out, okay. Then debtor days on the higher side, shareholding pattern. Arey, promoter has sold off 31% stake. 31. And FIS have bought it. Own FIS, Resonance Opportunities Fund. Then Elara. अरे ये क्या बोलते हैं ना, कोई नहीं, when there is nobody the only place is Elara, like that हो गया ये. DIS also, who is holding? Nothing much significant. Elara Capital PLC as a public holding is holding 7.1%. क्या लोग है? Elara is Minerva Venture. I know this Minerva Ventures fund actually. 6.66. जानता हूँ मैं उसको. Interesting. So let's see where the valuations stand for the company, or where what returns it has given. When it comes from the industry component, we can see Lancer companies is logistics. In logistics now really is very specific sector. One second, let us look at that also. LOGISTX logistics, market cap based, largest to smallest. You tell me now where we are looking at. Logistics company. Okay, logistics companies performance.
OT in defense, you can see Paras defense also, no, it hasn't moved that much.
70% दिया है ना यार, अभी क्या कमी है? 70 is much better than what others have given, no? 70 तो दिया है. 1 second, where is that? हाँ, पारस देखो ऊपर है ना. Paras defense, 58.5% in 9 months. That is from the low that has done. Yes, comparatively to others in that sector, yes, it is done lower, but still it is a good return to take it from. सबसे कम दिया है वो भी है. एक second, let me just quickly see these defense aspect. There definitely would be a reason for it, otherwise नहीं ना. 60 crore quarterly growth पे रुका हुआ है. 60 जा नहीं रहा है उसके ऊपर. In the last
3 साल से 60 है इसका. 3 quarter.
If you see the last 6 quarters, 6 quarters में 3 times it has hit 60, 1 time 58, 1 time 55. So उधर अटका हुआ है. And margins, if you see, it used to clock 42 in 2021 March, and now it is down to 27. That is a 15% loss. 15. It could probably stabilize around the 25, 27 mark, I think. Maybe I think that is what we should go with on a 27% basis. ठीक है, कंपनी ठीक ही है, पर इतना एक्साइटिंग नहीं लगता है। पता नहीं, पढ़ना पड़ेगा इसके बारे में और थोड़ा क्या चल रहा है अभी रिसेंटली। Everybody writes space, defense engineering products, but I have no idea exactly what they are supplying. What is the pricing power they have? Please remember that government has told every PSU that their EBITDA, the operating profit margin should be capped at 7.5% per government tenders. So in the mix of the tenders, if in the mix of the order book, if the government tenders are higher, then their end margin, overall aggregate margin is going to be much lower.
Makes sense. Yes.
वो भी देखना पड़ेगा थोड़ा, इसीलिए अगर अच्छा है तो ठीक है, नहीं तो नहीं, क्या करें। Logistics companies, you saw there, see, Adani Port stands first. Yes, it has its own issues. Container Corporation, ये भी ठीक है, चल पड़ा, but this sector is not really exciting. सिकल लॉजिस्टिक्स वो ऐसा ही डेट रिस्ट्रक्चरिंग की वजह से घूमा, बट इफ यू लीव आउट सिकल, टॉप में देखो बेस्ट परफॉर्मर क्या है, गुजरात पिपावाव एट 63%, followed by VRL Logistics at 45%. I'm looking at 1 year returns. Then Great Eastern Shipping Corporation, that is what is there. Bus large ones, and Dredging Corporation of India. If Upar,
Snowman has also given good returns, no
which
sir?
one?
68.
कौन सा?
Snowman.
स्नोमैन हैज इट्स ओन थिंग यार, वो पता नहीं है, वो उसका 60 रुपीज आते ही 70 रुपीज आते ही कुछ हो जाता है उसको। ओके, इट हैज बीन डम्प्ड, इट्स आईपीओ प्राइस आई थिंक इज 60, आई थिंक, इफ आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग। सो इट हैज बीन देयर फॉर ऑलमोस्ट लाइक 7-8 years, 6-7 years राइट नाउ, आई थिंक। चार्ट देखते हैं एक बार स्नोमैन का। देखो कितना है ना। हाँ, it was at it went to 130 and dropped to as low as 24 that during COVID, and that too because Adani Enterprises was buying this company for the COVID vaccines, and that is why the stock went up even to 70-80 rupees. That time it went to around 70 some change, 72, 74 something. And then when it came out that COVID vaccines can be transported at ambient temperatures and don't need the -70 and all that faltu thing that Instagram was showing around and Fin influencers were showing, Adani dumped this stock. Dumped. You can go to StockEdge. No, I'm telling, I'm not joking here. You can go to StockEdge, वो तो मुफ्त का ही है ना site, web.stockedge, and check for this bulk deals around that time on this one. You would be surprised.
Hello, sir. Can we look at Trans India Real Estate?
कौन सा कंपनी?
Trans India Real Estate.
ना पता नहीं यार, ये
बड़ी
somebody
आगू
sent me
बंद
about.
कंपनी है।
हाँ?
सर लाइक पहले ये ऑल कार्गो लॉजिस्टिक के ग्रुप में था, पर सर ये डीमर्ज हो गया 10th अगस्त को।
Oh.
यस सर।
लॉजिस्टिक्स आई नेवर हैव होप ऑन देम। वो उतना एक दो स्टॉक बढ़ता रहेगा, पर पता नहीं यार, उतना खास नहीं है। आई मीन इट इज नॉट समथिंग विच इज सस्टेनेबल। कल सुबह में कुछ और हो गया, जैसा फॉर एग्जांपल गडकरी जी एक दिन बोल दिए कि नॉर्मली क्या होता है ना, आपने देखा होगा कि 5 टन का लॉरी है पर उसमें भर भर के 6-7 टन का लेके जाता है। So technically speaking, a 5 ton lorry should carry only 5 ton worth of cargo. So उसके लिए फाइन करेंगे, उनको रास्ते पे लाएंगे बोल के सोचा तो गवर्नमेंट रेगुलराइज दैट कि आप चलो लेके जाओ, जितना चाहिए उतना लेके जाओ, जैसा बोल दिए. So what happened? More number of, lesser number of trips and more loading happened on the same trucks. Because of which the fleet also depleted. The fleet requirement also depleted. Instead of 4 or 5 trips that the truck used to make earlier, now they are making 3. ऐसा करेंगे तो क्या बोलो? Like last time government said कि sugar ethanol production sugar juice से, cane sugar juice से नहीं होगा. You see, sugar companies just got kicked like anything. Praj fell from what price to what price? Praj came down to as much as 510. From 650, it used to be. Why? Because the order book of the orders that Praj received might be cancelled because now you can't produce ethanol from cane sugar. अगले दिन गवर्नमेंट बोलता है नहीं 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 आप प्रोड्यूस करो, कुछ चिंता नहीं है. अगेन प्राइस राइजेस टू 560 570. फिर गवर्नमेंट बोलता है नो 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 नो, नॉट एवरी मोलासेस, ओनली सी हेवी मोलासेस कैन बी यूज्ड टू प्रोड्यूस दिस वन. नाउ फिर इमीडिएटली प्राइस फेल अगेन. ये क्या पॉलिसी चेंज चलता है? Very ad hoc. See, that's why I'm telling no, government related companies they can be at the best tactical portfolio. For example, if you find that sugar companies are all in dumps right now, dumps, and if you think that there is a potential for a 30 or a 50% move, then as a tactical advantage, you can buy 2 3 sugar companies, hold it for a little while, make money and get out. But you cannot put them in your portfolio. Portfolio में तो नहीं होगा unless you bought it at like 10 rupees, 5 rupees, and now you have so much margin of safety that you don't care even if it falls like by 50 or 70 or 80% also. That is a different case. So you have to think it that manner. Huh. Where is it? Pink Tooth, your point on the wind. Wind doesn't run from September to April, it runs from April to September. Okay. Well, that is a wind season in India. I have explained it numerous times. Any wind turbine that you have is normally running only the production of it. Let us say you take an average of a 2 megawatt turbine, because those are the latest, most efficient turbines that are still out there. A 2 megawatt turbines produces 54 million units of electricity per year. While it says 54 million units of electricity per year, it is not run for the entire year. It is run between April to September because that is a wind season. Just in the 6 months, it produces that much. Then after that, the turbine is basically shut off, or it is just running at what do you call that, idling speed, whatever that is. That's all. So, if there are not sufficient 400 kVA transformers to connect your wind turbine for wheeling and banking purpose, then what is going to happen is, as part of the load shedding, your turbine generation capabilities are reduced considerably. So instead of 54 million units, you might be suddenly looking at producing, let us say it is machine availability is only 75%, operational availability is only 75%. So out of 55 million, 54 million units, only for 75 it is there. So around 35, 38 million units you will produce. Of this, let us say your machine availability is a problem because of something happened, another 10% is gone. You suddenly drop to 30 or 32 million units, and 50% of your revenue is wiped. Your IRR falls from 16% to 8 now. This is what happens. So wind is not so simple to deal with. Moreover, you need a PPA, at least a proper valid PPA. Some states have got proper PPAs in place. Some states are just doing ad hoc business. Some are doing decentralized power transmission. Some are doing captive power usage. So each one to his own, what they are using for. So it depends upon what wind asset is there, for what purpose it is being used. So, uh, this is how it is. So wind in that sense is unreliable between the periods of September, October, all the way up till March, April. That is the reason why you see, if you want to see the best revenues for a wind company, wind company in the sense EPC company like Suzlon, Inox Wind, these sort of companies, you should those the best revenues will come in the March result. Why? Because the race to complete the turbine before the wind season begins is huge. By March 31st, you have to get completed, get it certified by CVET or one of the rating agencies, whatever is there, that yes, this turbine is completed in all aspects. Have a PPA in place with the state government of discom for transmission. All these things have to be done before 31st March. So it's a race. Okay. And this is the time that most cranes are used also. So you will see Sangvi movers, such type of crane equipment manufacturers, crane equipment rental service providers or manufacturers moving up. Why? Because the packages for a crane, let's say, for example, a 2 megawatt turbine, the average package runs anywhere between 82 lakhs to 1 crore per month. You need at least somewhere close to 8 days to 10 days to install one 2 megawatt turbine. So in a month you can do three. So if you are talking about 1 crore for three, that means it is costing around 28 to 32 lakhs on an average for a wind turbine installation, crane package only. So those people make good money. So you should look at these sectors also at the same time. So like I said, no, there is one sector and there are satellite sectors sitting around it. So as a tactical allocation, you can invest in them. You can make good money as a complete pocket, and then let go of it once that quarter ends. This is how you should operate these sectors. यार मैं एनटीपीसी गवर्नमेंट कंपनी मुझे पता नहीं है. यू हैव टू आस्क समबडी एल्स हु इज वेरी एक्सपर्ट एट गवर्नमेंट कंपनीज. मैं गवर्नमेंट कंपनीज डील नहीं करता, नहीं होता मुझसे. One OFS I've told repeatedly, as the price goes up of any PSU, the government is doing an OFS, that too at a discount of 5% or whatever percent, and then just letting go of the stake. उनके हाथ से अपने हाथों में आ रहा है stake. So if you want to hold for long, you can look at it, but the sheet is there. Please go back and check the 10, 12, 15-year returns if you want of some companies. People are still waiting to break even. People are still waiting to break even on their investments of 2007-8. So please be careful about doing PSUs. Whatever fast moves were there were mostly done. If anything, a little bit of sustainability in PSUs will be in the banking sector. Why? Because their books have really been better. The capital, they are very flush with capital to meet the Basel norms, for tier 1 capital or tier 2 capital, as well as to lend and support the credit growth that is expected to come up. All you are looking for is now a demand rise in economic activity. That is all you are waiting for. So PSU banks is what I would bet. So buying a Nifty, what they call Nippon PSU bank index would be probably the best thing to do. And खरीद के रखो साइड पे बस. Anyway. भाई कुछ सेक्टर के बारे में बताओ यार. Somebody share some sector insights of some specific sector.
Someone mentioned power sector, especially the storage bit.
Power sector. Power sector, the storage bit, not the generation. मेरे पास जनरेशन है, सेपरेट आता है क्या इंडेक्स? आई डोंट नो. वेट लेट मी सी. Okay. Let me pull out the power sector returns first. By the way, power sector also has done well. Energy, utilities, all of them have done exceedingly well in this year. Just pulling out some data here. Power companies performance. This is how it is standing.
One and 2 year returns have been phenomenal.
ISBK, let's see, dividend yield is a little problem. Why? Because the dividend will be of March 2000, March 31st, 2023, whereas price will be of now, no? इंटरिम डिविडेंड वो सब नहीं होता है ना, आई मीन वो ऐड करके टीटीएम डिविडेंड लेना पड़ेगा फिर, दैट्स अ लॉट ऑफ कैलकुलेशन टू बी डन देयर. डिविडेंड डील नॉर्मली इट्स बेटर टू मेजर ऑन मार्च बेसिस. सो मार्च में डिविडेंड डील क्या था, in that place you just replace the price right now and then say anyway it is more or less every dividend deal would have fallen by now. REC dividend deal fell from like 10.1%, 10.2% to almost like 3, I think now.
That's true. I was looking over the Vedanta. Surprisingly, the Vedanta has dividend yield. If last check was around some 34 to 38%.
Yeah, because the stock price is not going anywhere. No, he is just sucking out the money for his own personal purpose.
True.
उसको क्या बोलें सर, उतना उधारी है उसके पास, अभी क्या करेगा.
अभी क्या करेगा?
His
Oh, there's
requirement
some.
for money is too high.
Hmm. My interest was in this file. I mean, I can see that a lot of good information is already available through which one can make a wise decision out of it. Any kind of dividend information could be added to this file. Yield you mentioned would be possible or not possible? Or would be the like one of the good indicator that from the dividend that could be added to this file so that we can make a conscious decision.
No, but the problem is this: the dividend deal that would be given would be of March 2023 end, whereas the companies would have given interim dividends also, some of them these 2 quarters.
I see. So not the total annual dividend is something like that won't be there?
No, it comes to year end, previous year end yield, and now on that price, like for example, 100 rupees was the price as of March 31st, and the dividend was 5 rupees. So then, okay, so yes, a dividend is five by 100 if you take, so it is 5%. People, how they calculate dividend yield now? Let us say the stock price has gone to 200, so it is 5 by 200 into 100. What happens is they won't take into account the 1 rupee or 30 paisa or 40 paisa interim dividend that came in the last 6 months.
So there is no way that the annual yield could be considered.
What is annual yield? That is the question. Annual yield will be of FI, right?
Yeah, from FI, let's say.
Yeah, but we are now talking about TTM yield, no? Annual yield is easy. We can get 2013, 23, 22, 21 and all that. But what will you do about the interim dividends being paid by companies nowadays? And not all companies pay dividends again, by the way.
Yep.
Like for example, ITC pays half yearly dividend, but doesn't pay quarterly.
Correct, that's true.
So when let us say if I'm calculating the dividend yield at the time of September end, then the thing is, let us assume that I even consider that dividend that ITC has given in September. Now other companies would have given in December then, whereas ITC would have not given.
I think it would make more sense in terms of an annualized one because in that case, yeah, the monthly return as shown in the tables won't reflect it properly.
Yes, see, price what is gone is gone. It is same for everything.
True.
Because on record date, the price anyway corrects by the dividend amount. But some good companies recover the dividend amount within the next 1-2 days automatically.
Yes, even I was surprised. Vedanta, for example, instead of losing by I think some 15-16 rupees on I think somewhere on either Thursday or Friday, there was no change in the stock price, and that was the record date I think.
Yeah,
if I'm not mistaken.
If you see right now, Vedanta dividend is showing at 39.3%. Okay. Now 39.3 means कितना दिया उसने dividend per share accounting के लिए. Okay. This current price.
Is
Now, it is telling Vedanta is paying
Vedanta
2 rupees dividend, right?
2 rupees.
No, no, 102.
102.
Because 102 divided by 259 is what you are getting as 39.3% yield.
Hmm.
Now 102 तो ये साल में दिया नहीं ना, not in 2024 FY 2024 he didn't give 102 rupees, no.
In FY23 it has given. I think if I just going to add up. Let me wait a second.
Correct. So see, what I'm trying to tell is you
Hmm.
either get the dividend yield number as of March 2023, which
Yeah.
is the normal way. That is the reliable number. But that number is of no use in in December, because you are just 1/4 away from all the dividends being declared.
Makes sense. Yeah.
So now looking at dividend yield, and also see the entire market has moved up.
Hmm.
So what is the use of dividend yield, because they would have crashed by now.
Plus now it attracts tax. A lot of
No,
tax.
there is 30% tax also now on it. If you see REC stock price, if you see the REC stock price high and low part, if you look at that one, then dividend yield has moved from almost 9% to 3% now.
Let me check.
Yeah.
Yep. Only 3%.
Yeah,
Correct.
only 3%, but it was 9 or 9.5 earlier.
True. I remember that. It was 12. I think somewhere even earlier that.
Correct. So now what is the use of it?
Because the stock price has moved up, so definitely the yield will be not a good
Much lower, much
indicator.
lower.
Makes sense.
Now PSUs are no more a dividend yield play anymore, for two purposes. One, the stock prices have moved up, so the yields will look very small. Second, many of them are trading above their historical ratios or prices also. Of course, some are still yet to make up, but others are there. Then third part is you have dividend distribution tax of 30% as per your tax slab. So you're we commonly assume that it is 30%. So you're paying 30%. Instead of that, if you were to sell before the record date, you would pay STCG on the company on the gains that you made, 15%, and then you would buy back once after the record date is over. You are saving 15% there, no?
Yeah, so basically, I get it. So instead of getting a dividend, sell it before the record date and then again buy back next day.
Correct. After the record date, 2 days later, you buy back. Don't buy immediately, buy after 2 days. That's how it is. Because officially, it has to go away from the demat account, show that there was nothing of that share in that demat, and then you get again fresh. That's how it is.
Okay.
Okay.
So another question.
Yeah.
What's happened with our PG InvIT power grid?
Yeah, electric InvITs are really on a toss person. Really, I am unable to understand what is going wrong in there.
On the other side, the power companies are making a really, really good pay. Like for example, Tata Power. When it is everyone is going about the EV and other space, and the power is now the hot sector. But the InvITs, which are supposed to be from the government, which is again a hotter theme, is underperforming.
Yeah, because these are transmission assets. Those are generating assets. The prices of the power unit changes. The prices of these transmission assets don't change, no?
I see.
You see, if the peak demand for power is there, the merchant power rates are as high as 15 rupees. Now, just because 15 rupees is being charged by them, now, and the power is going through my line, can I tell my transmission line now will cost you 10 rupees?
The price has to be fixed for, I think, long term. at least
Exactly.
for transmission.
So transmission lines are fixed, and that is why it is an annuity product.
I see. That's why it's static. It's not even moving.
Correct. That is how it happens. So you have to be very clear. It's a fixed income product.
Understood.
The only way you are going to get an additional fixed income or higher income is when they buy more assets. Now you also have to remember why. How could they buy more assets? Because as per law, they have to distribute 90% of the surplus that they accrue. So if they are giving away 90% and at least 2 to 3 to 4% is needed for management and operations of the company, salaries and everything, then technically 5% remains. Let us say we are talking about 1,000 crore surplus that is there available, and we are talking about 5%, that is like 50 crore. 50 crore में क्या transmission asset खरीदेंगे?
But tell me one thing. Wouldn't the consumer of the power transmission will also increase, and as a result, the overall quantum of the power distribution would also increase accordingly?
No.
Shouldn't that reflect to the price as well?
No, why they can't do that? See, these transmission assets are annuity assets. Okay. Why? Because they are not a consumer based. Whereas power has a consumer, and any product, not just power, any product that touches consumer has an advantage of price variation. Sometimes good, sometimes bad. But normally, a price once risen up tends to not come back to that mean. It just goes up only. It can't come down. Have you seen electricity prices fall back to the 2 rupees 50 paise or 3 rupees that we were paying 10 years back? Right now, the unit of power in for me costs 7.5 rupees.
I see.
I used to pay I used to pay 2 rupees 50 paisa when I was in Chennai.
The power actually has increased, but the transmission stay as is. So no chance of them adding any prices in near future, or how shall we take that?
Beautiful. There is no chance. That's why it's a fixed income product.
Hmm.
That's why it's called an annuity product.
Understood.
Right.
So that means all my investment, I mean, at least in this InvIT, just take the dividend and that's it. So no,
Correct.
less hope of increment of the price.
Increment of the price won't happen, but if they raise fresh money to buy fresh assets, then your dividend can increase.
Okay. And what about the price? Still no.
See, you can't tell that way. Now, if you look at the simple way to tell it, if for a company like ITC, which is doing amazingly well, for example, between March 2017, its EPS went from 8 rupees 40 paisa to almost 10 rupees, 12 rupees 30 paisa in 2022. Okay. That means 50% increase in EPS, but stock price didn't move much. 6 years, 5 years.
And become meme
EPS doubled.
stock.
Yeah, but still, you understand a company which is very actively increasing its EPS after moving even 50% in EPS, in earnings, in fundamentals, didn't show any change in stock price. Now, if you want to take the same way, then you should look at Reliance. Reliance Industries is more or less at the same place as it was 2-3 years ago, right?
Yeah.
Reliance EPS has moved from 77 rupees to 101. That means there is a 30% increase in the EPS. So why has Reliance not moved 30% in the last 2 years?
What about the forward EPS?
No. I'm talking trailing EPS. Forward EPS और ज़्यादा होगा. On a forward EPS basis, probably Reliance would be looking to close somewhere around 128 to 130. No. Sorry, I'm forgetting. What am I doing? Somewhere close to around 110 to 114 rupees EPS by March 2024.
That's even higher.
Yeah, it's going to be higher. Why? Because they have now three verticals wherein there is oil and gas business, there is two consumer verticals. One is the telecom and one is the retail. Consumer verticals tend to normally have higher sales growth. I mean, sales growth will be there. Sales will be there. So once the numbers are moving up, automatically there'll be a movement in this. You only have to keep the operations lean to make better EPS. That's it. Reliance has the advantage of scale anyway.
Yeah.
So that's why it is going to be 110 to 114 rupees somewhere in that Reliance would end by March 2024. Why is Reliance not moving up then? That's why we say no. When equity, see, stock price and fundamentals are two different things. The fundamentals can keep going up and up and up, and it won't realize in the stock price. That is where we find undervaluation, like we have seen in the case of PSUs. For 13 long years, PSUs went nowhere. And finally, the barrier got broken in 2023 when people realized that PSUs have shown value, PSUs have given dividend, are giving dividend, PSUs have cleaned up their operations and balance sheets and stuff, and they're more stronger than they were 10 years ago. So let me go ahead and take a punt at PSUs. That's what people thought. And that's why people went and picked it up at 10, 24, 15 rupees to 50 rupees, whatever they did for every company that was available, irrespective of how it was performing, because the top ones were doing very well and the bottom ones were doing following the herd. Simple as that. So everything moved up. That's how it is. Now the value acquisition is over. Everybody has seen value. Everybody has seen them move 3, 4, 400% and all that in PSUs, which was unheard of. Now can they move ahead? There are possibility in pockets. Some PSUs will go on to make even 100% returns from where they are today, even now.
Definitely.
Now the thing is,
Definitely.
you can't do a blind buy. You have to do a stock specific buy. That is the difference now. The free money is gone.
What I think is that the PSUs where our mutual funds or institute have a good holding, that can move, because if you look at the monthly SIP, I don't know if I joined late, if you covered
I
this in the
posted that.
earlier
Yes,
part.
yes.
Yeah, yeah.
17,000 per month.
Okay. So if that, I think some 12 to 15, 17,000 per month, is it?
Yeah, per month it is
17.
17,000 crore now.
Why? God. Okay. So it's all like, if so much money is coming into the institutes, they would be tempted to put in the undervalue stocks, and PSUs are one of those where definitely money we can see would be going there, and it's
Yes,
actually happening. It's more about the institutes who are owning them now.
yes, but easy money नहीं है. Easy money दूसरे सेक्टर्स में अभी दिखाना चालू हुआ है. Other sectors are now displaying. See, nobody wants to buy it and buy right now into stocks where margin of safety is very low.
True. It's
Ah,
all-time high market. Yeah, it's a selling
yeah,
time.
correct. So when you sell, what do you do with the cash is the eternal question that everybody asks. Okay, everybody asks this eternal question. What do you do with the cash that you generate? Because nobody wants to sit on cash because they think that's an opportunity loss. Okay.
Yep.
Now, if you take on an average, let's take a 5-year view. Okay. Now what people would do, I'm just telling you as a fund manager part. 5 years, I would be going and looking at companies which are like large to large mid cap. That means, let us say, market cap greater than something like 25,000 crore, if I'm talking about 25,000 crore above, but which have not companies which have not delivered anything over the last 5 years. If I were to look at, for example, IndusInd Bank, 5-year return is only 1%. Kansai Nerolac Paints, 5-year return is 4%. LIC Housing Finance, 9.7. Bosch, 13.3. Sun TV, minus 28.2. Hindustan Zinc, 2.9. 2.9. Yeah, that's right. So these are all there. Yeah, 2.9, because he was sucking up the dividends out of the company. No.
Our Mr. Anil Agarwal. Yeah.
So that's what he did. Now, at the same time, what would I avoid? For example, I mean, Adani Green and all that, वो उसका कुछ नहीं कर सकते हैं. But if you look at some companies, for example, our Jindal Stainless is there. The 5-year return is 1635%, 1635. Dixon Technologies 1495%, APL Apollo 1291%, Persistence Systems 1000%, Deepak Nitrite 1047, Varun Beverages 1002. So you see there are so many companies which have done excellently well over the 5-year period. Now, if you look at the trailing EPS now of the last 5 years versus the stock price that they are at right now, you might not feel sufficient margin of safety. You understand?
Hmm.
Instead of that, if you look at companies which have not done anything over the last 5 years, but have displayed EPS growth of 30, 40, or 50, or even 100% over the last 5 years, but stock price has not moved yet, those are the pockets you have to look at right now. Earlier,
That's a good point, actually. Yeah, that's a good point.
some days back, I don't remember exactly, 2, 3, maybe even 2 months back also, I circulated one sheet where it had EPS on a quarterly basis of all listed companies for the last 12 quarters. Okay. So you can check in that sheet where EPS has grown quarter on quarter on quarter on quarter for few companies, and check if the stock price movement has been similar. If it is not there, that is a place where you should look for new investments.
Understood.
Yeah.
So I think that this is one theme that that could be checked, and yeah, I mean those are the one where we can actually predict that the undervaluation is currently existing, but going forward,
Correct.
and it's a good company, and institutes are having a look into that, and they are also pouring money. Then it seems like everyone in India is doing SIP now. Even my everyone, like you ask anyone, even my brother-in-law, he started uh, like selling mutual funds all of a sudden, and also to put all the money from FD to into the market as SIP, which I mean I don't know whether it's a really bull trend, or I mean yes, it's a bull trend obviously, but the such amount of money inflow every month never happened previously.
Correct. That is what I
How
was telling earlier also. In the beginning, when I started it, I told this only that 1,55,000 crore of SIP money has come in. The ratio between equity AUM to debt AUM has reversed over the last 5 years. Debt
Oh.
used to be 64% in 2017 of the total AUM, and today debt is at only 36% and AUM 34%, and equity is at 65.
Totally reversed in a matter of 6 years.
Six years. Demat accounts went from 2.5 crore to 14.5 crore.
Wow. 2
Investor
crore to
folios,
14,
yeah,
14.5.
yeah, 14.5 crore. Investor folios have crossed 4 crore mark. New folios, unique folios of investors have crossed 4 crore mark. They were somewhere around 1.25 crore 4 or 5 years ago.
Okay, so new folio. So new, okay.
New
Okay, got it.
investors in the
New
market,
investors.
yeah, who are doing SIP or mutual funds, sorry, whichever one that is. So you have to understand it is domestic investors who have moved this market. Unfortunately, that is the reason why you see PSUs and all moving, because the domestic people move the domestic ones, which FIIs never moved. You get my point? The FII ones didn't move. HDFC Bank, ICICI, the financials.
Yes. I have been continuously selling in the past year and earlier this year, and then I think our retail has already absorbed it, if I'm not mistaken,
Yeah, more or
by
less
this point.
absorbed. Yeah, more or less absorbed. But you understand what I'm telling? That the domestic oriented companies moved because it was domestic money going into them. When
Hmm.
FIS come back, you will see the rise of HDFC Bank, ICICI Bank, and all the large cap companies moving through, Reliance and all moving through. You will see
That
that.
means our index will move.
Yeah, index will move. That's what I'm telling. Nifty at 23,500 seems reasonable to me at this point.
Till when? Next year?
Next year, election time, till elections.
Oh, that means till May.
Till May.
2350.
After that, it is anybody's guess, because again,
Run up is done. Yes.
no, earnings would have gone well ahead of time. It would be a time for consolidation.
Makes sense.
price consolidation might not happen, but time consolidation would happen. That is the very large difference that could come about. See, I've just posted in the investing channel. You see, FIS
Okay.
sold 16,510 crores in this year till now in 2023, and DIS have pumped in 1,84,000 crore.
Wow.
That is why our market has given 20% return, and that's it.
This is phenomenal. I mean, 184 crore. This is FID activity. 1 second. How to interpret this? It's a
No, on the top first sheet that you on the first image, FII
Hmm.
2023 amount is minus 16,518 crore, 510 crore, correct?
Okay, I was looking at the bottom one. Okay. So
Ah,
top one is for the FI.
top one is the year and FII sale in the full year,
Hmm.
sell or buy, whatever it is, net of it.
Hmm.
The bottom is DII net of it amount.
FI is in big red and DI can is increasing.
Yeah.
That's quite evident.
Because retail came in and saved the market, if I have to tell. They just didn't save the market, they saved India.
That's why we call liquidity provider
Yes.
and shock absorbers as well.
And if
Saved,
I'm
and you
not,
say.
The
and if
flow
I'm
of
not,
liquidity was very good.
yeah, very
The
good.
flow, like they cushioned the fall last year when FIAs were selling. Was actually, if you see the quantum of sale for past year, we should have been actually at 12K at some point,
Yeah.
10 to 15 during that Russia time. And just because of the SIP inflows, like if you count, I think 1,30,000, like 1.3 or 1.4 lakh crore is the SIP money. The rest is the lump sum money.
That's good. So now I think awareness is on a it's quite evident among common people as well that along with the internet penetration, everyone has smartphone and everyone is after money. So that's the thing. Everyone is aware that stock market is another area where you can put some money that you can willing to lose and that can gain rapidly, and that has already happened in the past 2-3 years. We've seen the stock has given. I mean, any particular stock it take from COVID time. I think almost all the stocks have risen like at least 2x. I'd say minimum 2x has been present.
Sir,
If
what are you
you
telling about participation? Auto drivers are driving with one hand because they are buying options with the other one.
yeah.
Understood. इधर ISB लोग दो हाथ से ऑप्शन क्लिक कर रहे हैं फिर भी प्रॉफिट नहीं हो रहा है आरती आगे लगा के कर्पूर लगा के ऑप्शन क्लिक करते ही इमीडिएटली लॉस जा रहा है वो स्टॉप लॉस हिट हो रहा है Nemish, can you just manage for a few minutes? I'll just quickly come back.
Yes, sure.
Yeah, please. Thanks.
And we are shameless who says that smart money exit is dumb money entry. So end of bull run.
Dumb money makes money in during the mad bull markets.
It's a crazy bull run. I mean, it's unprecedented. If you just look at in the June last year, 2022, it was all like rock bottom. RFI was selling continuously, and the market was so grim. Talks were there to, there was another wave of COVID which was anticipated, but and I think our index was somewhere around close to some 1500 or something. And then from there, the spectacular return. Now we are at some, can't believe it's 21 now. And this is just for the large
22.
caps. If you look at
22.
the small and medium size companies, the returns are spectacular. What is
Also,
one
a
more
lot
thing?
of
So I've seen,
lot of
okay,
public is yet to come out of FOMO. A lot
A lot more retail
Yeah,
participation will happen out of FOMO only.
yeah, that's it. So any bad news come, even though whatever, like this Israel and Palestine conflict, and it was all brought upon in within a week. I mean, I don't see
But
any only the traders lost.
retailers had this belief that let it happen. We want to buy more. Retail is in full greed. If we see it overall, if if we see that mood indicator in a overall 2 year basis, retail is in full greed. Even if we have had spec of fear, those spec of fears have been bought in by retail largely, and I don't think it is going to stop anymore because we can say if we have had the younger population buying, the older population will come in after with FOMO if they have not
Yeah,
bought
that's true.
yet, and if the older population were the buyers, the younger population is not going to stop because we have government pushing for people being more free with their money and with the financial literacy and no limits on specific sectors to invest through taxation regimes. People will invest in indices and small caps to gamble, as well as large cap keeps coming through SIPs.
That makes sense. It's a tremendous, phenomenal change. I mean, not seen in such kind of euphoric mood in India. Even though I don't know how people are doing economic, financially and all, but the amount of regular money which inflows is taking every month, like OT has mentioned, 17,000 crore is a huge number.
I think it has a lot to do with the
And with that,
formalization of
what will
money.
happen if such kind of monies come? Then mutual funds and institutes are compelled to buy the stocks,
Yeah.
and that
Yeah,
will not.
this is happening. If you read the
Had
like
to stop.
if you read the newsletters that they give out, mutual funds and PMS managers, they are saying that they have to buy because they have no other alternative.
Can't
That
Yeah,
much
keep it
money
in
is
cash.
coming in.
they can't sit idle on the cash, and now it's like endless supply of cash. So when they have to invest somehow, and if the funds are buying, if the institutes are buying, then obviously the stock price will increase. Doesn't
But
matter about the fundamentals and all. It's just a euphoric moment for India at this point of time.
But bro, like $17,000, 17,000 crores is like $2 billion. It's and yearly it's like $20,000 to 25,000 crores, and it's not like a big amount of money to manipulate or to like form a bull run in the markets. $25 billion in a year is not a big amount of money. I'm like to have a bull run in the market. That's what think.
well, this is at the what what do we have this क्या बोलते हैं per capita कितना लो है अभी
Yeah,
this is,
still,
I think there is a lot to do with the formalization of economy banking sector as well. People used to sit on
sure,
cash
sure.
in rural as well as semi-urban tier 3 and tier 2 cities as well. People used to sit on cash. But with formalization of banking sector, the money has flown in and people are not sitting with cash on banks now. They want to participate.
I mean, at a macro level, I can see three, four factors which has made this possible. First is
Geo,
introduction of Geo. That's the
yeah.
first thing. Introduction of
Geo, the
Geo.
social media penetration group is Geo, the FOMO, and banking sector formalization.
Yeah, and also
And we can say the
now the
demographic,
the government step
population
of
demographic.
like everyone should have a bank account, like formalization of the economy. That has made the biggest push, I guess, because now everyone has a bank account, everyone has a cheap
As a demat
internet,
account, matlab,
and demat account is
anybody
also
who is
getting
getting
open at
18
free.
is first to open
Yeah.
demat.
So as long as you have PAN card, you have a bank account, you have cheap internet, and some
You could
spare
say
money,
people are
just
getting
go and do
demat account before license.
it. Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, It's now the fund manager, fund houses who have spent like decades in the career are doing nothing. Now all of a sudden they are loaded and rain with money, pour with a lot of money. So now they will also find some. I mean, I don't know how to trust them as well because, like many fund managers, they could be manipulator as well, and notoriously. For example, Axis Fund, I read somewhere in the news that they are doing the forward running of their books, which is one of the news that came out. I don't know how many are still doing that. Wherever the money comes, that means everyone would go after to take their part of the pie. And institutes are notoriously infamous for that. But anyway, as long as I can just think that there's so much liquidity, so no one can stop this unless something really really bad happens. The environment turns grim, then only some kind of stability we can see. Otherwise, monthly inflow saves are there, which is keep on increasing. And after 2024, I think election, as what you mentioned, and I think at least we will see some consolidation. I don't know so what is the time consolidation, but maybe I'd like to hear about that.
The
You mentioned about
2024, 2024 is about elections and valuations, two variables.
Mhm.
That is how it is. And valuations, when I say it is linked to your demand activity, economic
You can
activity.
also see movement due to global economic condition, global diplomatic condition and economic condition. Because I
Because we
can
also
think
had US elections next year.
US,
Yes,
US
there are
elections. We have elections in neighbor countries also. Two
40
neighbor country
countries.
goes to election.
40 countries are going to
Yes.
elections in 2024.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
Okay,
40
what
countries.
is
Even
time
though
consolidation?
Which one?
Time consolidation. I understand the price consolidation, but what is time consolidation?
It will be in the same range, price range for a considerable period of time, so that the valuations catch up. If you see prices move ahead, right? So if you plot MAs, moving averages, you will find that they will have moved above their 9 EMA, 20 EMA, 50 EMAs.
Yep.
So it needs time for the MAs to catch up to the price.
Okay. So that means the MA curve would be flattened.
Ah. Now, for example, this is Nifty on a 1-day chart. Just if you see right now, 9 EMA is sitting at 21,480. Okay, the green line on top.
Yep.
Now, if you see the current price at 21,730, that's like a 300 point, 250 point difference.
Okay.
Whereas if you look at a 50 EMA, it is 20,500. So that is like 1,200 point. So that MA line, which is the red line, has to come up. Like how you see in November, how it were together bunched.
Yes.
That has to happen.
Understood.
The bottommost line is at 200 MA. You see how it took support in November at 200 MA, October end? That is how it is. So you are going to buy at some, that is price consolidation. The falling from 9 EMA to 200 EMA is price.
So what has changed? If you look at the macros,
Nothing.
Nothing, right? If only I can say that December BJP won election in 4 key
Yeah,
states.
correct.
That's it.
That is continuation of policy making, which is similar to what is center optic. You understand? Center is giving a policy with BJP in the state, the same policies will be followed. So there's uniformity in policy.
Okay.
That is what
Makes
is
sense.
that is what is the difference, because you don't want a center at different policy level and state at a different policy level because they are from two political parties.
Got it. So now moving towards more uniform policy and alignment between center and state.
Correct. That looks at more stability and easy to enforce reforms. See, for example, the Electricity Amendment Act of 2022 or something that was proposed. What does it say? It says that first is reduction of what do you call ATC losses, transmission and distribution losses, and all that to less than 15% or so. Second is reduction of subsidies to farmers and everybody by the introduction of smart meters so that electricity is better used rather than given to them freely for 24 hours. The thing
Oh, I
is,
see.
the thing is when you put smart meters, the farmer gets the bill like how we get the bill, and as part of DBT, government would give subsidy, central government. That is what they're proposing. But state government are not accepting, which are not BJP, because that would mean they would lose the vote bank because they are not the ones giving the subsidy.
Come from the center.
Center is
Basically,
good. So
centrally controlled welfare schemes.
correct. Centrally controlled welfare schemes, eliminating the state controlled welfare schemes.
Makes sense. Yeah.
That is one part. Second part. Now, for the state governments to fall in line, Finance Ministry has proposed FRBM regulations. The FRBM regulation says that up till 3.5% of your GSDP you can borrow as per
About that,
RBI
if you want to borrow, you have to comply with the welfare schemes that have been implemented by
with the state
central.
center. Huh.
Yeah,
So if you want state to develop more, that means you need more loans. Then
borrowing.
the FRBM regulations can be relaxed by another 0.5% only if you accept the central welfare schemes.
Example of which is West Bengal not implementing one Aadhaar and center denying them increased borrowing on GDP.
Another
Yeah.
example is Telangana not
Topics.
accepting. Another example is Telangana not what do you call not able to borrow 30,000 crore of additional FRBM regulations as per the point 0.5 limit only because they are not in acceptance with the Electricity Amendment Act. Okay,
It's
because
politics over policy now.
correct. Why? Because if they implement the new Electricity Amendment Act, then the power of vote bank will go because it will be centrally sponsored. So center will use it telling that हमने आपको subsidy दिया है, state ने नहीं. So this would alter their power political tussle.
And the vote bank, yes.
That is why state is not willing to accept. Now, under the GST regulations, there are only two items which are not part of GST. They are alcohol and fuel. Because the states have realized that if you give away the GST power to the center, then they will have a problem because they won't have enough revenue coming back to them. So that is why they are not accepting fuel inclusion in GST and alcohol inclusion. And if you see some of the states like Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, and all, there the state runs the what do you call alcohol TASMAX.
Yep, and I think alcohol is one of the biggest revenue generator for
Correct.
several states.
Yes.
Correct.
Yeah, because
And
they can control the excise
Yeah.
they want to collect.
and licensing is there every 3 years or 5 years they get a license. So these licenses are auctioned. So the money generated through these auctions is higher even.
Both money, the black and white, because this
Mm,
also funds their coffers for elections.
correct.
So this alcohol could be in our pocket of valuation where we want to look at.
At this point, it is why because we are not looking at valuation because it is at FMCG valuations that has uh, historically been like 50, 55x times. But we are looking at per capita consumption increasing. Because why? Again, as we saw earlier, the number of elites and the affluent percentage has increased. So, as a society status symbol, as part of that networking thing, alcohol gets consumed. Now, if you look at it, Gift City has got alcohol allowance.
Oh, in Gujarat.
Yeah, Gujarat, it is
Oh,
allowed.
wow.
Yeah.
So
Nice.
because of just giving approval to sell alcohol in Gift City, the real estate sales went up by 500 crore in 5 days because people are
Wow.
now buying houses because they can go there and drink.
That's phenomenal.
Huh. So this is the power of alcohol. That is the reason why I will always believe in alcohol. And second thing, it is a consumption story. We are a consumption based India. See, I keep coming back to the same factors that move the GDP of India. There are five factors. The first factor is the private consumption, which is we all consuming something, which accounts for 56 to 62% of the entire GDP of India. Second is the government expenditure, which ranges anywhere between 8% to 12%. The third factor is GCFC, which is gross capital fixed gross fixed capital formation (GFCF). This accounts for anywhere between 22 to 30%, depending upon a good year, bad year. Those things. Then the last two is EXIM, which is export and import, net of exports. That's what you would call it. These are the
Hmm.
factors. Our imports are always higher than exports, hence that point will be negative. The
True.
net of exim is negative. So you have a 60% coming from private consumption. You have a 10% coming from government expenditure, so that's 70. Private expenditure comes to GCFC comes to somewhere between 32%. The export minus import is minus 2%. So you get 100%. That is how it is calculated.
So basically, the private consumption is what that matters. Has the highest weightage average.
Yes, private consumption matters. That's how it is. The second is the demand in economic activity, which causes the capex to increase, which is GCFC. GCFC
Hmm.
increases when there are GCFC is a factor of two things. One is money flow, and second is demand flow. When there is demand, capex rises. For that capex to be met, money is needed.
Makes sense. And now government is also on the spending mode. That will, I think, definitely have a significant impact in terms of overall increase in consumption as well.
Correct.
The
There is a
government
big.
has been increasing. Government has been like pushing the narrative for the past, I think, 3 or 4 years, because private consumption hasn't picked up yet. So it's all government consumption. I think from the last 4 to 6 years, it's only government consumption, government investment in this.
Yeah,
This
Hmm.
was the
see,
first year that
at the peak of COVID, government at the peak of COVID in the GDP, the government spending expenditure accounted for 18%. Because why private expenditure? How should I say? Private GCFC was very small. Companies were not willing to invest. Slowly, so government had to fill in that space. Slowly,
Hmm.
as from COVID we recovered, the GCFC started recovering and government expenditure came down to 10 to 12%. It is now expected to come down to 8%. That is the way you reduce the fiscal deficit.
I see. And India is still importing largely, I think, it's fuels. I think oils and
Yeah,
gas, I believe.
yeah. Crude accounts for the
Good.
largest portion of
Hmm.
it, around somewhere around the what do you call? I think it is the 82% bill if you take out the net of it. We also have exports, no? We have also have crude exports. See, please understand, Reliance operates in SEZ.
Mhm.
So Reliance has to sell outside mandatorily. Earlier, Reliance could freely sell and all that, but now because of this Ukraine-Russia war that happened, Russia had to sell the cheaper crude, and Indian companies bought the cheaper crude. Now you are refining that and you are trying to sell it out. Government says, भाई हमें भी थोड़ा पैसे दो ना, so इसीलिए windfall tax लगा दिया.
Yeah, that's what they do. Windfall tax, and then also in the metals. Also, last time when it was a surprisingly huge rally out there, they introduced a new sort of tax for all the metal industry.
Correct. 2022 was the year of metals.
Yeah.
Everything was rising from January. Government decided, bhai, हमें भी थोड़ा पैसा दो. So they put the export duty of 20% on steel products starting June 1st.
Correct.
May is when we hit the peak of exports. June is when government introduced this, and then by September our exports had fallen considerably. So government revokes this ban, this 20% export duty. ये rollback government है. सोचता नहीं है पहले. पहले अनाउंस करता है, फिर बाद में बोलता है गलती है. अभी देखो शुगर, ये शुगर फ्रॉम सॉरी प्रोडक्शन ऑफ इथेनॉल फ्रॉम केन शुगर, इतना गफला कर दिया सीधा. They destroyed the companies now. The
I think
chart was,
they make a reverse decision announcement in within a week, right? Something like
yeah, yeah, yeah. That's why they're called rollback. I call them the rollback government.
that.
This happened not today, but it started in 2018, 19, when Nirmala Sitharaman put a separate tax for something on FIIs, FPIs, sorry. Okay, then she had to roll back. Then there was an increase in surcharge for high net worth individuals who were making what do you call 1 crore and above salary and all that. Then that had to be rolled back. So all rollbacks only. It started in 2018 and we have been rolling back every time. Farm loss, rollback.
PA rollback.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
formula. So there
The
was a
7 lakh limit and these TCS regulations also rollback.
TCS, the tax deduction on credit card spends. Seriously,
Yeah.
that was stupidity.
what was that?
The
Credit
fact
card.
that it was brought up was very absurd.
Some bureaucrat is thinking somewhere कैसे increase करूं. He is thinking like a fund manager. मुझे 30% YOY मारना है मेरा returns. क्या करूं इसके लिए? So you have to
That is
understand.
the true condition, and that is going on in the government department. If we even see with goods and service taxes, the draconianness of how the department is operating is very pathetic.
Right. See
The
the
one
numbers.
thing that any GST, any businessman is fearing at compliance level is GST right now, because every day there are notices coming. The most absurd thing that happened this week was government increased the due date for government department to give a notice about 18, 19 or certain FY, just because their government department could not give enough notices in time, because there is a limitation. The limitation complete got gets over today, but since they want to collect more taxes by issuing GST notices, as soon as some GST notice comes and the assessee wants to fight back, they have to deposit mandatorily a small portion in most of the cases to get it to appeals, and that
कहाँ
gives them revenue for a while.
कहाँ
The
कहाँ small
way
sir?
GST has been
25%.
handled is pathetic.
25% deposit करना है sir. कहाँ
Yes,
small
yes.
amount? So,
So if
for
you
example,
have
any
a
Delta
big,
Corp, 22,000 crore GST notice,
yeah, yeah,
where will they deposit 25% of 5,500 crore? उतना sales ही नहीं है उनके पास. Market cap नहीं है. Sales छोड़ो. Market cap नहीं है.
and these guys, the bureaucrats in GST departments, at least at the lower and middle level, do not know GST Act themselves. The problem with GST is not just at uh, lower level. This problem even goes up to the I am sure finance ministry level, because they all the rules that they are making is just to see how much they can squeeze out from the people. I am sure that there will be a big backlash from uh, businessmen about GST maybe in 2 years, because we will be seeing notices about 18, 19 ending around June. This is because they increased the statute, as I said before, and then we'll see more notices because of 19, 18, 19, 20 and 2021. These are the periods where there were many problems in GST portals. So that is going to be a big contention to see between government and the business.
That's the problem. Government itself become greedy. They are also looking, pockets where they, which is undervalued and where they can make money.
See, please see
Just
the
like what we are
number.
doing now.
Please see the number of tax notices that have come over the last 20. Sorry, 6 weeks.
That is testing basis. So there's a interesting thing that happened last week or last 2 weeks also, with simple messages going out to every SSC wherever there is difference between the amount that is being reflected in tax portal and their income tax return. They just sent a simple message that this is the amount, you have a high value transaction, please confirm. And if you check, so I got some cases of these. If you check, there are a lot of cases where SSCs have skipped to declare income and it is not showing up in their ITR, or they have declared and the system is not capable enough to realize that SSC has declared it properly, and still it is showing unnecessary uh, message and asking them to go into the portal and go into the e-campaign and then accept that yes, that high value transaction exists. It's just dumb things going on. Also, in case of alcohol sector, as you discussed, there is another potential for increase because how alcohol is more not a taboo as it used to be before.
Oh,
Correct.
A
yeah.
big thing. If you could see 60% rise in alcohol consumption in the 18 to 24 group that used to be 5 or 10 years before.
Mm.
It is very normalized now.
Correct. No, alcohol is normalized. And second thing also, I'm waiting for FTA with UK to be completed. Finally, it is coming to some closure after just messing it around for 2 years now.
But when does UK go for another election?
Now only this year, no?
No, so the FTA won't come.
They want to, they have more or less negotiated of everything, including immigration is done. Immigration was a big problem because Rishi Sunak didn't want Indians in UK.
Yeah, the Suela Beverman issue.
Correct. So they didn't want this government didn't want too many Indians coming into UK just like to drive cars and sell pizza. So
Yeah,
what
they
is
have increased the
so,
minimum
yeah,
stuff also because of
yeah.
that
Yeah, so all those things have
eligibility.
changed. Eligibility is changed. So that is why now only real people will be given visas and all that. But in turn, what India will get is the ability to do BII and BY. See, what you call bottled in India alcohol, bottled in overseas, when these are there, right? So what happens is bottled in overseas, when they come here, they are taxed at certain different rates. So this FTA will reduce those tax rates dramatically so that Diageo and companies like these, which have international brands with them operating in other global economies, those brands can be bought to India at a cheaper price.
So the import duty will be given
Correct.
away.
Correct. Import duty will be given off, like almost most of it will go off. So this
Yeah.
is what is the next phase of FTA. I'm waiting for alcohol to come there.
Oh,
And
But the
also,
election, UK election can be a big
हो सकता है, but
problem for this
they will try to look for a
because
victory here. Though
Sunak,
both
Sunak
victories
as
can be
a Sunak as a PM by the population will not happen. He's not the people's choice as much as he was the choice of party.
correct. True. Just hoping. See, it might probably take an year, or maybe let us say this year it will take. I'm still open because the day that comes, no. See, this is all strategic move of Diageo. Why do you think Diageo
Yeah.
sold off 32 popular brands of their alcohol? Because they wanted to clear the SKUs and keep space for bringing in new premium oriented alcohol. That is why they have already readied that mark. Why do you think they are spending 150 crores in supply chain realignment? Because they have given up their workforce. Everything is gone where they used to make popular brands. 830 crore they got from it. They are using that to realign their complete supply chain. They are preparing themselves for 2025, 26, 27 big numbers.
the Indian context, uh, alcohol sector still we can bet on.
Vicious.
Yeah, alcohol you can always bet on. See, the only thing is, one second, let me pull out some numbers on alcohol, then we can look at that. Give me a second.
Because as let's say if the FTA comes, not just the brands that are owned by outsiders go up, even the brands who are the substitutes go up.
Mm. Now, see, alcohol is a very small sector in India. Even now, if you look at it,
Mm.
the companies are not many. I'm posting an investing channel. Please see the
Yep.
performance of alcohol companies. This is where alcohol stands right now. Okay. The companies are very few, and each one specializes in their own stuff. United Spirits is a different thing. Breweries is different. Radico Khaitan is in gin. Uh, Global Spirits is in something else. Som Distilleries is in beer. Each one has their geographies also of operation. So each one is working in their own space and then making money on their own. ये चल रहा है इनका. So you can see there is scope to make money here. There is good scope to make money here.
Any good pick out of this?
Which one?
Sula is, I
No,
think
you
Sula.
have no, you have to pick based on the product. For example, if you want
Mm.
premiumization products, that means you believe that the elite and the affluent will continue to drink the single malts and stuff and they'll continue to spend, then United Spirits is the place to be. If you think that okay, women like gin and tonic more and ye sab chalega, now that North India is very acceptable to drinks more than what they were earlier, then Radico Khaitan will do wonder because Rajasthan, ye sab new markets they have gone into. Som distilleries. If you believe that, कौन तालियां मारता
कौन है भाई?
है? If you believe that Madhya Pradesh, out of every 100 bottles sold of beer, 42 belong to Som distilleries, and that the management is working towards increasing it to 58 by 2025 end, then you should
Mm.
buy Som distilleries. So each company has its own
Sorry.
specialization, if I have to say that
Mm.
way. So you have to buy a basket here. There is alcohol, there is beer, there is wine. Sola is the only company that you find there. So,
Sula hasn't performed, but anyway, it's a decent company. I've been to their vineyard once, and
mhm,
uh, they offer now like brewery stay as well, sort of staycation where you stay at their vineyards and taste the wine along with the some popular cuisines like
mhm,
Italian and all. But only problem is that it's limited to only one or two places. I think only in Nasik. But their
mhm.
wines, I don't know how much is consumed by the Indians because I have not seen much wine consumption in India. But it's mostly the beer and uh, as you mentioned, the whiskey is more popular in India, like something you mix with.
Correct, correct. Now that is why I'm telling. No, you should buy like
Mm.
a basket. You should look at gin and tonic. You should look at hard liquor. You should look at beer, and you should look at wine. So four
Which
companies.
which one is in your portfolio as of now?
Which one?
United? Any which company is in your portfolio as of now?
I have United Spirits and I have
United.
Radico Khaitan for the moment.
Okay, thanks. What about
I
this
want
story about the associated alcohol? I mean, I have somewhere. I mean, the return is quite good. I can see that their overall return for the past 10 years is more than six
yeah,
thousand percent, but
yeah.
it's underperformed in the past 2 years now.
Correct, correct. So see, these all go through cycles, and the way your habits change. The society says, भाई रेड वाइन पीना है सब लोगों को
Hmm.
क्योंकि हेल्थ के लिए अच्छा है, हाथ बड़ा होता है और ज्यादा लड़कियां बैठेंगे अंदर. ये सब immediately everybody starts drinking red wine. Then when you're drinking red wine, somebody says, अरे रे जिन एंड टॉनिक नया है, ये मस्त है, नया बॉटल आया है, नया कंपनी डाला है. Then people move to that. Then somebody says नहीं नहीं ठंडी है इसलिए ये पीना है मुझे अल्कोहल. So then they move to that. Then somebody says अरे मेरे पास पैसा है तो मैं सिंगल मॉल्ट पीऊंगा अभी अभी से
Hmm.
ये छोटा छोड़ दूंगा. So each one to his own self is making up the segments. The segments. Just take it for yourself. Just think about yourself.
Yeah.
If you're a drinker for the last 1 year, what have you had the most? You rank them,
Hmm.
and then you know the answer for it.
Well, I'm not a alcohol person, nature wise, but yeah, what the other people say, and which is more popular, what you see. Nimesh, what do you think?
Yeah, can you pardon?
What do you drink most?
Nothing. Thumbs up.
Nothing. That's good. I mean, but I can still see, especially the Radico is at all time high. If I look at the current stock price,
No, no, no.
it's
Radico is at all-time high, but Global Spirit is at a 50% low.
hmm,
But the thing is, you have to understand, Global Spirits operates out of areas where the women are demanding prohibition. Last year, Nitish Kumar promised prohibition, and that is why Global Spirits fell like anything because they just put up a new factory in Bihar.
oh, and Bihar banned alcohol, right?
And they said in election manifesto, they said we will prohibit alcohol. Then immediately Global Spirits fell like anything. So they started lobbying. So the government finally agreed to producing from the factory but not selling in the state.
Hmm.
So Northeast market is being addressed by Global Spirits now.
Hmm. When United Spirits is like near 52-week high, I think all of them are like doing well.
Correct, correct. That's why this alcohol industry on an average is doing well and will continue to do well. See other things. Most other alcohol companies are alcohol companies. Whereas if you look at United Spirits, it is always positioned as a lifestyle company. Okay.
Sorry,
They
can you repeat? Your voice was broken in the last
no no.
sentence.
Most alcohol companies are positioned themselves as alcohol companies only,
Hmm. Mm-hmm.
whereas United Spirits is positioned as a lifestyle company.
Oh, okay.
Not just alcohol because they do have cricket teams, men and women of RCB. कप नहीं जीतते हैं पर दिल जीतते हैं.
Oh, okay. RCB sponsor makes sense.
Yeah, the media rights, the media rights for RCB team, media rights ही बोलते हैं ना, नहीं क्या बोलते हैं उसको, I forget. The rights for RCB team, the media rights, I believe, in the previous IPL were 225 crore. Okay,
Hmm.
now this year it is 550 crore
Wow,
for RCB. That is the amount that they got, valid for 5 years.
that's
So
insane.
yeah, so this is the sort of money that they're making, and this is only men's team. They bought recently women's team also last year. So
Hmm.
women are gonna play. So RCB women team is also owned by DHO. So before the IPL comes and then the women's team gets in, they would like to look at introducing some brands which are women oriented, not just like hard liquor, single malt types. So new product introduction is a possibility. These are the pros, but the cons remain that Karnataka government increased the tax on this liquor by around 14% or 15%, something like that, because of which the EBITDA impact is 17% on United Spirits. And because of this, the volume drop happened, and the management did say that they cannot recover that volume because it's a perishable technically. What is gone is gone. So these problems will always exist.
United Breweries, the fee is like 184,
Which one?
almost for United Breweries, the RCB one. I think it's
No, no, no,
yeah,
no, no, no. RCB is United Spirits.
yeah, but breweries is the Kingfisher, right? Yeah.
हाँ, बट वो बियर वगैरह है ना, ये है.
What's the difference then? I
See,
thought
once.
breweries was with the Kingfisher, the
No,
Malias one.
नहीं नहीं वो spirits भी था. He sold that to Diageo, and I think he still has the control of UBL.
Oh, okay. So
UBL is there and Spirits went to Diageo, the Johnny Walker owner.
okay. So UBL is still with the original Malia, but the whiskey division gone to Diageo. Okay.
See, I posted an investing channel. This I wrote about Kingfisher quite some time back. I think it was in August I wrote. This is what I see for United Spirits. Both pros and cons, both have compiled together in one thing.
Oh, nice.
All my own written, no copy paste.
It's clearly mentioned. I
I
can
don't.
make that. It's not chat GPT anymore.
Yeah, exactly. I write my own stuff.
Yeah, you already mentioned alcohol and fuel are only two items not part of GST, and this
Correct.
was like in August you mentioned.
Correct. And this will continue the same way because the state's revenue deficits have to be breached by these two items. Why do the states have deficit? Because the welfare schemes have been increased by states. Why welfare schemes are being increased? Because central government has taken over many welfare schemes, so state cannot what do you do, piggyback on that or add on to that. So they want to
Hmm.
do their own welfare schemes for which they need different set of money, for which they don't want to give away these because these are the two revenue generators.
Nice.
Gi-
Yep, that
Give
makes
you,
sense.
yeah, just telling you to give numbers. Um
Hmm.
Telangana 4 months ago had this all these alcohol shops would be there. No, for those licenses were expiring, so fresh licenses would be auctioned. Okay. Uh, the last time this was auctioned, I think, was 4 years ago or 5 years ago, something like that, before COVID. The total application money that came was something around 28 crore. This time, the application money crossed 275 crore.
Hmm.
That many number of applications. This is application money. This is not money wherein they are getting the license. This is the money to put application. It's like putting LKG application, like 50,000 applications for one seat.
Got it.
That is what is happening. So you have to understand all these things are moving. There are so many moving parts. So if somebody says ये sector अगला साल अच्छा चलेगा, he is telling it from the point of current circumstances.
Hmm.
So if the variables change over the next time, next quarter, or even next tomorrow, when the government says नहीं नहीं कल से अल्कोहल में पानी मिक्स करना मैंडेटरी है, तो नीट नहीं पी सकते हैं, नीट सेल नहीं कर सकते हैं, then what to do? So these things and all, government is a rollback government, so they'll just shout and then they'll do so.
थोड़ा तो छोड़ दो पब्लिक के ऊपर है. It's like government has become parents.
Yes,
Just
yes.
one good, I mean, one observation. You know, the market cap of the top three companies is way bigger than the rest of them. So it's like, you know, if you look at the market cap itself, the top three holds the major chunk. And United Spirit तो है ही है. Radico Katana is something which, I mean, though it is all-time high or near 80H, still can hold some value on that. The other ones are like Sula is at, I don't know how much wine consumption is there in India. So definitely is there in the western part. India by large is a hot country. Had it been like in a Europe or something where the wine consumption is like way higher, I believe. I don't know why wine is not that popular in India. Maybe it's because of pricing or something. But uh, personally, I prefer wine sometimes. It's just that not many. I mean, still a sector is good, and even the women involvement in the wine is comparatively higher than the spirits. That's what I. I mean, I don't know whether it's correct or not, but that's my observation, personal.
No, see, the women drinking has become acceptable.
Yeah.
Because of that, the volumes are rising. There are two parts here. The existing people are consuming a little more higher, thereby increasing the per capita consumption. Addition of new people in women and the 18 to 24 bracket that has come
Hmm.
about where it is acceptable now has increased the volumes. The counterpoint for that is many people of the older generation who are now become health conscious have quit alcohol. Okay, and they were the larger premium quality consumers. They never. I mean, they are not popular brand consumers. They are premiumized company. Sorry, clients. The companies are losing them at a faster rate. So these people, companies have to now include these new ones into that premiumized products. Now the thing is, most college students drink that usual कितना quarter कितने का आता है पता नहीं. वो regular quarter popular whippler जो लेते थे पहले popular brands में से, that would have been cheaper, but they won't now buy premium brands. No, many people, unless you are earning. So when you are earning, they want them to be graduated directly to the premium product and not somewhere in the mid segment or the lower segment. So it's all about positioning. United Spirits
Oh,
wants to position itself as a lifestyle consumption player rather than simply being called as an alcohol seller. That's it.
so from beer point of view, our United Spirits is the
No. From alcohol point of view, United Spirits, hard liquor.
hard liquor. What about from beer point of view?
You have option. If you are geographic specific and you like smaller players, then some distilleries makes more sense.
Some distilleries, okay. Which
Some
is a
distilleries.
brand from there? If you
Yeah,
remember.
Home is Hunter MP.
Which one?
Hunter beer.
Hunter beer. Okay.
So it has whiskey. It says Pentagon, Milestone Blue. These all
Hmm.
are very regional.
And the price is consolidating. It's not moving.
which one?
And some distilleries.
Because it moved up, rallied up, right? This is what is called time consolidation going on now. Time
Hmm.
and a little bit of price. This is how you see. You need the MS to catch up, no?
Yep. 1 year, at least from July onwards, it's not moved much. At least it's decline actually. But if you look
Two,
at the
three things.
overall,
Yeah, two, three things happened. One, income tax notice went to them. Second, I think they were expecting Congress to win the elections, but BJP won it. So that also brought about change, and that immediately brought about an income tax notice. Then there were IT raids on the company, telling that they are not declaring their total sales. That's
it
also
was priced at 27 rupees during the COVID time, and now it's risen 10 times. Interesting.
We still don't have many big companies yet in India listed in. We don't have Bernard Ricard. We don't have.
because licenses are not easy. For example,
Yeah.
right now, Perrier somebody applied for a license in Delhi, they were rejected.
I mean, Delhi's excise is just
Uh,
very clear what allows them.
Rejected by the court, by the way.
Oh,
Court.
that.
It's not government which rejected. Court rejected that they cannot. Their license expired, so it was not renewed. So too many things at play to protect the domestic industry, keep the foreigners out. A lot of things happening. Luckily, though Diageo is a global player, it is still still United Spirits is like a homegrown brand.
Yeah.
They always keep telling that we just want to increase the number of products in the brand. So they're gonna bring more. They're gonna bring new vodka, new tequila, something and all. They were telling from Mexico and all. Once the FTA agreement with UK goes through.
So that will happen after the new government.
Depends if the mostly should happen with the new government, but if will persist, then probably we could see even now also happen because the main contentious point of immigration is resolved. Rishi Sunak doesn't want Indians, but Boris Johnson was okay with more immigration also. So when Boris Johnson quit, actually they were going to sign the agreement that time. Okay, they were going to sign the agreement, but he resigned because of which FTA was put in a back burner. Then the lady who came, well, what's her name? Yeah,
Vela Braverman.
Braverman. She said that नहीं नहीं हमें इतने पिज्जा डिलीवरी बॉयज नहीं चाहिए इंडिया से. So then all that problem happened. So then Rishi Sunak said, ठीक है भाई कम करो visa, qualification बढ़ाओ. Then India said no, आप हमारा immigration कम करोगे, हम कुछ और टैक्स बढ़ाएंगे आपको जो वी आर टेकिंग फ्रॉम यू. So then tit for tat thing happened, negotiations happened, and finally, I think fourth round of negotiations concluded to 1.5 months back or something, and they are putting the final draft, is what I heard. After that, I didn't see anything. Frankly speaking, in 2022 Diwali, it was supposed to be signed when Boris Johnson was coming to India. It should have been signed at that time. कौन तालियां बजा रहा है यार? रात के 1 बजे कौन तालियां बजा रहा है? Okay, anyway, so that is the part of it. So these are all industries that are there which are niche. These are good for long-term investment, good for portfolio purpose.
Portfolio, yeah. Correct,
Yeah.
correct.
You
Agree.
can't be just like putting money in it today and telling, अरे कल सुबह में 10% क्यों नहीं गया? You can't expect.
And
That's
interestingly, this United Spirit also it didn't move much considering we had election.
yes, because they are not selling popular brands anymore, no? So politicians who distribute alcohol didn't distribute.
Oh, the local brand में वो ठर्रा बेचती हूँ.
You are distributing the local ones, but you are not distributing these. That's the difference that comes about. Radico, all those companies would work well because they are doing all popular brands, cheap, lower variety, quality, and all that. So each thing is there. Now there is another pocket, if you want to look at it, that is also electricals. While they have moved, there is still scope for it because of two reasons. One, realty sector is moving up, and second, home improvement is also doing very well. I feel that this one offers potential. Electrical companies I'm posting here. This also could, you will see pockets. I mean, Polycab and all could work. Charge there.
Polycab is like a story, good story. If 10-year return, my God, is 28,000 times.
That is KEI. KEI.
Sorry. Okay, okay.
KEI.
KEI,
Yeah,
cable.
KEI is also a very good company. Yeah, Finalex Cable. Universal Cable was starting around 160, 180 rupees for such a long time. I only told here in this server only, buy it at 200 blindly, and now it is at 517.
Which one?
It was Universal Cables, stock number 974 there.
Okay.
Yeah, it is also a good company. I bought and held and sold, did whatever with it. So much I did. That is also there. Decent companies in here. Then the new ones, Eco Lighting. Eco Lighting is new. DCX Systems, Avalon Technologies. ये है इधर उधर है सब कुछ इधर उधर बीच में बहुत new companies हैं. Now you see integrated industries. I don't know what magic it does, but if you look at the chart, no, it is mind blowing. So can't expect much than this. Integrated industries chart. Have you looked at it?
Let me
Just
check. Name is good.
yeah, just like crazy move, really. I don't know what it does though, but really.
Same in diamond power and infra. Check its chart.
ये मंदिर लोग है ये सब ये मंदिर लोग.
Integrated is about printed circuit board.
हाँ, I mean electrical
Wow,
electronics.
1 year return is 6.31%. क्या करते हैं लोग?
Now, no, you see that now you think about diamond power. ये से देखो diamond power देखो. ये आर्ट बोलते हैं इसको स्टॉक प्राइस नहीं बोलते, आर्ट बोलते हैं, आर्ट. Okay.
Diamond power.
Show me, this is a 1 day chart. Show me a red candle in volume. सीधा 22 से लेके 160 चले गया. So you see, these are some that you can't predict. If you have, you get it. We are also trying for one of these.
Really, one circuit and circuit. What is this?
Yeah, what to do? We are also trying one of these. There is Now that forgings is a good sector, we are playing with Tirupati forging. ये हमारा मंदिर है. Tirupati forging, we all bought at like 9 rupees and just doing time pass. At 18, it will double our money. So we are waiting for that.
No, talking about power, I had once Orient Green Electric, and I had like 10,000 shares at price 3. I sold it at 4 because it was like consolidating and didn't believe it. It is like some 20 ऊपर चला गया था, 30 ऊपर. It was a micro cap. Still I have Orient Green.
That's nice. Some stocks are like that. It is at 23.50 now. But if you see, some are just there, yeah. I mean, you can plant them and then say, ये जाएगा, नहीं जाएगा, ये bet लेंगे. Time pass bets, huh? You don't have to be extremely serious about them. You put 25,000 crap money in 10 different stocks and you just pray that 2 of them hit out of the park. That's it. No, seriously. Pennies are taken bet that way. You look at, you shortlist like 50, pick 10 good businesses out of them. Businesses. I'm not telling financials because you don't look at financials for pennies. You look at business. And then you put like, let's say they're all priced somewhere less than 20, 25,000. You buy 1,000 shares of each and then create a portfolio with 2.5 lakh with 10 companies. 2 hit well over the next 2 years, then that's it. Even if the rest 8 go into loss, you'll still recover much more than that, and they will become the bigger companies later on. And I specifically focus for companies which have 10 rupee face value, so that gives option for a corporate action like a split or bonus or something. Split and bonus sometimes.
It's like buy and forget basically to them as
Yeah,
well.
exactly. That's how it works. Sharda Energy worked that way. You know that for me. Sharda Energy was only like what? 1,000 shares, 1,000, 1,010. So, Sharda Energy, I had like 6,000 shares, okay, total 6,000.
Wow.
It became 60,000 after split. Now, 60,000 shares, so I sold like 10,000 just so that I can raise some capital and for some other purpose. And 50,000 I'm holding. Every day the company moves at least 10 rupees.
Wow.
10 rupees up or down. It moves that much, it impacts that much.
And the price is 253 only, so does it really move 10 rupees now? I mean, after the split, no, right?
After the split, yes. If you see intraday, you look at daily candles that are there. There'll be at least 7-8 rupees change, minimum from top to down. You see 263 top and bottom will be something like average bottom will be like 250, 240 something. 10 rupees you will get in a day.
Yeah, it's a highly volatile one.
Yeah, very highly volatile. My average is 32 rupees in this. Post split 32. Before split it was 320.
Nice. That's a good one.
Yeah, this is another metal play. After 2020, when I bought like so many metal stocks, no, I consolidated all of them into Jindal Stainless, Sarda Energy, and APL Apollo.
APL Apollo. It's a story there.
Yeah, APL Apollo is Apollo tubes. They do
Two,
that.
right? Yeah. How metal is related with the metal because you mentioned like move to.
Yeah, pipes. They're metals.
Oh, okay. So it's tire company, but with okay.
No. Apollo tires, no. Apollo tubes.
Apollo
APL.
tubes. APL
APL.
Apollo.
APL Apollo.
So in tube, how come metal is in?
No. Tube is not tire tube. Tube is those pipes that you use for oil and gas and all that part of it. The pipes, they're called tubes, no?
Okay, that part. Okay, so I see.
Zinc tubes, you call them. They are all zinc coated.
Okay.
So that they're actually premium product. APL Apollo had the Apollo group. This one had 3 companies in steel in pipes. One is APL Apollo, the other was Apollo Tricoat, and third one was Apollo Pipes. Apollo Pipes does regular piping thing. APL Apollo, sorry, Apollo Tricoat does zinc pipes only. Now, these zinc coated pipes sell a good margin. They are like 32% margin they make on that. That company got merged with this company now. Okay, sister companies together got merged. So I'm expecting at least in the future it will do well. It is a decent company, but very highly volatile. You will see at least 20 rupees intraday moving up and down. 20 rupees you will get 15, 20 if you are fast and smart.
So it's like, so, yeah, Pure Apollo is yes. Yep, right.
So it was recently at 1800 and then blah, it just cracked for no reason. But anyway, no issue on that. So I think CLS has a buy recommendation. Many Singapore funds and other people own these in their portfolio. I think Mark Mobius has a APL Apollo. So ठीक है चलता है अच्छा कंपनी है ये. So that's why I left it. Jindal Stainless, you are also part of it.
Yeah.
We are the trio guys in here.
Mine was part of the original Jindal stainless part, and it did a phenomenal good return. But
Yeah.
after that, especially I think last year, as you mentioned, when the steel exports were the duty was imposed on the industry, it was consolidated, and also I think it was very very close to my buy price as well. But after that, it picked up really really well,
Yeah, it
especially after the
really
merger with the GSL.
correct when JSL merger happened, and I am right now expecting. See, there is a 15% growth in the volume of steel consumed domestically for this quarter. April November period. The growth is 15%.
Fueled
Exports
due
are
to reality.
which one? Sorry.
Is it fueled because of reality sector?
Realty, other construction also. Everything included steel production, steel
Overall.
consumption in domestically. Yeah, as is up by 15% for this year between April November period. Now, if I were to look at the same way, then I expect Jindal Stainless to end the year March somewhere closer to a price of somewhere around 620. This is my assumption, 615, 620. So post 600, I would like to pare down a little. I'm not sure how 2024 is going to look like because valuations are on the higher side. See, I don't mind a high PE for a stock company, but a high price to book is little pressurizes me. So I probably will pare down. That's why I told Kappa also that we'll start paring down once it moves above 600. Little will pare down. We'll see if it reaches 625 or 650, and then we'll keep selling a little like that.
P is not even high. It's 16.9, whereas the sectorial P is 25. So it's still undervalued if you take the.
No, normally metals, you don't give such high PEs for metals. It is not supposed to be that way. If you see the normal metals, just take something else. What is it? If you see price to book, just giving
The
an
Tata Steel, for example.
Tata Steel price to book is 1.9, sale is 0.9. Uh,
Hmm.
JSW Steel is 2.91, which is on the expensive side. Sham Metallics is 1.96. Jindal Saw is 1.46. So you see, all of them are in that range. Jindal Stainless, on the other hand, is 3.56 price to book, the highest of all.
Hmm.
Okay. And it's not that its ROE and ROCs are like amazing. I mean, yeah, they are in the 20% range. Good. Abhyuday Jindal is a very nice guy and he's working towards making the operations more leaner. His management calls are good and everything. But if you look at APL Apollo, on the other hand, it is clocking at 23, 27% ROE, ROC. So it's a combination. How do you want, where do you find the value? Do you find in the producers or do you find in the value added products that come about, or do you find in the people who are using it? So somewhere you need to find the right thing. I sold my sale and Tata Steel long back. Actually, I sold around 84 or 85. I sold sale
Oh,
and I bought Jindal Stainless at the same time in March around
uh,
2023.
yeah,
Around
PB is high. Correct. Now, what's the reason why? Okay, I just want to check with you. The difference between Jindal Stainless and JSW. Is it two
Jindal
houses, two different Jindals?
family
Family,
part
right? One. Yeah.
family part उतना पता नहीं है, but One thing I know, Jindal Stainless is the fifth largest producer of stainless steel in the world.
Oh, okay.
It
That's
is
the story.
it is the largest stainless steel producer in Asia Pacific region.
Makes sense.
So it retains its competitive power. It can offer value. Yes, over a long period, it can work. It is there in many funds, AIFs, and things like that. Abacus actually holds a big chunk of Jindal Stainless at very low levels. I think probably they have it something like 150, 180. That is where their buy price lines. They are, I think, 5.6% of AUM is in Jindal Stainless, I think.
Oh,
So
that's quite significant.
yeah, that's why they have made good money out of this and they continue to hold. And there are other funds houses also that I know who are holding Jindal Stainless. So ठीक ठाक है company. Financially, it is stronger. Recently, only entire unpledging has been done. I don't know if you are aware that Jindal Stainless used to have like a 75% of their
Yeah, their own.
58% holding pledged.
That's
Okay.
why in the ticker tape fundamentals it was showing as a highly pledged, and so it was one of the red items. So not
Correct.
that recommended by at least the ticker tape at that time.
Correct. That entire pledge is being done, removed off with, and it is gone. And if you look at FIIs also who are there, recently Hypnos Fund sold like 5 lakh shares of like 3 lots each or so and so. And it was bought over by Jindal Overseas only, their own company. They bought of those shares. Hypnos Fund
So that
sold
is
like
promoter holding and their interest in their own stock is on a higher side.
yes, they are pretty positive that they can contribute in a better manner and do better valuation going forward. So that's why they bought it. Let me just look at the deals. I'll just get back to you in I'll just share with you.
So upward till you see till 650. Yeah. So yeah, still there's a good room is there.
Yes. I
At least
consider that like
20% room I can see is still there.
yeah, it makes sense. Is what I am thinking. One second here. Please see this thing. Hypnos Fund has been selling like I've told. They sold it like 3 times, and all the 3 times, no, 4 times they sold, and all the times JSL Overseas took over the quantities. And we are talking about JSL buying over at 529 rupees. JSL, see the latest one.
Wow. So they have overseas branch. Okay.
Mm. So the JSL Overseas has bought like what at 529, 477, 455, 459. Anything being sold, they're absorbing complete quantities.
Yep.
So this is one that motivates me to, if I want like still hold for long, probably 1,000 could come in like a year and a half, 2 years, something if things work out well and steel does well. But if the cycle drops off or if market correction comes, then this stock will definitely take a hit and you will see it somewhere close to 375 to 425 range.
Hmm.
That is also a possibility on this. So you have to be nimble in this and then decide ki kitna theek hai. See, it's about no regret business. Okay. I mean, we bought at what, like your average is like what, 160?
Mine is 92.
92. So it's an amazing average. If you want to pare down a little and then take profit home, cover off your losses from something else if you have, to it as long-term capital gains. Anyway, that will work out. So first 1 lakh is exempted and the rest anyway you will pay 10% of it. You can raise cash level and then wait for some good pricing on some other company if you want. So this is an option. There are lots of options for this. So you think about it.
Of
All right,
late, I
let
was
me
thinking
let
to even average more because it's a. But I wanted to check the story behind it. Yeah. So thanks for it. So I think I will take my decision. But it's a
see,
non-stop rally for the past 1 year, I would say.
spend some time in understanding the stock and where the positioning is. That makes sense. See, like right now, I believe in only like 2 or 3 steel companies because I'm not sure if they'll retain their margin capacity going forward. Okay. The pricing is there. China, once it starts coming back to its full force of, uh, exporting, then all the export markets are going to get hit. India is going to face tough time too because domestic consumption is not there in China at this point.
Still, I mean, Okay, I mean China story has anywhere run up, but the way they are doing is that no one knows because they don't share the data also.
Correct, correct.
India domestic consumption, I think, at least from the steel side, will rise based on the way realty has picked up and automobiles have picked up. So both of them indirectly uh, need steel and metal. They are one of the the biggest I would say consumer of this metal industry. So keeping that in mind, if these two sectors booming, naturally metals will boom, and in metals we have to find the one which can provide uh, their product regularly at a cheaper way. For example, Nalco. Nalco was my first ever stock, and really very happy to see that. And it was I think, the cheapest producer of aluminium in, or second cheapest producer of aluminium in the world. I think at that point of time. Not sure if it still takes place.
Mm.
Good to see that.
See,
It's more.
the problem with this PSUs is जो कल था वो आज नहीं रहेगा.
Yeah.
So consistency is always lacking, and all these government babus, these people who come into these positions of MD and all that, they are just they don't know. They are not literate enough to run power plants or mining companies and all these. They just come because ओ बीजेपी में थे पहले तो एमएलए नहीं बने तो इसीलिए कंपनी का डायरेक्टर बने. Okay, if you see Sambit Patra becoming the whole time director or whatever director in ONGC, ONGC is such a specialized company in oil and gas, and you are giving it to Sambit Patra as a doctor. क्यों ONGC में फर्स्ट एड का बॉक्स है क्या इसीलिए लगा है. But that's how it is anyway. What can we do? The National Aluminium Sea is just stuck. It was just stuck for such a long time. Somehow it broke out, but अभी ब्रेकआउट चल रहा है ना उसका. It is at all-time high breaks coming out,
Just
I think.
started, yeah. Oh,
It's going to falter probably. Maybe don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, eighth time. Eighth time since 2008 it is attempting this level.
mm.
पता नहीं क्या होगा.
Maybe it's the same story as like our PSC and REC. Oh, they also considered like up and down for decades, and then now it's moving up.
Correct. But if Nalco breaks 140, no, then I think buying makes more sense. 140 plus 3%, so roughly around 148, 140, yeah, somewhere around that, I think. Just to see there's no false breakout. This stupid thing harasses. Once it goes down, it can go down to 25 rupees again. नहीं चाहिए. That's any new sectors or anybody else? कुछ add करो यार, कोई कुछ नहीं बोले जा रहा है. Share some new sectors. We have discussed so many sectors. Yeah. Give us some 1 or 2 sectors at least. तुम्हें थोड़ा दे यार sector तो. FMCG is like FMCG is going its own thing right now.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening यार. कुछ sector बताओ ना क्या चल रहा है.
सेक्टर का कुछ मिल रहा नहीं है. मैंने कुछ चार्ट्स किए जो जनवरी का था ना, परफॉर्मेंस जनवरी इंडेक्स उसमें कुछ मिला है. आई हैव ऑलरेडी शेयर्ड अर्लियर लाइक वी शुड परफॉर्म गुड इन जनवरी वैसे सब. जैसे दिखता है. I'm sharing the chart. So,
एक second ना, just let me before you post. You posted already?
Yeah.
Okay, no problem.
तो मोस्टली जनवरी के लिए यही मैंने देखा कि which have performed consistently better than like आउट परफॉर्मेंस किसका ज़्यादा है. for each January, like AD ratio use करते हैं. Mostly it was for IT only for January.
IT, but IT, will it move now in the current situation is the question.
No.
नहीं ना, वही लग रहा है मुझे, पता नहीं.
Sector wise, though, I mean, I'm not able to find anything particularly good. Like individually, yeah, overall marketing में देख रहा था एक बार. Like I told you, I wanted to look the एक अलग type का analysis करना था मेरे को.
Did you look at the first sheet entirely for anything?
Yeah, I tried. I didn't find anything. Like I was not able to make any good sense out of it. Because ठीक है, like data है, but it was not like giving me a proper answer. फिर मैंने मेरा खुद का एक किया अलग से. Then I made something out of it because I think. Do you remember when we? You had told about something like good stock and good company का concept. Like a company can be a good company, but it can be a best stock, etc., etc.
Correct.
So basis on that only, I was trying to figure out how to like थोड़ा सा assessment कर सकते हैं या analysis कर सकते हैं.
Contra कुछ देखना पड़ेगा सुमित. See, the thing is, we need to look for companies which have very crappy financials at this point in time. And
Patanjali.
No. Patanjali, no.
Patanjali is doing good.
No. Yeah, he might do. He will get through, but I'm not gonna put 1575 rupees to buy his stock. I mean, 15 rupees में नहीं खरीदा तो मैं 1575 में थोड़ी ही लूंगा. I went
so
Suchi Soya में नहीं लिया. हाँ, बोलो.
So what I used was I was earlier trying to use EBITDA in enterprise value for that. बट मेरे इसमें 10 लाइन यूज किया तो उसमें देखा तो था ही नहीं, EBITDA भी नहीं था, एंटरप्राइज वैल्यू भी नहीं. गेट द डेटा. तो उसके बदले फिर मैंने ऑपरेटिंग प्रॉफिट लिया, TTM ऑपरेटिंग प्रॉफिट, उसका ग्रोथ ईयर ऑन ईयर एंड देन 1 year प्राइस रिटर्न. So price return will give me whether the company is a good stock or a bad stock, and operating profit देगा कि if it's a good company or a bad company. Just to simplify.
सही है.
फिर उसके बाद 2000 स्टॉक्स थे, उसमें से मेरे को थोड़ा फिल्टर निकाल दिया, एक्सेस जो भी थे. तो नाउ आई हैव दिस चार्ट डाल रहा हूँ, थोड़ा अच्छा लगेगा दिखने में. ये कौन आ गया?
म्यूट कर दिया सर्वर.
So now if you see, look at the chart I have sent. थोड़ा like I have pointers भी डाला है. It's basically this is each and every stock that is listed with vertical axis में price returns है, horizontal axis में उसका operating profit growth है. And then now it is like वो quadrant है, quadrant 1, quadrant 2, 3, 4. And in each corner I have written what it is showing. Like top right वाले जो quadrant है, जो normally quadrant 1 बोलते हैं, it is like profit be positive and price return is also positive.
Correct.
Like a steady performer, it's a good stock and a good company. Similarly on the top left, we have profit बढ़ा है but the price returns have been negative. So these are like contrarian opportunities. Basically, fundamentally grow हुआ है in operating profit, but the returns have been negative for the year. So it can be a contrarian point of view कि बढ़ सकता है आगे जाके. So the negative returns है, but still even though it grew in operating profit. Now उसके नीचे देखेंगे bottom left में it is like दोनों नेगेटिव है, प्राइस रिटर्न भी नेगेटिव है, ऑपरेटिंग प्रॉफिट भी नेगेटिव से. These are like bad stock, bad company.
Right.
ये सब रिस्की वाले स्टॉक्स हो गए. And then on the bottom right we have negative operating profits but positive returns. Price positive है. So it's basically saying कि ये turnaround expectation कर रहे हैं. Like market is trying to price in a big change in the performance of the fundamentals. क्योंकि profit down है but price has also, the stock price has increased a lot in positives basically. So they are like turnarounds है. तो इनमें से कौन सी कंपनीज देखनी है? Like this is the data of 1300 stocks.
Okay, okay. You have taken NSE once.
आई थिंक ट्रेंड लाइन में एनएससी वन सी यार नहीं नहीं हाँ होगा मोस्टली एनएससी वन सी होगा
Because I think NSE total listed space around 2450, of which traded liquid ones are like 1850, I think.
हाँ दो इसमें 2000 स्टॉक्स थे टोटल तो मे बी इट विल बी हैव सम बीएससी एज वेल नॉट श्योर बट या बस इसमें से भी अगर कुछ मिलता है तो वी कैन डू इट फॉर द होल मार्केट एज वेल लेटर ऑन
Correct, correct.
तो इसमें से किस में देखना है आपको कौन सा स्टॉक like which quadrant we want to look into to see we can invest because if you see just chart देख के पता चलता है most of the stocks are in the first quadrant only steady performer
Yeah, exactly.
and in the bottom right like turnaround में expectations है ना उसमें भी बहुत सारे very few are there in the other in the left quadrants.
Correct. Let's look at contrarian opportunities only because I like price returns being negative because I mean, see, if there is operating profit, then that is fine. Like we were discussing about the ITC part, where ITC EPS went from 7.3 to something like almost 12.5 over a 4-year period, but sales price, stock price didn't go anywhere. Even in fact, it went negative. So I'm okay with a negative stock price as long as there is consistent operating profit.
मतलब इसमें मैंने एक और चीज भी किया कि आई वाज आल्सो ट्राइंग टू लुक कि कैश फ्रॉम ऑपरेटिंग है उसका भी देखना था ग्रोथ प्लस alongside the price move as well as the asset growth like total assets का growth रहता है ना even that also but अभी तक डाला नहीं है मैंने सिर्फ इतना करके रखा है आई हैव द डेटा सिर्फ मैंने ऐसा एनालिसिस करने के लिए चेंज किया नहीं है फिलहाल only looking at operating profit but वो बाद में भी देख सकते हैं
ठीक है
so contrarian opportunities right
contrarian opportunities are the better way to go.
let me try to zoom in and see क्या कर सकते हैं उसमें
जस्ट थोड़ा देखो मैं 2 मिनट में
हाँ मैं करता हूँ
एवरीवन गुड नाइट मैं भी सोने जा रहा हूँ
गुड नाइट यार टेक केयर
गुड नाइट बाय बाय
till that time somebody can tell some other sector or something. Yeah
मैं अभी स्टॉक लिस्ट लाइक एज ए लिस्ट भेजूं या चार्ट पे ही देखना है आपको?
लिस्ट सेक्टर वाइज है क्या?
केमिकल
नहीं
देख सकते हैं ना, केमिकल थोड़ा भी वापस ऐसा हो रहा है कि इट माइट राइज, अगर केमिकल नहीं हुआ वो अभी तक।
The chances of that happening in chemical are lesser. Why? Because we are looking at companies with increasing operating profit, but chemicals pricing pressure has been there, so operating profit margins have gone down. So you might not find many companies in that place, especially chemical companies where operating profit has gone down and stock price has gone up. ये तो बहुत कम मिलेंगे, मिल भी नहीं सकेंगे.
मतलब इट्स क्वाइट सम टाइम आई हैव बीन होल्डिंग ये अल्काइल अमाइन, पता नहीं क्या करूं इसके साथ.
Holding 2024 is going to be better year.
Alkyl amine, Epigral, Polyplex, I posted a screenshot, like ये सब थोड़े फंसे हुए हैं.
निकलेंगे
I've been
निकलेंगे.
averaging them, but don't know.
I think this year chemicals could really see better numbers. I think.
Yep, let's see. This is my current like अभी मतलब नेगेटिव वाले का ये हाल है, मतलब उसमें काफी सारे केमिकल वाले ये जो जो नेगेटिव में है.
Second, let me see. हार्ट ट्रेड IPO है क्या?
नहीं, आईपीओ के बाद लिया था.
अरे डेल्टा कॉर्प भी क्यों? Contrarian bet.
Delta Corp I got in ऐसे ही थोड़ा like after this news came right and on all, so that's why I thought let's see if it comes in volatility, not a lot. I just entered with just a small amount.
हाँ, अभी मैंने चार्ट डाला है थोड़ा जूम इन करके विद आई थिंक विद टिकर नेम मैंने यूज किया था सिर्फ, तो आई थिंक सम ऑफ द स्टॉक्स विच आर ओनली बीएससी वाले, तो उसका सिर्फ वो कोड आ गया है बीएससी नंबर.
करेक्ट करेक्ट. हाँ चिंता नहीं वो.
But these are some of the stocks which have given positive returns in profits, like operating profits positive है but negative returns in chart. तो थोड़ा जंबल्ड अप कॉर्नर में है which are like near zero ones, तो इग्नोर कर सकते हैं आई थिंक.
Okay, okay, okay. It's better.
लाइक बायोकॉन देखोगे ना तो बॉटम बॉटम राइट में, तो इट्स लाइक नियर जीरो है सर. तो एंड आई थिंक द नंबर इज द ऑपरेटिंग प्रॉफिट्स कितना बड़ा है यार.
एक सेकंड होल्ड ऑन. 540590 कौन सा कंपनी है? एक सेकंड. रिद्धि सिद्धि कॉर्पोरेट सर्विसेज. हाँ सोचा नहीं. You took operating profit of 2023 end or you took
TTM.
TTM you took. Okay, fine.
बिकॉज आपने वही बोला था ना क्वार्टरली हम लोग को देखना है, तो वही.
The TTM is the right thing to go get.
चाहे तो मैं लिस्ट भी भेज सकता हूँ, तो वी कैन लाइक चार्ट में दिखे. लिस्ट में क्या चाहिए, किस तरह का, लाइक सेक्टर वो सब भी.
सेक्टर वाइज शॉर्ट करके बेच दो.
सेक्टर वाइज शॉर्ट. अरे यार Almost 600 companies actually. uh, shit.
एक्सेल या सीएसवी डाल दो।
हाँ हाँ वही देख रहा हूँ। मैंने अलग से फाइल बना के डाल दी है कॉन्ट्रेरियन फिल्टर करके। सिर्फ मार्केट कैप ईवी एंड ईवी पर ईबिटा भी है साथ में एंड सेक्टर्स। अच्छा सॉरी ओनली 686 कंपनीज है सिर्फ। अर्लियर इट वाज जस्ट काउंटिंग ऑल द सेल्स दैट हैज 86 है इसमें फॉर नाउ आउट ऑफ 1300। वी कैन लुक इनटू थोड़ा अच्छा से होगा फिर। ओटी सर देखा वो शीट?
Yes, I opened. I'm just going through that. I'm just seeing.
थोड़ा फॉर्मेट में सीधा कॉपी पेस्ट किया है।
नहीं, वो चिंता नहीं है। आई एम जस्ट लुकिंग थ्रू द सेक्टर मेनली। आई एम लुकिंग एट सेक्टर कि कौन सा टच नहीं करना है। FMCG आई एम थिंकिंग।
अच्छा हाँ
Heritage Foods will zoom like anything once Chandrababu Naidu wins. I'm just telling you. If he wins Andhra elections, then the stock is going to go crazy. It is going to go back to its high levels of 450 and above.
ऑलरेडी वही हाँ प्राइसिंग हो रहा है सर उसमें।
Correct. Pricing start हो गया है. This month already the rise has started at 215 rupees last month. No, that's when it initiated, and now it is already at 300. चल रहा है. होगा हो सकता भी है. राइट नाउ क्या है उतना रेजिस्टेंस नहीं लग रहा है. शायद जा भी जाएगा, क्या पता. Serious in terms of resistance. No. It's already crossed its 2022 highs. It has broken through that. Even the 2023 July, it has broken through. Lot of testing किया है उसने 285 level को. It has broken through successfully.
बट यहाँ ये इस पे ही मैं काम कर रहा था पूरा टाइम. फार्मा में सिर्फ डोलो 650 पता है.
वो डोलो 650 वाला कंपनी इज नॉट लिस्टेड.
नहीं नहीं है.
आई नो.
तभी जो जिसमें फेमस हुआ था तभी सब लोग पूछ रहे थे किधर है क्या है. नहीं.
उसके ऊपर इनकम टैक्स रेड हुआ.
हाँ.
बहुत बेचा डोलो.
हम्म.
गधे को भी खिला दिया उधर रोड पे.
आईटी ने उसका डोलो कर दिया. अभी मैंने जो चार्ट बनाया था, आई थिंक वी शुड डू इट वंस अगेन आफ्टर एनुअल रिजल्ट्स आर देयर, क्योंकि एनुअल रिजल्ट्स के बाद हम लोग एसेट्स का भी कुछ ले सकते हैं फैक्टर्स, लाइक एसेट साइड वाला. एसेट ग्रोथ भी देखते रहते हैं, एंड इवन फॉर कैश फ्रॉम ऑपरेटिंग, क्योंकि उसका एनुअली होता है ना ये दोनों का मोस्टली, तो वी कैन गेट अ प्रॉपर आइडिया.
करेक्ट. वो मैंने वो जो बोला ना, वो कैलकुलेशन करोगे ना ये हफ्ते के अंदर?
हाँ, किसका करना है?
मैं लिखा था ना, वी प्लान्ड टू डू सम कैलकुलेशंस दिस मंथ एंड.
हाँ करते हैं, कल शायद कर सकते हैं, वी कैन डू. अभी तो बहुत टाइम हो गया. देयर वाज अ लॉट ऑफ डिस्कशन गोइंग ऑन. ये बोला नहीं ठीक है.
नहीं, 2-3 दिन में कर देंगे वो. लेट अस रन ऑल द नंबर्स वंस.
हाँ, पिवट का तो जो भी अपना आरबीआई का पिवट कब आ रहा है, मैं उसका वेट कर रहा हूँ.
आएगा, अभी आएगा, बट आई डोंट थिंक दे विल कट बिफोर फेड डज. सो
हाँ, वो तो है, बट स्टिल
फरवरी नहीं है शायद, अप्रैल से स्टार्ट होगा लग रहा है. There was no way 6 cuts would be done by Fed in this year, in 2024. 6 तो नहीं होने वाले.
इलेक्शन प्रेशर से शायद आरबीआई करेगा कि नहीं. इन केस यूएस डजंट डू इट, बट इलेक्शन आता रहेगा तो करेगा.
ये पता नहीं, because see, frankly, even without any change in interest rates, credit growth is going well. 15-16% चल रहा है. Liquidity is fine. Everything is fine. So why would it even be worrying? Or why do we need an interest rate cut at this point? Just question that. Inflation is still unstable.
हाँ, वो तो दिख ही रहा है. The prices of some things are just spiking suddenly.
Yeah.
If in case it happens, तो एक थोड़ा catalyst बन जाएगा कुछ ज़्यादा बढ़ने के लिए मार्केट में. Because people अगर ये rates जो है तो like पूरी दिक्कत है. I don't think many people will be invested in their debt instruments once the rates start falling. Especially treasury bills short term वाले. Long term वाले का हो गया, मतलब सेट हो गया.
Yeah, but till some sectors, introduce some new thing. क्या कोई कुछ नहीं बोल रहा है.
वो बॉटम फिशिंग वाला अभी बताओ या बाद में कभी देखते हैं, कल या परसों.
बॉटम फिशिंग बाद में देखता है. ये इधर समझ में नहीं आएगा सभी को. हम लोग कर लेंगे.
हाँ, देखते हैं. कुछ है, कुछ है मिले हैं. नया नहीं है, एक दो नया है. स्कैम स्टॉक्स ही दिखेंगे मेरे को. चार्ट देखा ना, मेरे को लगा ये सब स्कैम क्यों आ रहे हैं. ठीक है. हो सकते कुछ मिल जाएगा उसमें, 4 ही आया है इस बार।
Specialty restaurants, I don't know, it is just stuck at that place. I mean, after it fell off from 230 low, it hasn't really moved up much. Anyway, same thing with Avenue Supermarts also. Avenue Supermarts lo udhar hi latka hua hai. Indira Global Solutions, again same problem.
I think these are very high capex wale hai na mostly. DMart and everything, they need very high capital expenditure.
Yes, but see, if you see the margins have been doing fine. No, like second Avenue Supermarts the latest. Avenue Supermarts, if you see, they have moved up to 8-9% margin from the earlier 6-7. 6 भी नहीं, 6 से कम हुआ करते थे वो लोग. They're moving at least. They're doing. Yes, I understand what you mean to say. For example, they moved from something like 4,000 crore. They are moving something like 4-5,000 crore every year in sales. That means next year higher sales. But in the March 2022 quarter, they moved like 6-7,000 crore. And in March 2023, they moved something like 11,500 crore. So after such big jumps, right now it is not looking so lucrative. ठंडा पड़ गया है Avenue Supermarts. These explosive growth are followed by periods of lull that gets worrying really. This lull can last for a long time.
एक उस पे भी चार्ट देखो ओके एक्चुअली ठीक है मैं डालता हूँ उनका उसका फंडामेंटल का चार्ट देखने इंटरेस्ट कवरेज रेशियो बहुत बढ़ गया है, बढ़ सकता है और interest coverage ratio. So I shared the chart with fundamentals from Srila. Margins so I think it is same range में ही है, ROC ROE गिर रहा है, but growth है, sales, assets, cash flows सब बढ़ रहा है.
Correct. There is no debt on the books actually. I mean, very small debt. It is negligible really.
Debt equity down ही हो गया.
It is not worrisome. The rest are fine. The sales and all are coming up.
Interest coverage ratio अच्छा high ही होना चाहिए बराबर.
Interest coverage ratio should be high.
Right. ठीक है अच्छा ही. Even valuations are below median mostly. The price to book value high दिख रहा है. चल जाएगा.
No, price to book value for this retail segment has anyway been high. Let me look out a comparison chart. Now, if you look at why are people after trend is because it is showing better numbers. Trend में promoter holding नहीं है पर these some of the things are good. Yes, see, brokerage and wealth management will continue to grow if you look at it. Angel One, Anandrati Wealth, two major ones here. Then if you look at exchanges, then there is BSC, there is MCX. CDSL वगैरह है पर उतना I don't know much about it. यार sorry, बिंग है क्या इधर नहीं है ना? Okay. Angel One, when it comes to Angel One, you have seen how they are doing. They are doing YOY growth of 50% in client net additions and all that. If you look at this one, what do you call that? In terms of MCX part. MCX means not MCX, commodity trading. Angel One has 60% market share in MCX trades. On any given average day, that whatever number of trades, let us say 100 trades happened on MCX, 56 to 60% of them are from Angel One only. most people assume zero is the largest broker, this and that, but when it comes to commodities, Angel 11 is the number one. And they have been consistently maintaining that position. They know how to make a product, and that's working for them. So चलता रहेगा. अभी क्या है, 3500 आया लगता है. Angel 11, second. तो कुछ यार.
I almost fell asleep for थोड़ी देर पहले, but then थोड़ा काम बाकी वो कर दिया. जैसे ही मेरा काम हुआ और आपका पिंग आया, मेरा ठीक है, ओके, आई थिंक सबका डिस्कस हो गया.
अच्छा, you saw that message there.
हाँ, मैंने पिंग देखा.
Guys, anybody has any sector or something that you would like to bring it up, please check once. No, just थोड़ा डिस्कस करना है, कुछ शेयर करना है, थोड़ा आपका है तो बता दो. We are looking for sectors here. If you do it, then it will be good for us also. Finance कितना देर हम लोग ही चलाते रहेंगे, बोलो. आप भी थोड़ा देखो. Stock broking, one second. Asset management. Okay, let us look at the performance of the stock broking companies. Almost done again. Looking, but I can't find anything.
नहीं, बहुत हो गया, बहुत डिस्कस किया.
I think
Maybe
yeah.
कल शायद देख रहे थे, क्योंकि मैंने तो शॉर्ट लिस्ट करके दे दी. वी आर लुकिंग एट द कंट्री व्यू वाले देखते हैं.
Correct.
It's only 86 stocks, I think, तो उसमें से देख सकते हैं.
Yeah, I looked through the stocks, each one. I mean, one or
Correct.
two are like clear no-nos. For example, like Sterling Technologies नहीं देखना है. वो
तो है.
चोर अनिल अग्रवाल का कंपनी है. Then you have REITs and trusts. वो जरूरत नहीं है, उसमें से वो भी निकाल सकते हैं. So we'll see. We'll do a process of elimination and then try to clear up a few things so that we have something like a 20 or 25 last charts to deal with.
देख सकते हैं.
कुछ देखेंगे. The 25 charts are easy. We can between 3-4 people, 2-3 people we can finish off.
Not even charts, उनके सिर्फ फंडामेंटल्स भी देख पाएंगे.
हाँ, बस वही देख लेके निकाल देंगे.
हाँ, कल हो जाएगा शायद. कल भी शाम को.
कल शाम थोड़ा लेट.
अरे हाँ, कल 31 है, सॉरी.
कल नहीं होगा इसलिए.
Maybe next weekend कर लेंगे.
कर देंगे. हाँ, काम आ जा रहा है कंपनी. एक हफ्ते में तो डबल नहीं हो गया ना.
केनरा मेटल देख लेना सर, टाइम आ गया. अच्छा है, यू ऑलरेडी है.
केनरा मेटल ना. I mean, I like the chart. I like data drilling also chart very much.
हाँ, मैंने ट्रेडिंग में ट्रैक तो कर ही लिया.
It's really a nice chart that somehow there is so much symmetry about that chart.
मैं सिर्फ मेरे टिप्स का वेट कर रहा हूँ. मेरे टिप्स आ जाए थोड़ा. टाइम हो गया.
Drilling, I'm waiting for it to move. It is still doing okay. I'm waiting for it to move over some certain levels.
It needs to break 271 बस. हो जाएगा.
वो क्या है ना, अभी परसों ही 296 जाके नीचे आया।
हाँ, मंथली में इफ आई एम चेकिंग ना, मैं देखता हूँ चार्ट डाल दो 1 मिनट। तो द फिबोनाची लेवल्स है ना, उसके एग्जैक्ट उसके नीचे आ गए ₹1 के नीचे। लाइक थोड़ा हवर करेगा बट स्टिल इट कैन गो। But once it breaks the 270, then we can look at higher targets. 270 is important. It should have closed above that, but nahi hua.
That is, no, I thought when it went to the 308, no, it was going to break some good levels and then move up, but somehow it retracted back. Let us see.
Even on daily, it is showing that there was a very good,
Yeah.
there was a big.
We'll close.
Yeah. मेरा I'm very done. आज बहुत बार गया था तो किया है.
Anybody has anything to tell? Summary, close, कुछ भी क्या करना है? Tell me anything that you think.
आज हार्डली से भी नीचे भी आया तो थोड़ा लास्ट वीक कुछ इशू हुआ था इसमें. सेक्टर एनालिसिस का मेरे को एक और आइडिया आया है, मैं कल बता दूंगा कैसे. कल लाइक आपके घर पे मैसेज कर दूंगा.
ठीक है.
But it is again based on just purely EBITDA only, but quarter on quarter देखेंगे.
ठीक है. You have all the data you need, no?
नहीं, वो आपको EBITDA का नहीं है, इसलिए आपको बोलूंगा मैं.
ठीक है. Let me know, I'll give you the EBITDA.
हाँ. एंड आज का भी जैसा किया था ना, वो क्वाड्रेंट बनाया था, उसका भी हम EV एंड EBITDA यूज करेंगे नेक्स्ट टाइम. और आई थिंक वी विल यूज इट फॉर एनुअल रिपोर्ट के बाद या अभी कुछ ज़्यादा दिखता है.
हाँ, correct, because now it doesn't make sense. थोड़ा टाइम रुकना पड़ेगा, then we'll take it for annual and close it.
Because already we are shorted just like 86 actually.
बस इसमें से देखेंगे और दूसरा वो कैलकुलेशन जो करना है ना उसका भी वो कर देंगे तो उसमें से आएगा. ओके. सभी सो गए लगते हैं, इतने म्यूट माइक्स है देखो.
But yeah, what do you think about वो quadrant वाला किया, वो कैसा कर सकते हैं उसको आगे और
कर सकते हैं. It looks good for representative purpose. To understand लगेगा टाइम.
Only I can understand, sir.
समझना पड़ेगा, किसी को समझाना पड़ेगा.
हाँ, इसलिए मैंने फिर वो नोट्स भी लिखे थे, नेगेटिव लाइक बैड कंपनी गुड स्टॉक वो सब भी लिख के रखा है.
करेक्ट.
ठीक है, चलो आई एम क्लोजिंग.
ठीक है, मैं भी चलता हूँ. Nobody seems to say anything.
The usual, sir, the usual.
ये ड्रिलिंग पे मेरा बहुत होप है यार. ये लगना चाहिए and it should move because now that exploration is also gaining pace.
I think even United Drilling का 20 like even on monthly उसका 20 AM के नीचे वापस क्लोज हो गया, थोड़े के लिए बच गया.
करेक्ट. ये जिंदल ड्रिलिंग अच्छा कंपनी है पर बहुत भाग चुका है ऑलरेडी. इट डजंट मेक सेंस. ठीक है, देखते हैं.
Good night, sir.
Good night.
Happy New Year as well in case.
Yes, happy New Year to you too everyone. क्या कोई बोल ही नहीं रहा है, बात नहीं कर रहा है. Everybody is on mute, such heavy mutes.
Come off of mute.
Huh?
Oh, I said I'll come off of mute, I guess. I haven't spoken.
Yeah, please. If you want to say something, please do. I mean, कोई बात ही नहीं.
No, I was just I was just gonna wrap it up, say that we can work on the list that we just got for the 86, right? जो वो था, what you call it, the quadrants. So yeah, I guess we can.
They seem to be good, but you can use a little process of elimination to shortlist. For example,
Yeah.
names you can remove. You don't need them. You can look at the other companies, and that way at least some will go.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. We can look at specific sectors in here itself.
correct.
Yeah, and once you shortlist, just tag me and OT in the rest of
Okay,
the
sounds good.
because I
Okay,
think
will do.
possibly we have seen those.
Okay, sounds good.
Have a good New Year, everyone.
Yeah, good night. Yeah.
Good night. Happy New Year.
And a happy year too. Take care. Goodbye.
Take care. Bye.